Hello, everyone. Hope everyone can hear me. I'm Portia Johnson. I am the founder and executive director of Black Girl Health Foundation, and welcome to Minds Matter Harrisburg, the second annual event. We have been through so much, y'all, and being through COVID has really exacerbated the need to do events such as this. And we have 6 wonderful workshops to bring you today, including Nourish Your Mind, Mental Healing with Pilates, a panel discussion called Bridging the Racial Divide, Beating Depression Naturally, Young Minds Matter, and Putting Your Money Where Your Mind Is. But first, I would like to thank all our sponsors for being with us today. And without our sponsors and our partners, we couldn't do this. So thank you so much. The National Network for Library of Medicine and Dauphin County Library Systems. Thank you so much for being our partner in this. And before we get into our workshops, I would like to welcome our presenters. And our first presenter is Miss Lynette Chappelle Williams. She is the vice president, I should say the first vice president and chief diversity officer for Penn State Health. Thank you so much, Lynette, for joining us. And I know that you have a message to the community.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and happy Saturday to you. I want to start off by saying thank you to the Black Girl Health Foundation for the opportunity to kick off this particular program. And its powerhouse, dynamic leader, Portia Johnson, for including me in today's Minds Matter Harrisburg program. Audre Lorde once said, and I quote, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation." This statement couldn't be more true today, as we have dealt with so many challenges over recent years, and particularly this past year. The killing of unarmed Black men and women has rattled all of us as we recognize that this could easily be us, a family member, or a close friend, as it has been for families across the country. In addition, the empowerment of those who would engage in and advance racism has challenged the core of who we are as a country that has created laws to advance equality. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted our Black community in terms of the number of deaths and the financial fallout for individuals and our Black-owned businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has led to over $16 trillion nationally in increased healthcare, criminal justice, child welfare, education, and labor market costs, has pushed the topic of mental and behavioral health to the forefront for many Americans, and rightfully so. We all have experienced, and it's time for us to acknowledge how ideologies, stereotypes, bias, and discrimination, and negative media and other messaging become internalized and create an environment where young Black women think that there is something wrong with them and that they need to be able to deal with all of these challenges on their own and that there is only one way to heal. The reality is that healing comes in so many forms, as you will see in the workshops that will take place over the course of the day. A colleague of mine, Dr. Jessica Mattingly, who is an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral health in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Health at Penn State Health, shared that many of our mental health challenges are biological responses to stress that within the context of the intersection of racism and gender inequality, impact our ability to feel worth, satisfaction with life, and motivation. Black women in particular are often expected to carry all of the burdens for caring for family members and tending to needs at home and being the healers in their families and communities, believing that they have no time to rest and that they must carry these burdens alone. Beginning today, I challenge each of you to develop a different mindset of self healing and self care. You need to have this focus to avoid challenges with chronic stress, burnout, relationship challenges, and poor work performance. Self care is not being selfish. Self care allows you to say no as a way to set boundaries for what is realistic for you to do and to avoid feeling overwhelmed, drained, and in some cases, resentful toward those who are making the request. Use today as your new and more powerful New Year's resolution to care for you, including your mental health. I found something in the Life Counseling Institute, which is online, that says that we all need to develop a plan that includes action steps in each of these key areas. Physical, such as committing to walk, exercising each day, or as you will learn today about Pilates. Emotional, which could be doing yoga or another activity that allows you to self-reflect. Professional, which could be identifying strategies for greater work-life integration. Relational, which could be connecting with positive people or making a commitment that you will identify at least one person that you will meet today that you will keep in contact with. And spiritual, which could be reconnecting with a church home or finding effective meditation strategies. I would like to close with a powerful line from the poem that Amanda Gorman shared at this year's inauguration. There is always light if we are brave enough to see it, if we are brave enough to be it. Today, through this Mind Matters program, it's your opportunity to see and be that light. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette. That was amazing. Thank you so much for being one of our kickoff presenters. And now I would like to present another top leader in the region, and that is Miss Tina Nixon, who is the Vice President of Mission and Effectiveness. She is also the Chief Diversity Officer for UPMC Pinnacle. So thank you so much, Tina, for joining us as well. Tina, we can't hear you. I'm gonna unmute. Hold on real quick, Tina, your audio.
Good morning.
There we go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Portia. It's such an honor to be here. And how can I follow the dynamic Miss Lynette? She has a wonderful message, a message which I echo when it comes to our communities of color and when it comes to health disparities and inequalities, which, Portia, is something that we've been working on for some time. And I'm just so excited to see the workshops you have outlined here today. It's so important that you spend time in self-care. As Lynette said, it is very important after everything that has taken place in our communities and throughout our country last year. And we are hopeful that 2021 will be a positive year for everyone. And people will really do what they need to do to care for themselves. As Lynette mentioned, COVID-19 has put a spotlight on the inequalities that take place in communities of color. And mental health is one of those areas where we need more resources. But in order to get more resources, we really need to be able to speak up and talk about the mental health issues that impact our lives and our communities. And I know for so many folks, it's so hard to reach out and ask for help. But I really encourage individuals to utilize what's out there, to utilize these sessions today to gain more knowledge on how to care for yourself and how to better prepare for your life moving forward. Portia, it's an honor to be working with you as you continue this wonderful Black Girl Health Foundation. I remember when you first started this initiative and you were doing several events. I think you've taken this organization to the next level. I applaud you, applaud all the presenters that will be with you today, and thank you for doing this for our community. It's an honor and a privilege to know you and to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. I appreciate such all your kind words. And it's because of, people like Tina and Lynette and so many more that have stand by this organization and our mission, which helps us to make effective change in the community and make a difference in other people's lives. So thank you for all your support. For helping us, with us do the things that we do, bringing Minds Matter Harrisburg here. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our last kickoff presenter, and that is Miss Karen Collins. She is the executive director of Dauphin County Library System, which is our partner for the second year in a row for Minds Matter Harrisburg. So thrilled to have Dauphin County Library System partner with us again for Minds Matter Harrisburg. So I totally appreciate that, Karen.
Well, thank you very much, Portia. Good morning, everyone. I think you're about to have an amazing day for sure. I hope you're all comfortable because we need comfort right now. This has been an unprecedented year for all of us, and the isolation and the frustration that I think a lot of us have felt has been hard to deal with. And today should be a good step forward for everyone. The lineup of sessions that you have before you is really impressive. And it's really an honor for the Dauphin County Library System to support Black Girl Health Foundation in exploring these important issues with you. I echo the voices of Lynette and Tina in saying that this work is important. It is not self-important, and we should all try to engage in it at any time, but especially this year. The Black Girl Health Foundation mission is centered on education and engagement and empowerment. And those are key drivers of a public library's mission too. So my most important personal message to you today is that the public library is your library. We exist to support, energize, inspire, and inform you as you build your best life. Libraries were formed to level the playing field for information access, for personal growth, for community building. And while there's been a great deal of progress in those areas in our nation over the last 100 years, I think we can all agree that the playing field is still far from level. There remains a lot of work to be done. Today's program series is another significant step forward in the right direction. And we applaud Portia and all of you for embracing the fact that minds matter and for being proactive in learning the self-care that's so critical to making all of us, and I would say particularly women and women of color, stronger for the journey forward. So I hope that you have a wonderful day, and I hope that this serves as a way for you to connect with one another, which I think is something critical that we are missing in the isolation, as I said, with the pandemic. And you need to take opportunities like this to make yourselves strong, keep yourselves whole, and to move forward. This seems like a really terrific day to get you started on that journey or help you continue on it if you've already begun it. We're very impressed and we're very excited again to be working with Black Girl Health Foundation. Thank you so much, Portia, and back to you.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you so much. Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Tina. And thank you, Lynette. Thank you again for your partnership, your sponsorship, and your support. And now the workshops, right? So right after the break, right after the commercial break, we're going to start our series of workshops, mental health workshops with Ava Adames, who will be hosting your mental healing with Pilates. So we'll be right back.
Black Girl Health Foundation presents Minds Matter Harrisburg in partnership with National Network of Library of Medicine Mid-Atlantic Region, Dauphin County Library System, and Black Girl Health, LLC. Sponsors include Platinum Sponsors, Penn State Health, Highmark, and Duff and Phelps Foundation. Gold Sponsors, UPMC Health Plan, and UPMC Pinnacle Hospital. Silver Sponsors, Capital Blue Cross, and The Hershey Company. Bronze Sponsors, Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency, Giant Foods, Aetna, and Hamilton Health Center.
Hello, and welcome to the Medline Plus tutorial. Medline Plus is a resource from the National Library of Medicine providing information about diseases, conditions, and wellness issues in language you can understand. Medline Plus offers reliable, up-to-date health information anytime, anywhere, for free. From the homepage, you can browse varying A to Z lists to find health topics, drugs and supplements, and even lab test information. There is also a handy encyclopedia offering a large range of definitions and more information related to diseases, tests, symptoms, injuries, and surgeries. Perhaps the most efficient way to find the information you are looking for is to use the search box in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Let's try searching for asthma treatment as an example. You will see that you can refine the search using the built-in filters in the left sidebar, or simply scroll through the list of results and choose the entry that most suits your needs. All of the results on the page will bring you to other National Library of Medicine or National Institutes of Health resources, as well as informational pages and fact sheets from other trusted and reliable organizations. Let's try one more search on obesity in children. This topic search brings you to a fact card developed by Medline Plus as a quick way of reading a summary on a topic. It also links out to other pages and resources in both English and Spanish, broken down by categories like diagnosis and tests, prevention and risk factors, treatment and therapies, and statistics and research, to name a few.
Hello, I'm Ava Adames, board-certified health and wellness coach and mind-body fitness specialist. I'm so honored today to be working with you, Harrisburg, and again with Black Girl Health. As a Black Girl Health ambassador, I'm full-on aware and on board with the mission of bringing health and wellness platforms to the surface for women of color. women that look like me. We will be talking about Pilates today and going through a practice of moving our bodies. And what's so special about mind-body fitness is that there is a unique distinction of relaxation, stress management, and calmness that occurs the more you practice mind-body fitness. Now, if you, I welcome you to join me, but if you want to remain chairside and just follow along just in kind of learning what Pilates is, I invite you to do that. Now, if you want to full on immerse yourself in a Pilates practice today, I invite you to join me on the mat. Before we begin, I invite you to sit in a comfortable position. Make sure that you're fully relaxed. We're going to breathe first and learn the mechanics of your breath. Now, we automatically breathe and work through our life that way, but intentional breathing is designed to link the body with the mind. So let's begin to do that right now. Again, sit comfortably. You can either sit cross-legged like myself or sit just like in a normal chair position. I'd like you to turn your attention to your hands. Yes, your hands. We're going to breathe with our hands to get started. Bring your palms close together, and immediately you'll sense some type of energy there. Go ahead and move your hands in space, sort of kinetically against each other. You should feel some kind of static electrical charge. Yeah. How's this associated with the breath? Let me show you. Bring those palms together, and as you inhale, you'll notice a rise come up through your chest. Go ahead and breathe through your nasal passages. Inhale, filling up. You'll see your elbows open out to the side with the volume of your chest expanding. Exhale through those same nasal passages. And you see your elbows return back to their position. Let's practice that a few more times. Take an inhale. Expand your lungs. Just hold it for a second there. Gentle breathing. Exhale through those same nasal passages. And you'll see your body contract right back into itself. Now go ahead and bring your hands out in front of you and reach them towards me with that inhale this time. Inhale, filling up your lungs. Your chest should expand out. Lengthen those fingertips towards me, reaching. And then with your exhale, pull them back into your heart center. Again, you're contracting, bringing everything back to a center focus. And that's one of the key elements of Pilates. Pilates works your abdominal areas, as well as your hips, your low back, and the pelvic region. When those muscles are strong, you're able to move your arms and your legs, known as your extremities, that much more better. Your posture will be aligned, and you'll also be able to work at that breathing with more efficiency. So breathing sends circulation all through the body. So every time you inhale, you're working at greater lung capacity, volume. And when you exhale, you distribute that beautiful blood all throughout the body. And that's why it's so important. Now, if you don't take anything away from this today at all, except for the breathing, then that's a win-win situation. Let's breathe a few more times, and then we'll actively move our body with the breath. Balancing your hands right on top of your lap or your thighs. Take an inhale. Notice that volume of air coming into the lungs. Feel the chest expand. And exhale. This time I want you to draw your navel deep into your back. And you can do that with an open mouth this time. Make it audible. Really immerse yourself in that breath. Inhale, fill up. Chest rises. Exhale. Sink your abdominals all the way back into your spine. Close that rib cage down. Narrow the distance from your rib cage to your abdominals. Let's go through 2 more cycles of that. Inhale, fill up. Hold the breath for 1 beat. Exhale, begin to pull the abdominal muscles in, draw them into the back of your spine, contract, hold there, almost like you're stapling your abdominals to your low back. Hold it and release. Settle back into your mat or your chair. Once again, the breath is the link between the mind and the body. All right, I'm going to turn to my side. I invite you to do the same if you're working on a mat. If you're on chair side, just stay forward. And now from here, grab a hold of the back side of your thighs. I'd like you to sit up tall. And now from here, take that inhale breath, reach your fingertips forward. Inhale, fill up the lungs. And with your exhale, remember, we're pulling your abdominals in. I just want you to lower your chin towards your chest and round your spine back, sinking back as if you're going to lay down onto the mat. Hold this in isolation. Isolation is just holding still. We're holding for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pull forward, reach the arms up, lengthen through the spine, working on that good posture, reaching. And now from here, take another big inhale in. Exhale, begin to roll back, bring the hands right back to where they left, holding here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You should be sitting back towards your chair back if you're on a chair or in this position here with me on the mat. Let's again reach forward with that inhale. Inhale, reach it up. Exhale, lower back down. Now we're flowing into it. Inhale, reach forward. Exhale, lower back down, rounding that spine, looking forward, holding on, pulling the abdominals in, hanging in here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adding on. Inhale, reach forward, arms up to the ceiling. Exhale, round back into your spine. Bring your right leg up for me, please. Take that foot off the floor of your chair side, holding for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Set that foot down. Let's go for the left side. Left leg lifts up. Hold it. Pull the navel back into your spine. We're holding for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gently set that foot back into place. Reach forward. Inhale the arms up. Exhale, drive right back down. Okay, we're going to speed things up just a little bit, and we're just going to do some knee walks. So you're going to lift right, lift left, and lifting right, lift left. Let's do 2 more of these. Right into those little knee walks. Good, hold here. The challenge is to hold again for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Reach forward. Fingertips up by the ears, elongate that spine, nice tall back, and exhale the arms right back down. Inch further up into the top of your mat, and we're going to come down into a laying position. If your chair side, just remain tall in your spine. Back into those leg walks. Pick up the right knee for me, please. Hold it up into the air, working against gravity. Set that left foot down at the left knee, holding it up, working against gravity. Feel the pull in your abdominals. Exhale, pull your abdominals in. Inhale, fill up the lungs. Exhale, right knee down, left knee down. Keep the belly button pulling in, working at abdominal contraction, reaching through your short extremities with the bent knees. One more time to the left. Wonderful. Bring your thighs together and your knees together so they come into a closed position. From here, press your palms into the mat. If you're sitting on your chair, go ahead and press your hands next to your hips on the chair. Pull your abdominals in nice and deep. Lift both knees up off the mat. You're in a tabletop-like position. Now I'd like you to flex the feet and then extend the toes. Flex the toes up to the ceiling, extend the toes forward. 3 more of those. Flex and point. Last 2. Flex and point. Last 1. Flex the toes up to the ceiling. Exhale, pull the belly in, point the toes forward. And now we're going to move at a faster rate of pace. want you to dip those toes down towards your mat as if you're dipping them in a pool of water. Lift right back up to that tabletop position. Let's practice that 4 more times. Exhale, lower the toes. Inhale, lift. If you're chair side, all I want you to do is focus on pulling those knees together and lifting and lowering your feet to the floor in front of you. One more time here. Exhale, knit that abdominal belly button down to the spine. Inhale, pull it in. Hug the knees into the chest and rest. If you're on the mat, go ahead and sway your spine from right to left, giving yourself a little spinal massage. Activating the abdominals is one of the key principles in Pilates. Let's return back to that table style position. And now let's add in the upper extremities, the head, neck, shoulders, and arms. Keeping your legs in tabletop, all I want you to do is lift the head, tuck the chin, reach your fingertips forward, look directly at your hips. Lower yourself right back down. Repeat 4 times. Exhale, lift, elongate the wrist. Release down. Inhale to fill up, number 3. Exhale, reach forward. Look at those hips. Lower yourself back down. 2 more. Inhale to prepare. Exhale, lift the head, neck, shoulders, reach forward. If you need to support your neck, go ahead and use one hand here. Return back onto the mat. Last one, we're gonna hold this for 5 counts. Inhale to prepare. Fill those lungs with good nurturing air. Exhale, come up, hold. Pull your abdominals in. You're holding for 5, 4, 3, 2. Wonderful job, guys. 1, hang in there for a beat more. Lower yourself down. 1 at a time, replace your feet and extend your legs out for a stretch. Pull your abdominals in, and I want you to think that you're standing in this position here. So go ahead and flex your feet as if you were standing onto the floor and adjust your shoulders, pin them down on your mat, lift your chest, pull the navel in nice and deep, and work on that posture as if you're standing. Feet are flexed here. Now I'd like you to squeeze the backside, the buttocks, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. As I mentioned, we work on the hips and the pelvis as well. So every time you can contract your middle areas of your body, you're working at stability and control. Okay, let's walk the feet back to that bent leg position. When we bend our legs, it's a shorter line, so it's a contraction. Let's go into a long lengthening line here. Bring 1 foot at a time back into your tabletop position. Bring your knees in a closed position. If you're chair side, just keep your feet onto the floor. Now from here, I like to lift the right leg up straight. Point flex that foot. See if you can keep the left knee bent without moving. Point and flex the foot on the right. Extend that right leg up. Hold it. Squeeze the thigh muscle. If you're chair side, your leg is reaching forward from the hip. Go ahead and flex and point again. Good. Hold it there. Hold the extension with the pointed foot. Now, think about your left side. Can you get that foot to go down to the mat or place it back onto the ground without disturbing the right? Working out your right body half versus your left body half is important. Keep the extension going on with that foot. Now, I'd like you to open the hip to the right side. Exhale, circle inward, pull up. Let's do that again. Inhale, fill up the lungs like we practiced. Exhale, move down, around, and up, making 1 circle. Continue, down, around, and up, 3. Exhale, down, around, and up, 4. Squeeze your thigh for me, please. Down, around, and up, 5. Exhale, 6. 2 more to go for a set of 8. Exhale, 7. And final 1, 8. Hold it there. Hold on to the back of the thigh. Reach up, look towards your hips, point and flex that foot. Hold your point, lower your hands, lower your head, bend the knee, keep the leg on a tabletop position. Let's add the left knee up, extend that leg up, hold the right leg right where it is, point and flex. Right through your ankle, stretching, the ankle joint. Good. Hold your point. Extension here. Squeeze your thigh. With an exhaled breath, pull your belly in, lower the right foot down. Keep reaching the left leg up. You're going to circle out, down, around, and up. Exhale, down, around, and up, 2. We have a set of 8 of these. Reaching out into space, that's 3. Exhale, halfway point 4. I'm going to stay here for a second. Try not to move the right leg that's positioned down on the floor. Exhale, down, around, and up, number 5. We continue with 3 more. Final 2. Last one. Hold it at attention. Hang on to the back of the thigh. Lift the head. Look towards the hips. Staple that belly button down. And now from here, bend that right knee. Bring the left knee, bend the right knee in, holding, lowering the toes, dipping down into water. We have 5 of these. Down and lift. Exhale, 2. Work on those abdominals and lift. Exhale, 3. Squeeze your backside also. And 4. One more time. Hang in there with me. Exhale, 5. Lift, hold, and release. Nice job there, guys. All right, still working with the upper body and the left and the lower body. We're going to combine movements together. We reached forward, lifting, head nod, contraction. We lift through the legs, reached out, and now we're going to go ahead and combine both movements together. Inhale, fill up the lungs. Exhale, draw your abdominals in, hold here. And with both hands, I like you to take hold of the back of the right thigh. Extend the left leg out. And now from here, just exchange that. Exhale, switch sides. And exhale, switch again. Now inhale, and now exhale, switching your breath. Inhale one leg, exhale the other leg. We're going to do a set of 8 of these. We're now at 4 and 4. Let's pick up the pace. Exhale, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7. Last one left and last one right. Hold here. Rest the head down briefly. Roll the neck from right to left, giving yourself a little bit of ease. And then recenter the head. We're going to take it into the longer extremities, working for full length here. Inhale, fill up. Exhale, lift the head, navel pulls in. Draw that right leg straight up. Left leg is already straight. We're going to switch our legs here. See if you can lift up a little bit higher in the neck. From here, switch legs. 1, 1. Inhale, exhale. 3, 4. Working with the back of the legs, with the abdominals as well. We're at 6. Reach. 7, 8, and 8. Hold here. Hold for 5, 4. Abdominals are burning. 3, 2, and 1. Bring that lower leg to match the top leg. Lower your head down and rest. Bring your hands down alongside your hips as well. Now we did leg circles before, the single leg circles. We're going to add in double leg circles here. So press the knees together, glue the thighs together, reach those legs up to the ceiling, and together we're going to move them to the right side. Exhale towards the middle and up through the left. We're going to reverse that. Now go through the left side. Exhale, hang on to your abdominals here. Reach around right and up. Let's pick up the pace. Right side to the left, circle. Circle left side, down and around and up to the right, circle. 3 more, down, around, and up, right. Lead with left. Exhale, down, around, and up. Back to the right side. And 1 more to finish, left side. Bring the legs back to the center. Pull the knees into the chest and sway from right to left. Take your fingertips behind your kneecaps and gently roll up to a seated position. Okay, from here, I'd like you to extend your legs all the way straight forward. Now, if you haven't guessed, there's a lot of abdominal work involved and also the lengthening and the flexing or the lengthening and the contracting of the muscles at the same time. So go ahead and extend your ankles and then flex your feet. Extend the ankles and flex your feet. Now I really want you to take note of your thighs as they shift. As you extend, you grow taller and you lengthen those muscles out. See how my spine lifts? And as you flex, you lower yourself back into the mat. So I'd like you to practice that a couple times. Extend, pull up. Flex, sink down. Extend, lift up out your seat. Flex, and melt back down. One more time. Extend, sit up nice and tall. Reach your arms forward. Good. Now from here, arms up to the ceiling. I'd like you to twist towards me, rotating. Inhale, back to center. Rotate to the opposite side. Lengthen that spine. Think of a spiraling staircase. And come back to center 2 more times. Rotate, look over that left shoulder. Inhale, back center, fill the lungs. Exhale, rotate, look over that right shoulder. Inhale, fill the lungs. You're still sitting up nice and tall because your legs are extended. Left side reach. Now let's see if we can reach down that left arm. Hold it. One arm is reaching up, one arm is reaching out. Bring that left arm right back up to ear level. Twist to your right. Good. Right arm goes down. Left arm is reaching up. Working at lengthening through the extremities. Pull that arm up. Come back to center. Here's the tricky part. Earlier, we reached the spine back and concave the chest. This time, we're going to dive forward. I like you to reach as if you're diving across your hips. Reach across, hold. Pull the abdominals in. Head is between the arms. You're looking down at the mat. Inhale, lift through the spine, restack it up. Arms are reaching up to the ceiling. 2 more like that. Exhale, bow forward. Squeeze through the backside like you're diving over your hips. Reach, reach, reach. Inhale, stack the spine. Hold that inhale at the top. Fill the lungs. Last time here. Put your mind into your body. Exhale, lift up, dive over, hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Roll through your spine, stack it back up, full length to your spine, and return back to the mat, melting down. You can relax your feet now. There's a lot of intensity when it comes to doing mind-body fitness, but linking that breath to what we're doing really helps the intention. And the intention is to move the body, de-stress, make a connection with yourself, and the reason why we're moving. Let's go to hands and knees now. From here, I'd like you to position your hands, all 5 fingers spread open. And then I'd like you to target getting a long line from your shoulder down to your wrist that is right over top of the wrist. Shoulders are aligned right over top of the wrist. You're looking down through your hands. Your neck is nice and long. And let's go ahead and reach through the neck. So I'd like you to stretch the throat, look forward, lengthening through the voice, and then drop the chin. Look down between your hands. A little pressure in the mat as well. A little pressure from the wrist. Good alignment. Lift up through the chin. Look forward. Lengthening through the throat. Lower the chin. Look down. Lengthen through the back of the neck. 1 more like that. Reach forward with the chin. Keep tilting it upwards. Lengthening through the throat. Front of the neck. Exhale, lower down, drop the chin, look towards your hips. You could be doing this chair side as well. Now from here, we're going to take the spine with us. This time we're going to drop and sink the spine, look forward, lengthening the throat, spine is arched. Remember, Pilates is about posture. Drop the chin, round through the spine, look at your hips, scooping up through the spine, like an angry cat. Arch the back, look up. In your chair, you'd be looking at the ceiling. Shoulders will be pinning back. Exhale, abs draw in, round the spine, scoop the buttocks under. Let's bring it back to a normal tabletop position where you're looking about 12 inches in front of you, a ruler-sized distance. From here, I'd like you to curl the toes, tucking them under. Remember, all the footwork we do in Pilates is essential. And now from here, I'd like you to press the right leg back or the left, whichever one feels comfortable. Press the leg back, pull it in. Other side, press the leg back and pull it in. Leg walks, just like how we did, laying on our spine is pretty similar. This is our third. Exhale, 4. When you exhale, tummy automatically goes in. 2 more. And last one left. Last one right. I think you guys know where I'm going with this. Getting ready to go into our Pilates planks. Let's sit the hips back over the heels. Reach through the arms and stretch the shoulders. From here, let's bring it back up into that tabletop position. Now we're going to work through single legs to double legs. Go ahead, pull the leg back, wedge your foot into your mat. Make sure it's good and secure. Take an inhale breath. See if you can get that other leg to extend back. Hold your plank, thighs are together, and we're holding for 5. Drop to your knees if you feel more comfortable in a modified position. We're holding for 3 more seconds here. Lengthen through the back of the neck. Look 12 inches in front of you. And last second to hold. And then take an inhale. Exhale, lower your knees down. Push your hips over your heels, relax. Can we try that one more time? Make that Pilates plank connection. Let's go out on all 4s. This time we're going to start on the opposite leg. Extend through that right leg. Wedge the ball with the foot. Make that connection into the floor. Go ahead and reach through the left leg. Thighs together. Squeeze through your buttocks. Hold this plank. You're here if you're modifying, okay? If you're in the full position, you're up on the balls of the feet. We're holding for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lower the knees, sit back into your heels. Rest for a beat. Inhale, fill up. Full volume in the lungs. Exhale, relax. Pull the belly in from the thighs. One more time. Inhale, fill up. Full lung capacity. Exhale, pull your body inward towards navel to the spine. Good. All right, coming back out. Promise an all levels workout, but we're going to take it up a notch again. Left leg this time, wedge it back. Right leg, wedge it back. You're here if you're modifying. If you're doing your full exercise, you're here. I'd like you to pick up the left leg, squeeze through the buttock, drop it down. Right leg, squeeze, lower down. So you may recall that everything that we're doing here, we sort of did when we were laying on our back. Pilates works at 360 degrees, working through full range of motion that looks very similar, just a different pattern. One more time on the left leg, reach it up, squeeze through the buttocks. One more time on the right leg, squeeze, lower the knees, reach back in the hips. Your heart rate should be picking up. Good circulation through that exhale allows the blood to zip through the body and the veins return it right back to the heart. All right, let's go back to hands and knees. Now, as mentioned, Pilates works in 360 degrees of the mat. So we did laying on the back. We did face down, laying or having our abdominals face the mat. Now we're going to go into the side. So for here, I'd like you to lay on whatever side you feel comfortable because we're going to hit both sides. I just want you to perch yourself up high like a right angle. So from your shoulder to your elbow is one straight line. And then from your elbow to your wrist is another straight line. looking like a letter L. From there, I'd like you to fold your knees and now extend the bottom leg all the way straight on a diagonal, and then allow the top leg to come over that bottom leg. Now, if you feel more comfortable, you can come into a laying down position. Just keep your shoulder from hiking up. Shoulder would be away from the ear. I'm gonna go back into that right arm position here, that right angle. So take your top leg up, flex and point the foot. Flex, point, flex. Exhale with the point. Flex, inhale, exhale with the point and hold. From here, you're just gonna bring the leg forward, same movement that we did, and then take the leg back, squeezing the backside. Let's do 7 more of those. Reach forward, exhale back. See how tall I'm positioning my spine? Because we work through posture when it comes to Pilates. We're already at our halfway point 4. Reach it forward, exhale 5. Reach forward, abs in, exhale 6. Reach forward, exhale 7. One more time here. Reach forward, exhale, hold 8. Remember, we have those holding patterns too. With the hold, let's press back for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bring the top leg right back over the bottom leg. And now from here, let's do the circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause. Reverse your direction. Circle back. Down, around, and up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop at the top. Hold it here. Elongate. Hold for 5, 4. Lift the chest. 3, 2. Crouch in. 1. Hold. Control that leg down. Control lift 1. Control down. Control lift 2. Control down. Control lift 3. Ow. Down. 4. You should be feeling this in your buttock like I am. And 5. Hold. For 5, 4. Thigh is burning. 2, 1. Release down. Use both hands. Position yourself back up. Swing your legs to the opposite side. Remember, in this connection, the connection, your mind-body connection, breathe into the right angle of your arm. Make sure the shoulder is right over the elbow. Elbow is reaching straight out towards your wrist. Good. Legs can be folded. Let's extend the bottom leg out. Top leg is right over top of the hip. So you're not sitting back like this. Remember, we're working at good body positioning. All right, let's take that top leg up. Point, flex, point, exhale, flex. Belly pulls in with the exhale. Flex and then point, flex, exhale, point, hold. Swing the legs towards me. Reach, exhale, back, squeeze. Inhale, reach, exhale. Inhale, stay very tall in the spine. Good. Halfway point 4, 5. Exhale, hang on to the belly button. 6, 7, forward 8, back 8. Hold, tall spine position. Push 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it here. Bring it right back to the top. Little circles forward. Join me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause. Reverse your direction. Go behind you for 5. Good job, guys. 4, 3. Ow. 2, 1. Working right through that good gravity. Hold it. Isolate for 5. Yes, my leg is shaking. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's tap down and lift. Tap down, lift 2. Tap down, lift 3. Tap, exhale. 4. Belly pulls in with that exhale. Tap, exhale. 5. Hold. 5, 4, 3. 2 more seconds. 2 and 1. Relax it down. Nice job, guys. All right, so that was our 360-degree Pilates workout, adding the body with the breath. Now, we have one other little exercise to do. It's rather relaxing. We're going to finish out with one of the exercises that Pilates is really known for. It's called the teaser. It's the teaser because it comes right at the end of your Pilates practice. It's teasing you before we come to an end. So go ahead and relax back down. Head down onto the mat. I just want you to practice that breathing one more time. We're going to go in through a series of 3 deep intentional breaths. Because as mentioned, I'm coming up really quick because this is very important. As I mentioned, if you don't recall any other exercises that we're doing today, linking Pilates to mind body, I want you to remember that the breath is the bridge from the mind to the body. So you can always work at exercise just by doing intentional breathing. All right, so let's get into that teaser, the last exercise of the morning, of my morning, your morning, maybe you have other plans later, and then we'll link, so we'll do the breath, and then we'll get into that final exercise so you can see the rest of the beautiful presenters. Okay, laying on your back or sitting up very tall in your chair. This time I want you to close your eyes, relax your feet, relax your palms, allow your body to melt back into that mat where you're not holding any muscular tension. Now let's begin to move the body with the breath. All I want you to do is inhale all the way up into the base of your throat. Go ahead and do that now. Chest should expand. Exhale, pull your navel all the way in. Staple the belly. You should be holding the tongue very tightly. Take another inhale, fill up. Exhale, blow out. Pulling the belly in very tightly. That's called drawing the belly down to the spine. Last time, smooth inhale in, nice and slow. Hold that inhalation, and the noise that you want to make is ah with your exhale. Make it audible. Lowering that belly down to the spine. Our final exercise, the teaser. Okay, here we go. Bring your legs back into that tabletop position. Knees are together. We're going to take an inhale. We're going to lift the head, exhale. Reach the right leg up, holding. Bend the right knee, exhale the head down. Prepping for the final workout teaser. Inhale, fill up. Lift the head, exhale, lift the left leg, hold it. Release. Good. Take an inhale. Right leg comes up, left leg goes out. Both legs come up, isolate, hold, reaching for 5, 4, hold it, 3, 2, 1, knees in, feet down. Good. Let's go into that teaser twice more. We usually do a set of 3 of these. This time we're going to take an inhale. You're going to lift the head, neck, shoulders, and the legs simultaneously this time. Take an inhale to prepare. Lift, exhale, everything up for 5, 4, keep the toes reaching, 3, 2, 1, head down, knees down, feet down. One more like that. Everything comes up in unison. Here we go. Take an inhale to prepare. Zip up, exhale for 5, 4, see if you can get a little taller. 3, 2, pull that belly in. 1, bend the knees, head down, feet down, and rest. Keeping your knees together, just want you to place your hands alongside your hips and press the hips up to give a stretch right at the front of the hips, the hip flexors. Squeezing your backside, giving the body a little bit of stretching work. Then like a strand of pearls, I'd like you to lower your spine 1 vertebra at a time back down onto the mat. Open your feet, mat width apart. Inhale to fill up. Pull the belly in, exhale, lift out of those hips again with open legs this time. Stretching through the tops of the hips, reaching through the backside. Like a strand of pearls, lower yourself back down onto the mat, inch by inch, releasing. Walk your feet in somewhere close, but they don't touch. So we're going from narrow to wide to somewhere in the middle. Go ahead, inhale to prepare, breathe in, exhale, lift into that bridge, fully elongate the hips to get a stretch. We're going to incorporate the upper extremities, reach the fingers if you feel comfortable up towards the ceiling, hold. Good. Now, if you feel more comfortable, take this with me here. Challenge yourself. Extend the arms overhead. Stretch the entire body, all limbs for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stay up in the hips. Reach the fingertips up to the ceiling. Lower the arms from the shoulder blades down towards the mat. And then like a strand of pearls, lower your spine inch by inch back into your mat and relax the backside. One knee at a time, bring them up into the chest. Give yourself a hug around your shins and sway from right to left. You can always work on that breathing pattern. Giving yourself a little spinal massage here. Keep the swaying going. And settle right back in to the middle of your mat. You can slow the swaying down to a halt. Draw your knees into your chest just a little bit more, giving yourself a hug now. Relax the face. Take some time to embrace all that you've done, moving your body, renewing your organs with the breath, sending that loving blood throughout the body as you move, inhaling and exhaling today. Giving your heart lots of gratitude for showing up for yourself, practicing self-care. Take one more inhale in. Exhale through an open mouth. Giving a sigh of content. It's important to be content with yourself right where you are in order to grow into something more. We're all works in progress. And making peace with that really allows you to flourish when we want to do better and do more things. Bring your hands behind your thighs, keeping your legs together. Gently roll up to a seated position. Well, I hope you enjoyed that Pilates movement class. I know I did. And I want to thank Black Girls Health for always reaching forward for designing programs for women of color to work on health and wellness. Thank you for being here with me today, and bye for now.
That was a wonderful, wonderful workshop. So relaxing. So thank you for all that you do. All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that. I sure did. So feel free, everyone, comment. We want to hear from you. If you have questions, if you're liking the show, which I hope that you are, please comment. You'll probably, if you're on Facebook, if you're watching this on Facebook, you will see a poll. We just want to get your how you would rate each workshop. So you'll see a poll after each workshop, and we just want to know, how would you rate it? But again, I want your feedback. I want to see you guys commenting, because I want to shout you out. On our show. Also, it's important to mention that all these lovely presenters that you will see throughout the day are all Black Girl Health members. So if you are interested in being a Black Girl Health member, a BGH member, I encourage you to sign up. You can sign up at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. Oh, it's right there. Look at our producer. Our producer is on it. So if you're feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm a professional, I have a business, you may be a therapist, you may be a financial expert, you may do hair, nails, whatever it is, a health coach, nutritionist, join our sisterhood of professionals. And that is, becoming a member. As a member, you can see that, you guys host all our workshops and our events. If you're interested in doing that, you want to become a member. If you are just interested in getting all the resources and information, we have home workouts and recipes and all that good stuff. You get all that as a member, and you get access to all our events for free as well. So definitely look at becoming a member at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. And so what's next? What workshop is next? Okay. So the next workshop is with Erica Neville, and she will be hosting Put Your Money Where Your Mind Is right after the commercial break.
This is Juju's fortress. This is Juju's cape. This is Juju's superpower. This is Juju's heroism. This is Penn State Children's Hospital.
Highmark has been recognized as being at the forefront of innovative programs for members and communities who struggle with substance use disorders. I've been involved in the Shatterproof initiative. That's really a great educational program that is designed to reduce stigma. Then there's Bright Heart Health, which offers addiction medicine services in a tele format. What can we do as a community and really have that cultural impact for change?
The power of genetics is undeniable, but when it comes to our health and well-being, zip code is more important than genetic code. The very place we call home impacts the choices we make and the care we receive. From solving food insecurity to providing access to health screenings, Capital Blue Cross is investing in the health of our communities. Rooted in central Pennsylvania and the Lehigh Valley, backed by national strength. Capital Blue Cross.
Google, how do I budget? Google, how do I make 6 figures? Google, how do I make 7 figures? We go to Google 56 million times a day asking those same questions. And Google gives the same answer to the billions of people who are asking the same question every single day. Google does not know our personal history. It doesn't know our money story. It doesn't know anything about us, yet we go to Google to get our information, and it's giving the same response to people from all over the world. And so thank you, Black Girls Health, for having me on today. I'm so excited to be here with you all on this Saturday morning, Mind Matters Harrisburg. It is such an honor for me to be here. As Ava and as Portia mentioned, I am also an ambassador of the Philadelphia chapter. And so when we think about Mind Matters, we think about our money story. When we go to Google and we ask these different things about our financial future, one things we can ask it all these great questions, but if we don't have our mind right, if we don't have our money story right, if we don't correct our money story, if it's negative, all of those great answers that we may get that may or may not apply to our particular situations is really for nothing, because if our mind is not right, then nothing else really matters. We can make this great plan for you, but it's just not going to work. And so today I am going to be just sharing, and I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to be going through. And so, if you can bring that up. So we're going to be putting our money where our mind is. And we're going to be talking about money matters of the mind, body, and spirit. And so when we think about mind, body, and spirit, sometimes you don't think about our finances, right? What does our finances have to do with that? And so one thing I tell myself when I wake up every morning is, I'm a self-made millionaire. I am a self-made millionaire. My bank account just doesn't know it yet, right? And so what we tell ourselves is very important because it changed the trajectory of our day. And so when you think about your financial situation, your money story, the stories that we've brought from our childhood, that maybe we don't even know is our money story because it's just what we've always done. Nothing has ever been different. How many of you heard the stories of robbing Peter to pay Paul? More month than money. Money doesn't grow on trees. Oh, my family, they didn't talk about money. These are all our money stories. And it has a detrimental impact to our financial future when we don't have the financial literacy that's associated with our finances. And so if we can just go to the next slide, please. So today I'm going to be talking about removing money blocks and creating a JAP lifestyle. That's a lifestyle of joy, abundance, and prosperity. And we talk about our mind, we're going to be talking about our money story. What are some things that are blocking us when it comes to our finances, the thoughts that we have? For our body, where are our money blocks located? And that's the chakras. In our spirit, how do we release those money blocks? And those are what I call my affirmations. And so go to the next slide, please. So before I get into that, and so that we are not strangers today, who am I? So I am Erica Neville. I'm author of Every Woman's Guide to Wield Wealth, Unblock Your Chakras, and Raise Your Money Vibe. I'm also a financial coach and advisor, and I'm also a certified Medicare specialist. I'm a spa enthusiast. My favorite colors are green and gold. And I'm a mom to Brian, one son, and also a fur mom to Jimmy. Next slide. So what are some of the money blocks and what are your money colors? You may have one, you may have several. So I hope you've got your pen and paper and you're ready to take some great notes. You may have some aha moments. You may have some questions that pop up for you, some things that you hadn't thought of before, the association with our mind and our body and our finances and our body. So what are some of the money blocks? So that's a mindset when we have negative thoughts or feelings that get in the way of us accomplishing our financial success. How many times have you saw a bill come in and you got tensed up, your shoulders tensed, or you got a headache, or you got chest pains or stomach pains, and you just had this negative feeling when it came to your finances? So that's a money block. So we're going to be tapping into a little bit of that today. Next slide. So the root, excuse me, so that's the color red. So write down the color red. So when you think about the root, you think of your tailbone. So you just want to place your hand at kind of like at the base of your back, and that is the root. And so when we think about the money block that's associated with that, or the money story that we tell ourselves, that's going to be, I'm going to run out of money, I'm going to be poor. We're just in that scarcity mindset. We're in the survival mode. So it's whatever we get, we're hanging on to it because we think that's going to be the last of it. We think that there's not going to be any more. We think that it's going to run out. And so you have a certain mindset, a negative mindset, when you're just holding on to everything and there's scarcity and there's a lack mindset. And so how do you combat that? So you say to yourself, I am in control of my financial future. So when you say to yourself, I am in control of the financial future and of my financial future, that shifts. And I don't know if you just did it yourself, but that actually shifts the way that you think about your finances and your situation. It puts you in control of it. Not anybody else, not any situations. And I know definitely COVID impacted a lot of households last year, and it continues to impact households. But when we think about it, we are in control of our financial future. Whether we work outside of the home or in the home, whether we are a homemaker, whether we're contributing financially, or if we're taking over the household, we are in control of the financial future. Our financial future. Women, we make the financial decisions more than 50% in the household. We're the ones who are going shopping, whether it's for groceries or food or clothing. We're making those financial decisions. So we are in control of our financial future. So if you're thinking, I'm going to run out of money, think of some things that you can do to kind of change that and get out of that scarcity and survival mentality. Next slide, please. So our sacral area. And so if you want to put your hands, place those over your pelvis area. And that's our desire and creativity. So if at one point you had a lot of creativity and then you came upon financial problems and you found yourself not being as creative as you used to be, that's where the mindset comes in. I can't ever save enough money. So when we're thinking, I can't ever save enough money, of course, that has a negative impact on us because now we stop doing the things that we once loved being able to do. So again, if we say, I am in control of what I earn, spend, and save. So we make those decisions when it comes to our finances, when it comes to our lives and our lifestyles. And so when we think about where we live, the clothes we wear, the cars that we drive, we are in control of those things. And when you think about putting yourself back into control of those things on what you earn, spend, and save, we get to change our lives when it comes to things of a desire, things that we desire, and the creativity that's involved in it. So when you start to think, I can't ever save enough money, come back with the spiritual, the affirmation of, I am in control of everything that I earn, spend, and save. I control that. So whether it starts with a budget, the budget is the foundation for everything. And so let's see, Latifah's asking, what are some practices we can utilize to ensure we're not wasteful with our finances? How do we as women stop the urge to buy things when we see it? Great question. And that is the budget. So the budget is the foundation for anything when it comes to financial success. So we have to know what's coming in and what's going out. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But yes, when you know exactly how much you have budgeted, how much you can have to spend on that certain thing that you like, I'm not for just stripping everything out of the budget or just having you can't buy. But the thing is to buy responsibly. If it's in the budget, you put it in the budget. It's okay to spend for it. And so that's a great question, Latifah. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So the next is the solar plexus. So if you want to place your hand over the navel area, right, that's our personal power, and it fuels our direction. And so when you think about how powerful we are as women, because we're making those decisions, whether we're in a single household or whether we have a partner, a spouse, we have power when it comes to our financial situation. We get to make those decisions. We are a part of it. But some of the times we think, I'm not good with managing my money. And when we have partners, sometimes we tend to let the partner handle those finances. And then we'll say, well, my spouse handles that, my significant other handles that, I don't worry myself too much about it. Now, what I'm saying is you don't have to be in the day-to-day intricacies of your financial situation, but you should have a basic understanding of where everything is financially. You should understand where your bank accounts are. You should understand where the important documents are. You should understand if you have a safety deposit box, where is it located at? Where are the keys? Do you have access to the keys? Are you on the accounts? So these are things that don't give your power away completely when it comes to your finances, even if you're not the one who's handling it on a day-to-day basis. Make sure that you have that basic understanding where you can put your hands on the information that is needed in case your partner passes away unexpectedly. So you have to know that even though you may go through a grieving process, but you still know where everything is. You know where a life insurance policy is. You know who to call, where the phone numbers are. So these are things, don't just give that power away and say, I'm just not good with managing my money. Know that you have access to the resources that you need to have your money professionally managed. And so, as I mentioned at the beginning, if you go to Google, right, that's access to information and resources. But also know that when it comes to your particular household, that you know where everything is when it comes to finances. And so have that conversation. Those can be very difficult conversations when we're talking about money, because in an African-American household, it's taboo. You don't talk about finances. You don't talk about how much money you make on your job. You don't share that information. I've got mine, they've got theirs, and you're in the same household. Finances is one of the top reasons why there is contention in relationships, why there is divorce, because no one talks about it. And I tell people, if you weren't taught about things financially, if you weren't taught as you were growing up, which most people wasn't, because it's not taught in school, definitely not taught in a lot of states. There's just about 13 states who include financial education as part of their curriculum. So it is up to us as parents, up to us as adults, even though we weren't taught it as we were growing up, we still have the opportunity and access to resources where we're able to become financially literate, where we are able to change the trajectory of our lives, of our retirement, of our savings and investing. And so it's not just going to Google, asking a question. It's actually sitting down with a professional and saying, how does this question apply to me and my circumstances, me and my family? And so with that solar plexus, we're going to take that personal power back. And so Danisha, so what if you have a budget in place and have minimized everything down and are still coming up short each month? What are some ways that you can make extra money while having 3 children and not having childcare or support? That's a great question. So you'll find some work from home opportunities. I see them every day when you go online. You can create. I don't know how young your children are, but have them involved in a business, whether you make candles or jewelry, or find a need and fill it. What are some of the questions that's popping up in maybe some of your mom groups? What are some of the things that people are asking? Is it something that you can find a niche for? So just think of where is a need that you can fill, that you can work from home, that you can work at any hours that you want, and maybe that you can possibly engage your children to be a part of it as well, so they're not excluded during that time period that you're away from them at home. Also, VAs are pretty great these days, handling the administrative tasks for business owners. So thanks so much for that question, Danisha. Right. And so that's also part of taking that personal power back. So you know that you have a family, you know that your time is limited, you know that you may not have the support that you need. So you have to be very creative when it comes to figuring out what are some things that I can do in order to work from home, not be away from my family, and not really take time away from them. And maybe it's something that you can do when they're sleeping, if they're younger children. So just be creative and just be on the listen out for what some needs are that people may have. So yes, definitely get the truth, our youth involved with that. Thanks so much. So next slide, please. So when we're talking about our heart, and these are chakras that I'm going through here. So you want to place your hand over your heart, right? So heart, it deals with relationships. It deals with our appreciation and our gratitude. And so that's one thing you may hear a lot about these days, gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. There's a reason for that. It works. So when you wake up and you're doing your affirmations and you're talking about things that you're grateful for, that truly can change your day. That changes how you feel about yourself, how you treat others, how others treat you. If you want to take a look at it, if you're in a foul mood, other people will probably be in a foul mood when it comes to you, right? So we breed off of each other. So we get the energy off of one another. So if our mindset is different when we wake up, when we're speaking with our children, our family members, our coworkers, our teammates, when we're coming from that appreciation and gratitude, it really changes. And you just never know where somebody is during that day. So regardless of how somebody else may treat you, treat them, with gratitude, that you're grateful to be in that space for them. You never know, just the smile that you give to somebody, how it can really change their lives. And so when it comes to the money blocks in the heart areas, I don't need that much money. I just love being able to give back. I go to my church and I spend time on the recreation centers. But when you think about the things that you like to do, things that maybe you don't need enough, a lot of money for, those places actually needs money in addition to time in order to continue to grow. So just know what you do is valuable. What you do is valuable. And when you think about the value that you bring to the children, I'm sorry, I'm reading this question. The value that you bring to the table for any organization that you may assist with, just know that anything that you can create in order to bring in money to help that organization go further continues to perpetuate the things that you love to do. And so, Latifa, how can we set our children up for financial success in the future? What accounts are best? And so one is to give the financial literacy, right? You have to give that financial literacy when it comes to our children, because we can set up great programs for our children, but if we're not teaching them, when they get their hands on that money, they may just go spend it. So we built a lifetime that we wanted to have a legacy for our children. But if we don't teach them financial foundations, financial concepts, then they're not going to be successful with that, with the finances. And I forgot the second portion of that question. Can you bring it up again, please? Right. So what accounts are best for our children? So it all depends. If your child has earned income, then it can be a Roth. So planning for retirement ahead of time. You can have different accounts for them. Maybe there's money that they get for their birthday and for doing odd jobs around the house, or, holidays. So you want to make sure that you're splitting that up for them. Give them a budget. So whether it's typically it's a budget of saving, a budget of giving, and a budget of fun. So you can split it into those three accounts. So you can have those separate bank accounts for them. So they know whenever they get money, it's going to be divided up into these three accounts. You're going to give, you're going to save, and you're going to have some fun. So those are three that I would say to start with. And that teaches them also the idea of budgeting, the idea of not spending all the money that you have. And then once they start to see, typically what I've seen in the past is when children and adults, they see their bank accounts continue to grow, they want to keep adding to them. So I would say, take them into the banks. We've gotten away from physically going into a bank and taking care of business because we can do it all online. But if we're taking them into the bank, letting them give the money to the teller and actually being a part of it, these are the beginnings of their money story. That they know that they got money, they put into a savings account. When they wanted something, they had a certain budget, they had a certain dollar amount that they have in order to be able to spend. And so that's teaching those concepts to our children that will last a lifetime. Okay, would you say Time is money as well. How do we navigate our time wisely for financial growth? Okay, yes, thank you for that question, Ava. Yes, absolutely. So anytime that you're giving your time away or you're investing your time, it is money. And so, it's not just a cliche that you hear. So you think, okay, let's say I make $50 an hour. So I have to think, is this 1 hour that I'm going to go to shopping or 1 hour that I'm going to spend watching television? Is that worth my $50? Also, if you go to make a purchase, if you work 10 hours and you made $100, and then you go out to make a purchase that is $90, you have to step back and think, is that purchase worth my 10 hours of time? So time is money. And that's a great question, Ava, because now when we're thinking about how we're utilizing our money, how we're investing our time, we can take that back to how long did it take me to earn that money? And is what I'm doing beneficial? Is it really worth my investment for the time that I put in for it? And so that's a great question when you think about time is money. All right. Next slide, please. So our next chakra is our throat chakra. So you want to place your hand over your throat area. Right? And that is for us to fully express our truth. And so when you think about it, our money mindset block when it comes to that is, I don't trust myself when it comes to money. And you hear that when you say to yourself, well, I was never good with money. I didn't learn about money, and money just kind of burns a hole in my pocket. So I really have no trust in myself when it comes to money. So when that comes up, the spirit tool, the affirmation for that is, I seek counsel from, and I work with experts who care about me and my money, because I know money is emotional. So you have to find the right person that's going to help you through the journey. You're working through your money stories in your journey to get to the things that you want to get to the things that you desire, the things that you want for yourself and for your family. And so it's not just throwing our hands up in the air and saying, this is how it's always been for generations from my family. We've always been in this particular situation. It doesn't have to be that way. So when you have not only the access to counsel that I talked about earlier, but when you actually seek that counsel and start to work with someone who is able to help you and to guide you through that. So anybody that you work with in the financial world, it's going to be a guide for you, right? So they're going to be able to have a conversation with you. They're going to be able to see what your money story is. They're going to be able to say, okay, we have to change your mindset. We have to make a couple of tweaks in regards to your money story and how we're going to move forward. Okay. And any advice on rebuilding and maintaining good credit? Yeah, great question, Jordan. So one, that's seeking counsel, but you can also do it yourself. But I tell people, be careful when you do it yourself, because you're the reason why we're in that situation right now. So we can't go typically outside of, we can't stay inside of ourselves if we want to move forward. We need somebody who's a little bit ahead of us in order to pull us up and bring us forward. So when it comes to credit, the main thing is paying our bills on time. The first thing I would suggest is to go to annualcreditreport.com and get a copy of your credit reports. That is from the federal government. It's free. And we get all three of our credit reports, TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax, every 12 months. So it's a rolling 12 months. So not just every year, but it's a rolling 12 months. Now I would say start there. See if there's anything negative on there. If there's anything that is an error and dispute it, it's easy to dispute right there on the website of the particular TransUnion, Equifax, or Experian. They make it very easy. So we want to make sure that we're paying our bills on time. We want to make sure that our utilization is low. And ideally, it's around 30%. But, you just pay when you can. Well, not pay when you can, pay on time, right? And so they're also looking at the credit mix. Do you have a installment loans? Do you have a mortgage? Do you have a car note? Do you have credit card? The length of your credit history. So those are things that they take into consideration. So, but the main two is making sure that we pay our bills on time and that we keep our utilization low. So you just want to take a look at that. And also that comes with budgeting, part of budgeting. And I'm going to go a little bit into just a budget later. But when you take a look at that and come up with a debt elimination game plan. So maybe you need to get a part-time job to pay that debt down more quicker. So there's just different things that we can do. But the first thing I would say is definitely to go to annualcreditreport.com, get a copy of your credit reports, and then just kind of work from there. But just keeping those two in mind, because paying your bills on time and keeping your utilization low, that accounts for about 65% of your credit score. So definitely take a look into those two areas first. Okay, and that's that's part of that, seeking the counsel and access to those resources that are out there to see how it can change just literally your life. Because and that's really a great question, because when it comes to our finances, debt is financial cancer to us. So it prevents us from moving forward in a lot of areas of things that we want, because we have about 50% or more of our income being spent towards debt. And we're making the minimum payments, and we're wondering why this balance is not going down. And if you take a look at it, there's this little box at the bottom, and it tells you if you continue making the minimum payments, you'll be debt-free in 17 years, 18 years, and you may have a $3,000 balance. So it depends on the interest rate that you're being charged. So take a look at your bills, the interest rate that is being charged. And if it's a high interest rate, I've seen some above 30%. Call the credit card company and see if you can negotiate a lower interest rate. So this way, more of your money is going towards the principal versus the interest, and you'll be able to pay those credit cards down quicker. So these are just a couple of ideas in order to get that debt paid down quicker. And this way you have more money for saving and investing and doing the things that you want to do. But it all starts with the foundation of that budget, and then also knowing exactly what it is that you're paying. Okay, so next slide, please. So third eye chakra, if you just place your hand right between the eyes, your brow here. And so that's our vision. So what do you see in your future when it comes to your finances? So remembering Henry Ford's quote, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, either way, you're right. So if you can't think, if you don't have the vision to see that you'll ever be debt free, that you'll ever be able to save money, that you'll ever be able to retire, most likely you won't. Because if your mind isn't taking you to a place where you think it's possible, then there's no way for you to get there. One of the things that I talk about, having that life of joy, abundance, and prosperity, that JAP lifestyle, is to dream big. Somewhere along the lines, around 25 years old or so, we stop dreaming because we get into just the idea of, I gotta work, and I get up and I go to work and I come home and I just repeat this process, and we stop dreaming. So we get into this rut of, this is what it is and this is what it will always be. But when you start to open yourself up to the possibilities and giving yourself that vision and visualizing that lifestyle that you can have, saying these affirmations, the spirit tools, will literally change your life. I am a huge believer in affirmations. And so when you start to see that your life can be different, you will start to feel better about your life. You'll feel better about going to a job that you may not like. But when you see that the job is funding the lifestyle that you want, that changes things. You'll show up differently. And so when you say there's never enough left for me, when it comes to things of that nature, that is never enough left for me, you're thinking about the possibilities. You're excluding the possibilities of being just how creative that you can be. So if there's never enough left over for you in whatever area that is, one being finances, what are some of the things that you can do to change that? You know, how innovative can you be to change your thoughts, to change your lifestyle? You know, can you be creative? Can you be on a listen out for needs that people have, to be able to fill those needs, to be able to fund your dreams? So that's one of the things when I'm meeting with my clients, and you know, they just come because it's so heavy. It's so heavy because they're in debt. They've always been in debt. They don't see a way out. They don't have a savings. They don't have an investing. They're just working 9 to 5 and they just can't seem to get ahead. Well, I open their minds up to the possibilities because I start to get them to visualize what are some of the things that you do want. Let's think about what you do want versus what you don't have and what you can't, what you think you can't have. Because once you tell your subconscious mind, these are the things that I want, your subconscious mind is going to start working on ways to help you to be able to reach your goals. So you're going to be very creative. You're going to be innovative when it comes to finding those things. And you're going to start to visualize and get excited about your life again. You know, I don't know where you are in your life, and I'm not saying that you're not, but the people that I work with, and I work with people of all different income levels. So whether you can be a millionaire or whether you could be a hundredaire, right? It doesn't matter. If the mindset is not right, that money can slip through so quickly. There's millionaires who are in debt, and you can say, I make 6 figures. If you don't have the mindset, you may be a doctor, but your background isn't in finances. So if we don't have that financial education, that financial literacy, it really can wreak havoc regardless of how much money you make. So it doesn't matter where you are in life. If you have a financial game plan, if you have the vision and the visualization of what you want your life to be, you'll start to work toward those things. So if one of the things, the goal is not to be debt free. And I know we talk about debt because most of our money, 50% or more, is going towards paying debt. But the goal is not debt free. The goal may be financial freedom, financial independence, financial success, whatever it is that you want to call it. That is the goal. Getting out of debt is a piece of that, just a small piece of it. But you have to start thinking some of the reasons why we have the credit card debt is because we don't have a savings. We haven't budgeted. We don't know how much is coming in and how much is going out. So until we start working through those money stories, getting that financial success is always going to seem like it's so far away, right? So I have the financial treadmill where I help women step by step get financially fit. And so it's a walk together. And so we're going to get financial success because we're laying the foundation of financial literacy. Okay, so that's that vision and that visualization to just get excited about life again, right? Get excited to just know that while money is not the foundation and the end all for everything, we have to admit that most things cost money. You know, our dreams cost money. The things that we want to do cost money. If we want to be a philanthropist, it costs money. We have to be able to be a good servant of the finances that we have in order to give back that gratitude and appreciation. And so just having that vision is very helpful. Next slide, please. Okay, so that final chakra is our crown, and that is if you touch the top of your head, right? That's our spiritual connection. And I laugh because I recall it was Steve Harvey who said, there's a lot of broke Christians out there, you know, and that's true. But you know, when the money block, when you think about that is, I have faith, but I'm struggling with money issues. I have faith, but I'm struggling with money issues. So just think, if you didn't have money issues, how much more you could benefit your organization of choice to be a philanthropist when you have better handle of our money. So we have faith that things are going to be better. If we don't make changes to make it better, it can't be better. One of the things that people said is, I can't wait to get out of 2020 and get into 2021. If we brought the same mindset from 2020 into 2021, nothing's going to be different. We would have to come in with a new mindset, a new attitude, a new game plan to have a different life, especially when it comes to our finances. So let's have faith and not struggle when it comes to our finances. So my faith gives me clarity and enlightenment, and abundance comes easily for me. So when you say these affirmations, when you say these spirit tools, you say and look in the mirror. So I have a little exercise for us to do after that. That's awesome. That's right. You have to see that financial freedom, not only for yourself, but for your children, the legacy, the people, the organizations that you want to leave behind. You have to place the foundation, and it starts with us. So when we get that clarity, whatever faith you are or are not, you have that clarity and enlightenment, that vision, and opens you up to know there's more out there for me. And if I am creative, and when I place my thoughts, my mind matters. What I think to myself, what I think and say, it goes to my subconscious, and my subconscious starts to work on those things. So if I say, I'm never going to get out of debt, I'm never going to take the steps to get out of debt. And it just perpetuates this cycle. But if I say, I got a plan to get out of debt and I'm working towards my debt, my mind is going to start going to finding things to help me to get out of debt. And that's going to change my life because I see a light at the end of the tunnel. I know that in 2 or 3 years, I'm going to be debt free. I know in 5 years, I'm going to have an emergency fund that's 3 to 6 months. And so don't take things in big chunks. Take them a little bit at a time. And so next slide, please. So this is the exercise that I want you to be able to do. So taking the spirit tools, the affirmations, 3 times a day, I want you to say it. So once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening for 1 minute each time, looking in the mirror. This is mirror work. And you're going to say whatever of those colors resounded with you, wherever you are in your financial journey. And you can have more than one. So I want you to say 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening, 1 minute each in the mirror. And I want you to say whatever that affirmation is for you. And I know at the beginning it's going to seem silly. I know at the beginning, and I know it because it did for me. And I couldn't look myself in the eyes when I said it. I had to turn my head. I put my head down and did all kinds of things. And I said, this is silly. But I continued to show up every single day. And I look in the mirror and I said my affirmations. And once you begin to say your affirmations, even if you didn't believe it when you first started, you will start to believe it because you showed up every day and you are telling your subconscious mind, things are going to be different. I'm making a change. I am more confident. I am in control of this. And then your brain will start to take the actions to work towards that because it now believes it. So whether you think you can or whether you think you can, either way, you're right. So if you're telling yourself this 3 times a day, looking yourself in the eye for 1 minute each time, and you can go longer than 1 minute, but you're repeating these affirmations day in, day out, day in and day out. And soon you will start to believe it. And soon you will be more confident when it comes to your finances. You will be more confident when it comes to self-confidence. You will feel more confidence because you are in control. You will feel more confidence because you know that your life is about to change because you started to do the work when it came to your finances. And so, like I said, you may laugh, you may giggle when you first start, and that's okay. You may not even believe it, but just continue to show up each and every day and just 1 minute. If you can give yourself 3 minutes to change your lives, then I don't know what's going to help, right? So we have to take the time. As Ava said, that time is money, and you will see your money shift because your mind has shifted, because your mind matters when it comes to your money. You're important. The things that you want in life are important. Treat them as they are important. Invest the time to sit down and do your budget. And I'm just going to go over a little bit. So if you can just go to the next slide real quick. So living the JAP lifestyle, right? I talked about that, a lifestyle of joy, abundance, and prosperity. When you change your thoughts about your life and where you are, it doesn't matter whether right now your finances aren't where you want them to be. That's a lot of people at this point, and that's okay. But when you start to realize that you have joy, you have abundance, and you have prosperity, and it's there for you right within reach because you change your mind and your mind matters, that makes a huge difference in your life, in the life of the people that you live with, the life of the people that you work with, because they will all see a change in you. They will see a difference in you, and they will wonder, what's going on with you? What's your secret sauce? So you can tell them that's your aha moment. You've got to change look on life. Your mind matters. I don't care what anybody says. What you think about, you bring about. What you focus on, that is what grows. So if you focus on joy, abundance, and prosperity, that's what your heart will start desiring. That's what your heart will seek. And that's why I'm sure that you all showed up here today, right? Because you want that change. Okay. So next slide, please. So here's a couple of resources, right? So I love Ava. Ava and I work together. So I have my book, Every Woman's Guide to Real Wealth, Unblock Your Chakras and Raise Your Money Vibe. And then Ava wrote a workbook to go along with that, Manifesting Your Real Wealth with Chakra Balancing. And so these are free resources that we have available for you today. The information is going to be on the next slide, but just awesome resources. That we felt the word needs to get out in regards to the money stories that we're telling ourselves, the things that can change our lives if we just for a quick second start to visualize and vision where we can be better in our lives, where we can make some changes, just some small tweaks in our lives. Okay, thank you so much. And I am just going to talk a little about budgeting. I truly believe that budgeting is just the crux of any sound financial prosperity, any financial success, any financial well-being, any financial health. So when I say budgeting, I know a lot of people is like, oh, I don't want to budget. Well, call it a spending plan, call it your gold plan, call it whatever you want, but it is a lifesaver. It is a lifesaver to know how much is coming in and how much is going out. So I'm going to give you 6 steps to help you create a budget and free up some money, maybe for the future. One of the things that I say, maybe if you had, think about your expenses were maybe $2,500 a month, and you were able to go through your budget and shave 10% off that, and now you're saving $250 a month. That's huge. That's $3,000 a year. So budgets are very important. And I just have a few more minutes. So before I wrap up, I'm just going to go, why do we create a budget? A budget helps us to get a grip on our spending, right? So we know how much is coming in and how much is going out, definitely how much is going out. So it also helps us to be able to save for retirement, or if we want to buy a home, or if we want to build an emergency fund, buy a laptop, vacation, that visualization, y'all. So that budget is helping us to create our future. It gives us so much freedom. We have to know exactly, we work hard for our money. Where does it go every month? It's not fun when you got more month than money, right? It's not fun to rob Peter to pay Paul. Mindset. It helps to avoid the debt trap. So we know all of our credit cards, we know that 50% or more of our money is going out towards paying debt. We don't want that. And so here's just a little guide in regards to where our money should go. About 30% should go towards our housing and debt. So that is whether it's the rent or the mortgage, and our credit cards and our car notes, about 30%. About 26% is our living expenses. So that's, entertainment, having fun, cell phone, cable, all those expenses. Cable is a huge one. So take a look at that bill and see if you can definitely shave that, get a better deal, or find some alternative to cable. Taxes, we can't get away from taxes. So that's about 25%. Savings and investments, about 15%. And insurances, about 4%. So this is ideally what a budget would look like. Of course, it's going to be different for everybody depending on how much money, how much income you have. But just going over that again real quickly, about 30% housing and debt, 26% living expenses, 25% taxes, 15% savings and investing, and 4% insurance. And so what I want you to do is gather up all of your financial statements. So whether it's your bank statements, investment accounts, any savings accounts, anything that you have, gather up all of your financial statements. Gather up all of your income. Where's all of your income coming from? No matter how big or how small, include it. Create a list of all of your expenses that you have to pay out every month. Mortgage, car notes, loans, insurances, groceries, everything that you pay, include that on your list as well. And then I want you to dig a little further to go into your expenses and make two lists from that. You have fixed expenses and your variable expenses. So fixed expenses, those are things that you can't change. So with your mortgage, your rent, car note, internet services, insurances. So you can't do anything about them, but your variable expenses, you can. That's your groceries, your gas, your entertainment, and all those great things. So those are the things that you want to add up all of your income, all of your expenses. And if you have surplus, fantastic, you're doing a great job. Look for ways to improve. And if it is a deficit, we've got some work to do. So need to make some tweaks when it comes to that. And let's see. So yes, make those adjustments and then keep up the good work. Once you realize that where you stand, you'll be able to make better decisions when it comes to that. So thank you again for being here today. I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And again, thank you so much, BGH.
Erica, that was really good. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, everyone, I hope you guys got a lot out of that because I sure did. Your money affects your mind, so you really have to change your mindset, especially getting into 2021. You don't want to repeat the same mistakes as you may have done in 2020. Ladies, and gents, if you're joining us as well, remember the membership. Again, all the presenters that you see hosting this event, including Erica Neville, are BGH members. If you're interested in oh my gosh, I'm learning so much. Hey, y'all, we do this every Friday for our BGH members. We have our professionals on and they're giving free advice like this. So definitely look at, becoming a member, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. In addition, okay, what's next? Oh, our next workshop. So our next workshop 3 is Nourish Your Mind with Lauren Wells. So that'll be next, right after the commercial break.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement. We need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement. Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out at Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
This is Juju's fortress. This is Juju's cape. This is Juju's superpower. This is Juju's heroism. This is Penn State Children's Hospital.
Highmark has been recognized as being at the forefront of innovative programs for members and communities who struggle with substance use disorders. I've been involved in the Shatterproof initiative. That's really a great educational program that is designed to reduce stigma. Then there's Bright Heart Health, which offers addiction medicine services in a tele format. What can we do as a community and really have that cultural impact for change?
We see them every day. The hands, hearts, and minds of our front lines. The care they give, only to go home and care some more. How they run in when others run away. Today, the whole world is seeing them like we always have. Here's to the heroes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Lauren Wells, aka LC, and thank you, BGH, for having me here. I'm super excited. I'm a holistic health coach, and I am going to speak on how you can nourish your mind and certain things with a little twist on what to look forward to when it comes to nourishing your mind. I deem myself as the gut health bestie, and I really want to speak on the highlights of that. So if I have a presentation, if we can pull that up and we can go ahead and get started. So I really want to talk the importance of how nourishing your mind, really paying attention to certain things, learning about detox regimens, how you could be able to really empower your gut health and how that really plays a factor into optimal immunity, as well as into your immune support, and engage into intentional eating, which is really important. So go ahead to the next slide. All right, so I want to share a little bit about me. As I said, my name is Lauren Wells, aka LC. You can find me on Instagram at Thrive with LC. On Facebook, I'm in the middle of like rebranding. So on Facebook, it's still LC Fits You. I'm a certified holistic health and fitness coach. I have dedicated and committed the last 7 years, going on 8 pretty soon in the next few months, to helping women adopt holistic and realistic lifestyle habits to get fit, lose belly fat, and eat more plant-based foods. I started to adapt a more holistic approach myself and having this way of living for my lifestyle after being diagnosed with 2 autoimmune diseases and having thyroid dysfunction. So I started to really implement a lot of things that really where my body started to guide me in a sense. And my body felt good on some of the things I started to adapt to myself. And I noticed a lot of issues that I was having started to subside. And I really have been transformational with that. I've been very transparent with that and sharing that with my clients, friends, family, and any of my nutrition clients that have been helping as well. So next slide. All right, so ways that you can start making a shift for optimal immunity. You want to start realizing that everything you put in your mouth is literally data to your DNA. That was a big mind shift for me. I just thought like I eat just so my stomach won't growl or anything like that. You want to start thinking literally from everything you drink, the water you drink, the food, the condiments, the sauce, all those things are really literally data and DNA, just like a computer. You want to start shifting your mindset to begin quality over quantity and focus on the deep root, which is literally centered in your gut. Next slide. So if you're writing any notes, you can kind of write this down. Some people may know this. It's relatively simple, but it's always a good reminder, even for myself. As far as a daily simple detox regimen is to really drink room temperature or warm water with lemon or lime, a pinch of Himalayan sea salt, and add ginger if you want to. A lot of people ask, is sea salt okay, or pink Himalayan sea salt? Pink Himalayan sea salt is best, but if you have sea salt on hand, it's best. Please stay away from table salt. The iodized salt. There's so many other ways where you can get iodine. Iodized salt that you may see, like the Morton salt, the typical table salt, is stripped with a lot of, is stripped and bleached. So we don't want a lot of those things to be able to get absorbed into our bodies. Also having fresh fruit for breakfast. And one of the things I always note is to eat melons alone. They literally are digested super fast in your body because of the sugar content, and they can ferment when you mix them with other foods. So they should really be left alone. We want to start creating a healthy, happy environment for our gut, because our gut is literally our second brain. And if you want to nourish your mind, you want to nourish your gut. You also want to eat plenty of spices like ginger, cinnamon, cardamom, cayenne, cumin, and turmeric. Now, this may vary depending on the person's body type or, of that nature. Start listening to your body and see how your body responds to these different spices. But they're really good because they're super cleansing. They can also heat up the digestive tract to be able to work efficiently for you and help your body to be able to reach its natural a natural state of being able to start cleansing and detoxing for you. Next slide. All right, could you make that a little bigger, please? I can see it. Thank you. So you want to start, remember I said start thinking from quality versus quantity. You want to be able to start thinking. I know for me, when I started to think like, okay, eat healthy, I really started to rely on like TV and the healthy ways of what TV says and the media says to eat healthy. You want to start making choices for yourself, do your own research, start going to actual, professionals that can really help you and start learning the qualities. I know Smart Ones was like a big staple in my household, Slim Fast, all those good things. And you want to be mindful. If pretty much my rule of thumb is if it has a TV commercial, side eye it, pretty much question it. Most times you want to just go ahead and omit it. So you want to start looking at the difference here. If you look at these two right here, this is a very depiction of quality versus quantity. One turns into fat and one turns into energy. Start thinking, remember, DNA data. What gives me energy? What will give my body the things it needs to thrive? As far as on the right, this is really from fresh farm to table, better quality of ingredients and nutrients, versus on the left, they're heavily processed foods with hydrogenated oils and high sodium and table salt. So, you want to start thinking from, the right perspective, because this can help you to build muscle, increase level of fullness, and boost your metabolism. If you start thinking more of getting quality foods, you won't feel as hungry. A lot of people who go on diets, they think from the space of just the quantity, and they don't have good quality foods, and you're always feeling hungry. And that's because it's not really helping you to feel satiated. Next slide. All right, so really you want to think as far as cheap, quick, and easy, accessible sometimes is the red flag. However, you can still find ways. I know I literally started to transform my life on a really cheap budget when I started my fitness training back in 2013, when I started to implement nutrition more as an aspect. You can work out, you can, get toner legs and toner arms, but if you don't have a healthy gut, you can't get the quality of life and really nourish your mind. You see a lot of people with fit bodies, but they don't have healthy insides, and then their brain are starting to compromise. So you really can find better quality of foods on a budget, but just start learning how to understand what is quality, what has the best resources, and you can still save some things that are nutrient dense. All right, next slide. All right, so the gut, as I said, I really speak a lot on the gut. I do a lot of research on it. I'm currently in school for Ayurvedic medicine and nutrition and digestion, and the gut is like a center and hub that we do. I found a research that has shown that changes in the gut microbiome and inflammation in the gut affects the brain and cause symptoms that look like Parkinson's disease, autism, anxiety, depression, which literally affects the GI symptoms and associated to a significant amount of depression and anxiety. Next slide. A highly distressed digestive tract literally compromises the gut microbiome, and it causes the body to be susceptible to diseases and viruses due to poor gut health. So start thinking, if I'm stressing and having high anxiety, start thinking about what am I putting, that DNA you're putting into your computer, right? What am I putting into my body? Is, start really centering and looking at your gut. A lot of times, poor gut health can compromise the sense of a stressed digestive tract. This does not take away from, needing to have professional mental health therapists or seeking help in that matter, but it is something that you want to look into. Next slide. All right, so managing stress and improving the gut's microbiome by detoxing the body, such as the few things I mentioned in the previous slide, cleansing the digestive tract, and maintaining a well-balanced eating lifestyle will be essential for optimal health and overall well-being. Next slide. So I really talk about like deep rooting and diving deep. And in the beginning, I said that diving deep starts in the gut. Taking care of the gut to banish cravings, imbalances, fatigue, in addition to managing stress, things of that nature will really help your body to crave more nourishing foods that is nutrient dense. Your body is a computer. It knows what it wants and needs. It'll raise red flags just like a computer will have this malware software. Your healthy gut microbiome is like your malware software that will raise the red flag to say something is not happy here. So you really want to start putting that in place, and it will tell you and let you know, like, it likes these nourishing foods that are nutrient dense. It's giving you more energy. You're feeling more vibrant, and you're flourishing like a garden. So next slide. All right, so let's talk about some contributors that are literally sabotaging and suppressing your immunity. I literally have a 30-day transformation protocol, and you can pretty much use these aspects. I've been coaching this since 2014, so it's not nothing new. I've been using it for myself, my family, and my clients for all of these years. It's literally like, such a game changer, and it does all aspects to helping every area as far as the gut health, the brain health, being able to nourish your mind and your body like that garden that I mentioned that you are. It helps to improve immune support, better digestion, better quality of sleep, improve brain function, increase energy, and release what ladies always come to me for, excess belly fat, right? So next slide. All right, so I want to hear a little bit from you guys. I like to keep this, interactive. If you see any of these symptoms that show up on the screen, feel free to type it in the chat. I have the chat up so I can see. One is sugar cravings, constipation, bloating, gas, headaches, fatigue, aches and pains, nausea, hard to lose belly fat, skin problems. We got 4 more. Food cravings, especially processed foods, low energy, if you've been experiencing bad breath. And the last one is irritable mood swings. Let me see in the chat. What vitamins can help with weight loss and boost energy? I'll be sharing a little bit more with that in a second, Latifa, on how I don't really recommend more so like synthetic sources of just specific vitamins that does really relate to the body. But I am going to share a great nutrition program that gives you the vital nutrients that you need that can help with energy. All right, I know that the chat is a little delayed, so I should be seeing some numbers type up, but we could go to the next slide. I mentioned these things if you experience any of these, because these are a symptom and a sign that your body is trying to tell you. In Ayurvedic medicine, all of these signs and symptoms, I used to think they were just normal. Oh, I have a little gas and bloating, I ate too fast or whatever, and didn't think anything of it. Okay, I see the numbers, 1, 6, 9, 10, 9, 14, 10. We have these things that we experience because it's time that your body is telling you. Remember I said everything's data. It's telling you, your software, your body, is time to cleanse and detox. There's certain things that are going on. and many people are experiencing. But one of the things that people are not looking at is a serious epidemic and a health crisis that is literally going on and overlooking. I know I overlooked it. And when I started to hone into it and pay attention to it, I also work side by side with naturopathic doctors. We started to really realize a serious issue that is going on that compromise and causes a lot of these issues. And that is, click the next slide, is Roundup, also known as glyphosate. A lot of people might have heard of Roundup, but they may not have heard the term of glyphosate. This is literally a herbicide that is in Roundup that is literally sprayed in the air, is sprayed in the crops or foods, is used as a drying agent, especially for like oats, wheat, barley, a lot of corn, fruit crops. And you can't necessarily wash it out because it's DNA too. It gets embedded into the plants of the food, and then it starts to get embedded into you. That's the DNA that comes into you. So I'm not here to scare you. I promise you, if you just stay tuned for a second, I will give you a great gut health insurance plan to help and protect you from glyphosate. It's very hard today to remove it and get rid of it because we consume it on a daily basis. Next slide. All right, so some of these things that are listed that you see are very familiar. Like I said, is wheat and oats is a very high consumption. And what do we feed our children for first finger foods? Is Cheerios. We have petitions that we're writing to General Mills to help them to start removing glyphosate out of these products. I know I grew up on all of these things, and no wonder why I started to have so many gut health issues. Click the next slide. I did a research, not the next slide, but the next prompt will come up. I did a little bit of research. The FDA had released test data showing glyphosate in the food, and it had literally found 63% in corn samples and 67% in soybean samples. And these are high amounts that we typically consume on a daily basis, let alone breathe it in our air. It's in the parks, we're walking, it's absorbing in our feet as well as the animals. So these are things that we can be able to start becoming aware of as we fight to get these things out of our food. We want to also start protecting our gut microbiome. Next slide. It's a few things that shows that when you are consuming these things, they really lead to a lot of digestive tracts if it has glyphosate in the body. And I did a study, and there was a survey that 74% of Americans are living with digestive issues, as we've explained. I've seen the comments that people have a lot of these symptoms. But one of the things is we need to be able, remember I said our body's like a computer, right? Let's start thinking in that manner. This is the IT, my fiance is the IT, so it's coming out. But, the malware, right? Your gut microbiome is your gatekeeper. It's like your malware. We need to strengthen that. And in order to be able to absorb the nutrients for our foods, even if you do juice cleanses and things, I have had clients that done juice cleanses and they still have some of those digestive issues. They might have lost a little weight, but then they gained it back. And it's because they never repaired the gut microbiome. Remember what I said, if you don't remember anything I said. In order to be able to absorb and get the most out of vital nutrients, where you don't even need some of these vitamins, these synthetics and things like that, is you must repair the gut microbiome. Next slide. All right, so in order to create perfect health within the body, you need to nourish and detoxify. That's how you're going to be able to repair the gut microbiome. So you want to give your cells the nutrients it needs while getting rid of all the harmful toxins such as glyphosate and getting rid of the parasites that's literally harvesting. A lot of times people have parasite in their gut and it's robbing the nutrition for you. It's hijacking your body. It's causing a lot of gas and bloating. It's literally creating waste in your gut and then sabotaging you from having to be able to have a proper healthy mind, and it's literally taking all the nourishment from your mind. So it's important to start kind of getting rid of that, start getting rid of those parasites, and literally helping you so that you could stop the damage and help to be able to increase the inflammation, to stop the damage from increasing inflammation within the body. Next slide. All right, so as I said, I'm not going to sit here and just make you guys feel like, oh my God, this is me. What do I do? And I know I used to get very nervous when I learned about this, but the great part is I have 5 key staples to be able to help you, which I've used for myself for years and my clients, that consist of organic, non-GMO alkaline superfoods to build, nourish, detoxify. Remember, we talked about that nourish, detoxify, but we're going to do more than that. So I haven't really seen any programs, even working with herbalists, that literally helps you to build muscle. Is either just detoxifying or just nourishing. They don't always come together. So we're going to help you to be able to do that, cleanse, and regenerate your body for optimal well-being. Next slide. All right, so the first thing is to build. This is my secret weapon. This is literally when I started as a fitness trainer here in New York City. It's hard for a woman. This was my secret weapon to like get me cut above where I can get clients to get great results, is the Super Amino 23. This is a part of my 30-day protocol. And it is literally a pure vegan protein. You do not have to be a vegan to be on this program, but we do provide and support for those who are vegetarian, pescatarian, and vegan. It helps you to create lean muscle. I've used this even throughout my injury when I had tore my ACL and my meniscus, and I got muscle taken from my quads. And I couldn't build the muscle because I was on crutches for literally almost a year. This was made by a doctor that had made this for patients that got their stomachs removed and helped them to be able to still maintain and build some muscle mass while they were bedbound. So this is like such a game changer. It helps to support skin elasticity, help you to burn fat, and help with mental acuity. Remember, I'm talking about nourishing your mind. So on this program, you would literally, I actually wake up to this when I see this first before my fiance. It's like me, my fiance, and this at the bed together. It's at my bedside. All of my clients that I have on a 30-day program start off with 5 of these. You can crush them. You can put them in foods or anything of that nature. And you would start with 2 of these for 2 servings, so 5 first thing in the morning. And you can also take with the shake. Click on the next slide so the prompts can come up. So this is pre-digested, so it doesn't really tax on the kidneys and liver. People who have that a lot of the toxins and things like that, their kidneys and livers are already doing a lot of work. And then the proteins that you are absorbing is actually going as waste products because it's taking so long for your body to be able to absorb that. So what I love about this, it gets absorbed in your muscles in 23 minutes. Next prompt. And what you would do is, once you take that first thing in the morning with 5, you will have some water. You can have some fruit if you want. And if you're ready to go ahead and eat, some people I have this, they are on an intermittent fasting. It really works with people who are on a schedule, because this is not a deprivation kind of program. It's literally to work within your lifestyle. This is the super greens, and this can help would also have healthy fats. So this is the juice, green juice, without having to have any expensive juice machines cutting all of that good stuff. It helps you to improve your energy, reduce cravings. It literally flushes and fuels your cells with good vital nutrients. Remember, I talked about nutrient dense, and create you to be able to feel more fuller. So you'll have these 2 a day. It replaces your breakfast and your lunch, or some people like to eat heavier in the middle of the day, which I highly recommend. And then they'll have this for dinner. It's up to you how you want to do the program. I help and prompt people through that. So it helps to support, to strengthen, to rebuild tissues, encourage strength and hair. I definitely seen a big improvement with my hair growth finally, and my nails, my face, my skin, all of that good stuff. It helps to support circulation, healthy cholesterol, blood glucose levels, digestion, and weight loss. You can literally see on the screen all of the great superfoods and organic sources that this comes in, that is harvested from a local farm, that is glyphosate free. That's one of the things that is super important. And literally here in New York, just getting wheatgrass as a shot is about $5 to $8. So this is very cost efficient, where I literally just saw where someone was putting a juice cleanse together for 3 days, which was like $60 just for 3 days. So this is very helping you to be able to get access to those super greens, literally make in 30 seconds. It comes in an original and appleberry flavor without harmful and unnatural ingredients. We use monk fruit to sweeten it with no additives. Next slide. All right, so remember I said detoxify. Remember I talked about that nasty chemical called glyphosate. This is literally the only thing on the market that has been found to detoxify glyphosate from the gut. There was a 6-week clinical study It also has been recognized from the detoxproject.org and received a gold standard. Some of the doctors that I work with have this in their clinical practice, and it's shown to be able to detoxify 74% of glyphosate out of the gut. So this is like even a key staple to use on a daily basis. This is literally your prebiotic, probiotic on steroids. So you don't even need all those things. You get all the support you need in one sitting. It helps you to improve your digestion, boost mood and immunity, and lower the C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein, I'll share the website in a minute. It is a biomarker that doctors, cardiologists especially, use to see the inflammation mark in the body, and that helps to release a lot of the inflammation because it's getting the toxins such as glyphosate out of your gut. It helps with healthy microbiome. Remember, we need that to be able to nourish our mind for better digestion, elimination. Helps to improve your immune system, better energy, mental clarity, just the overall feeling of energy. I know for me, I used to always need to take naps, and I get really good energy from doing out this program. I keep this consistently between this and the green juice on a daily basis. It also provides specific bacteria that your microbiome needs to be able to eliminate the toxins that we sometimes can't avoid and poison your body. It consists of chicory root, prebiotics, probiotics, and minerals to help feed vital nutrients from the body that literally can direct and lead out all the toxins out of your gut. Next slide. All right, so next we want to cleanse. So a lot of times people think like cleansing is one thing, but you want to detoxify, you want to nourish, and then cleanse. So this is also, you get your protein source, you get your nourishment as far as your green juice source, you get your glyphosate support, gut health support, and then colon cleanse in here. It's very gentle. I've had clients that literally, I had an herbalist that I worked with, and she is a doula, and she had to fly while doing this protocol, and she was really shocked that she didn't have to run to the bathroom. Although it's very powerful, it helps to gently soften a lot of the fecal matter that gets stuck on the linings of the walls, and it helps to increase the elimination for you to move your bowels better. It also removes a lot of toxins, flesh parasites that's literally robbing the nourishment from your body. You would take 2 of these with the Power Shake the last 10 days. In this program, you literally get your whole kit mailed to you, and it has a protocol and a schedule, as well as I offer a free support group, Facebook group, to help with that. It helps to assist the body for better nutrient absorption after flushing out the toxins and the parasites from the gut. It consists of herbs, very powerful herbs like clove, wormwood, marshmallow root, and a few others that will be able to help your, basically it's like a gut scrubber. That's one of the things I like to say. Next link. All right, and then lastly, this is actually one of my favorites. I literally put this in a wine glass like I'm winding down today, is to be able to regenerate the body with the pata cherry. We use Montessori cherries. We do not use any other cherries in the United States because most of the crops in the United States are owned by Coca-Cola, heavily sprayed with glyphosate, heavily sprayed with a lot of toxins. So this is literally have been farmed and heavily concentrated so that it can be able to give you the adequate amount of to be able to help you to fight oxidative stress. It's a very high antioxidant drink filled with flavonoids, and it equals to 5 to 10 servings of blueberries in just 1 to 2 tablespoons. A lot of times people, I know for me, I'm super busy. I don't always have the time to eat on a daily basis all the proper foods that I need. So I love that I can be able to get this even when I travel. It helps to improve your sleep, help for free radical damage, help to beautify and glow your skin, help to be able to create healthy inflammation in the body. And you would literally take this at least 1 hour or even before. Some who do intermittent fasting would just have it before their time block where it stops after their dinner. And you would have this with water. I like to make it within like a ginger tea. The ginger and the cherry flavors taste really good together. It has natural melatonin instead of additive melatonin. Many people don't know that sour cherries are naturally deprived from, naturally has melatonin. So it helps to give your body that deep restful sleep that you need. Even if you're getting short hours, you're getting a deep REM cycle sleep. And that's what you need to be able to replenish your body, be able to renourish your brain, your gut. So it's a key staple and like the last cherry on top, technically, in this program. Next slide. All right, so imagine what would you feel like when you wake up from a deep, restful sleep that many of us are missing, with less bloat, less brain fog, and a beam of energy to last you through the day. Next slide. All right, so I want to share a little bit of the results from some of my clients that I was willing to let me share their photos. You could just click straight through. So these are the results where people lose a lot of inflammation. I have clients that have worked out like excessively and they have a hard time releasing. Start shifting your mind from wanting to lose weight. If you keep wanting to lose weight, you're going to go find it somewhere else, right? So they're able to release a lot of the inflammation in their bodies. Next slide. And, you know, those who keep and maintain on this lifestyle, they see such a big difference because they're able to get to high quality nutrient foods. I know these look like, you know, supplements, or people ask me, is this like Herbalife or things like that, because they're in pills and powder form. They're literally dry freeze foods, superfoods, and they're put in a powder form so it can extend the shelf life. How many people, I know when I was like used to juice heavy, I would literally buy like, you know, Costco bags, and they all go bad before I even get to juice them. So that's one of the things that is great, because you're not really losing out any money here to help you. And literally this whole program is $11 a day. It comes down to $5.50 a meal for each of the juice that you get to replace your meal. And then you'll have one whole food meal. This we recommend to have plant-based, but we really meet people where they are. You don't have to be a complete vegan or vegetarian to do so. But if you want to have the best cleansing effects, you can have like meatless Mondays and do less off of the processed foods and animal foods and stuff like that. Next slide. So, and you could just keep clicking through. There's more pictures. I'm not going to share anything. I personally, these are my results that I'm not going to share myself. I always know how to get back on the bandwagon. Life happens, stress happens. And I always know how to get my body back into homeostasis, to the sense where my body can release a lot of inflammation. This is also good here. This is my good friend Dominique. She didn't need to lose weight. A lot of people think this is for weight loss per se. It's not. It's really for getting your body to feel good and if anything, release inflammation. One of the things with Dominique here, she might have been very thin, but she had a lot of inflammation. Her face was breaking out. She was very, very tired. She's a model. She used to feel super tired on set a lot. And that was one of the things she noticed right away in like 4 days, to have more energy. And as you see, she didn't like get super skinny or become anorexic. That's some of the things that some of my thinner clients are a little afraid of. Next slide. And I always get this question when I also am pre-postnatal certified, and I have clients who are pregnant or just had a baby. And I have people who ask, is this safe for those who are pregnant? And it is. The only thing you would do is omit the super cleanser for later. You know, you would take it after you finish breastfeeding, after your pregnancy or anything, because some of the herbs are not suitable for pregnant and breastfeeding moms. Next. All right, so literally you get 60 servings of organic, non-GMO, nutrient-dense superfoods for less than $6 per serving. So literally the whole program, $11 a day, $5.50 per meal. The whole program is $329, and that already cuts out your grocery bill. I've seen such a big difference on cutting down my grocery bill, because you're getting all the foods you need without having to go out and buy a haul of groceries, because you're down to 1 meal per day. And next slide. I think I see the question. Caffeine is my downfall. What can I do to maintain high energy without drinking coffee? Great. So Latifa, I actually have a protocol for people who are heavy caffeine drinkers that I recommend with this to add. You can have organic coffee on this. And some people kind of wean off, but this does help to be able, because the caffeine is a bit having a lot of inflammation in the body and toxic depending on the source. But I have had help people kick that caffeine habit. But we do have a coffee replacement where we use like maca, we use beetroot and things like that. That's in another powder form for those who have heavy caffeine. They're like heavy coffee drinkers. So feel free to connect with me, and I can help and walk you through that. What's the fastest way to lose the mommy pooch? Get on this program. I showed you the mom, literally 6 months. I've been coaching through with her for both of her babies. And this is literally, she's tried many other things. She's done the juice cleanse, all these things. And she was like, you know what? Let me stop playing around. Let me just get back on the program that we did with her first baby. And you really lose the mommy pooch. It's not, it's most of the time, it's a lot of inflammation in the body. Having a baby is very, very a lot taxing on the body, and a lot of inflammation rises to actually kind of protect you in a sense. And your body's going through that fight or flight mode. Next slide. This also has a 60-day money back guarantee. So literally in my 7 years coaching through this, I haven't had anyone had to return because literally you're getting all your foods and everything you need here, and you work the program how you need to. We help and coach through that. This isn't to deprive or take away or make you feel like you got to go on this extreme taxing diet. It's literally to implement in and start shifting around the type of foods that you eat. So what you would do to order and get to learn more about, I did the luxury of creating a bit.ly link for you guys. I'll also put it in the chat. There you go. I put in the chat too, that literally gives you like the checkout page. You can click on the things and read more about it. Feel free to reach out to me and ask any questions. I have a $105 discount for everyone who wants this full out program. If you have any questions on like, you know, what does it work for you, any kind of other things, definitely if you have any kind of health issues, speak with your doctor. I literally have PDFs that you can give to your doctor because I have clients that I've worked with that had to go and speak to their doctor. But you can go to bit.ly/nourishmeinside to get a $105 discount. And it will take the retail is $431, and it will take the discount off to bring it to $329, giving your full 30-day servings of superfoods you need. What would you recommend as baby steps if I'm not ready and can't make the financial obligation? Absolutely. So KC, what you could do is reach out to me. But one of the things I really recommend for people to take baby steps is to start off with the green juice, the power shake, and the biomedic. I have a couple clients where I have that. You know, I understand everybody's financial budget. They start off with that for about a month or two, work their way up, and they start to see some kind of results, and then do the full 30-day program how they are. So there's always a way to go about it. Also, to that first slide, I hope you took notes. I start doing the detox regimen, even if you can't even pay $1 right now. But at the end of the day, we got to eat every day. We spend money on food every day. I mean, unless you're on like food stamps or something at that time, and I know what that's like. I lived on food stamps at one point. Then, you know, utilize those food stamps, start getting better qualities of food as much as possible. Implement the detox program that I talked about as far as having good water, lemons, limes, things of that nature. And then, you know, we can always walk you through. How do you feel about intermittent fasting? What about in conjunction with this program? So Imani, I have mentioned, I'm not sure at what point did you tune in. So this is really great. We actually have 3 schedules. We have a schedule for intermittent fasting. I did intermittent fasting throughout this program. For the most part, I do intermittent fasting. So it literally, you start off with the protein, the amino acids, 5, because it doesn't break your fast, but you actually get so much protein before your feet even hit the floor, where you're able to get the 9 essential amino acids that your body needs without breaking your fast. A lot of people on intermittent fasting have a hard time getting access to that. So that will help you to be able to get access to the amino acids while still doing intermittent fasting. And then once you're ready to start, I used to do 11 to 7. At 11 o'clock, I'll start off with my green juice. Next slide. Great question. And for actual like brain support as well, you know, as some people who are noticing a lack of like, you know, brain function, memory, you can add for extra support. I always say like try this later or add it because we have so many great products that we have here. And this is literally all, I think there's like about 126 superfoods that we have in that I have in my online superfood store, and you can add this on or after the fact once you do, you know, the protocol, and this helps with brain function. It is it has antioxidant properties. It contains 2 very important ingredients that have been proven to reverse memory loss. It can help to improve mood and cognition. It also helps to increase vitality and energy, and can enhance circulation. Actually, my mother-in-law, she has a very, very busy taxing work, job. And we started noticing, like, she's like, I can't remember stuff. So like, this is something where I have her to do a regimen. She noticed that she had like more energy and very sharp. And she actually takes this and the green juice every day after she did her 30-day protocol. All right, next slide. Making sure I'm not missing any. Weight loss can contribute to a lot of loose skin. How can this be tightened? With the super amino 23s. At the beginning, I talked about my secret weapon. I've had clients who lost a lot of weight and they get that loose, flaggy skin. The amino acids, your body needs the 9 essential amino acids that can help to tighten the skin. And that's where you see people, their skin starts to feel more plump and lifted. From there. So good question. That's how you defeat that. A lot of people do juice cleanse, but they're not getting that protein you need to build the muscle so it can fill up that space and tighten the muscles. One of the great things I love about this, when people always ask, how does this compare to something else? Go to Non-GMO Project, put Imperium, you will see it here. Literally everything we have been listed. We was actually organic and non-GMO. The company's been around since like 94. Way before there was non-GMO and organic. I'm a super stickler, and because of my own health concerns, I had to do a lot of research to make sure I was getting the right sources of things. So I'm not sharing anything that I haven't personally used or advocate for my clients. Next slide. All right, so feel free to keep typing in the chat. I'm seeing them live. And we're literally the triple threat here. So we have access to superfoods where you can get online sourced. It don't matter where you're from, where you live, as long as you're in the United States, Europe, United Kingdom, Canada, we ship in those areas where you could be able to get access to superfoods at your door. I know even here in New York, like we have access to that, but since the pandemic, a lot of these sources and foods have been hard to find. And I love that I'm able to stack up and get access to my superfoods. I've learned how to use it, make pancakes, all that good stuff with these things. And you get everything. So you get your superfoods delivered at your doorstep. You get support from me because I have a free support group, and you get a gift card that you get access to and the community. All right, so if I'm still looking in the chat, if anybody has any questions, my website, you can find me at LC Fitchy, but thrivewithlc.com, Thrive with LC on Instagram. I'm in the midst of shifting all of my stuff. That's where you can find me. And let me see, I do think I saw another. I seen the pancakes you made the other day. Yes, for Ebony. I'm sure you follow me on Instagram. Hi, Ebony. So yeah, I found so many ways to be creative with this. We have like really cool recipes and things because it's food. It's literally dry freeze, organic barley, wheatgrass, all those good things where you can get access to. Thank you, Lauren, for always giving us genuine research data and realistic. Yes. Everything I have to do, like we could be holistic, but let's be realistic. I know for me, especially when I'm studying for Ayurvedic in school and I've been studying around a lot of herbalists, some of these things weren't realistic to my lifestyle. I'm busy. I don't have time all the time to sit there and cut up a whole bunch of vegetables and juice. I don't have time to always grow and crop and harvest my own herbs and foods. It doesn't work for my day-to-day lifestyle. So I like to keep things on a way. If you can't do that, and I've had clients who feel like just because they can't go all or nothing, that they do nothing. So let's find a way to meet where you are and find these steps, because this is what I've done. So as a rule of thumb, should we be eating all organic produce? Oh, good question. So yes, as much as possible. I know for me, it didn't always work in my budget in the beginning, but the ones that are literally sprayed the most, like oats, you want any kind of like breads, barleys, things like that. You want to get organic, berries, fruits, like things that you actually eat the skin, organic. Do your best. Shop at Trader Joe's if you have it. Shop online, Fresh Direct. Get your coupon codes. You get me saying, like, these are things that you could be able to get access to. I believe the last person who spoke before me definitely was talking about financial literacy. I'm big on financial literacy too. Health is wealth, and why not get your wealth back from that too? So you can always find like honey.com is a really good source where you can plug it into your computer. And when you shop on like Fresh Direct, it'll give you coupon codes automatically. There's so many ways that you can still be able to find access to get, organic, but find ways to save some money. But yes, good question. Not every, if it has thick skin, and finance is a bit of an issue, where you can cut the skin off, it doesn't necessarily have to be organic. If we want to transition to plant-based, how do we replace the nutrient meat provides us? So in the program, I actually have someone who veganized plant-based meals, and she gives us some really good recipes and tips and things like that. But mushrooms is a really good source. I really say stay away from the mock meat. It has a lot of toxins, and that's the whole point. Like, if you're gonna sit there and eat a lot of these like Morningstar mock meats, eat meat, But I know for me, mushrooms is a big staple, like oyster mushrooms, because you can like make it and fry it. There's so many good sources from there, but you're gonna have to start learning and doing some research. But also too, I know for me as a fitness trainer, I lacked a lot of protein sources when I switched to plant-based. And yeah, I did start off and get, Morningstar and all that stuff. And, also too, I didn't eat enough. The amino 23s, the super amino 23s is such a key staple for those, especially as you transition, when you start to learn to get a lot of these sources in you. So like meat substitutes, like someone mentioned jackfruit, walnut meat. You can have some of these don't have the highest rich hemp seeds. I mix hemp seeds in a lot of my things to be able to get that extra protein source. So there is so many ways. Find resources and tools. We have some in the group to help you to start, doing baby steps to learn it. But it's so many things. Tabitha, what's her name? It skipped my mind. Tabitha Brown. She's like such a great source to use online that shows you how to do meat substitutes. Okay, so not organic bananas or oranges, but organic blueberries and strawberries. I'm not saying not. If you could do organic everything, great. But if those have the the tougher skins, you can get away with it. But go organic as much as possible, but especially the blueberries, strawberries of that nature. Yes. Lentils. Thank you, Ebony. She's mentioned some of the things. Thoughts on soy, tofu, and seitan. Treat it like fast food, like a burger, things like that. Don't have it every day and a lot. Depending on the person and depending on the source, if it's not organic, if it's not sprouted, it can cause a lot of digestive issues, digestive distress, bloating, things of that nature. So a lot of the mock meats, seitan is made from texturized wheat, and wheat, has its things as well that can cause distress in the gut. One of the things we're doing is just giving the gut a healthier environment. So eating those things on a daily basis, depending on the person, especially if, like with me, I had very slow digestive system. So these are things that you could particularly use. I hope that answered your question. I wondered about tofu myself. Yeah, I mean, some people do it if it's sprouted, organic, that's the best source. But, keep it to a minimum. I kind of treat those things like fast food. Sometimes I may go out or I eat somewhere that might have used the seitan or some of the mock meats. I don't really do like the Impossible burgers, but sometimes my taste buds want to have some of whatever they're doing. It's just a matter of how often. Stay away from the process. It's all about process, right? I understand. You got to remember too, and pay attention. I'm really good at breaking and conceptualizing what the media is doing, right? Vegan is like such a hot thing. I think Bill Gates has his money behind Impossible Burgers, right? So you really want to pay attention to the ingredients, how to read. I'm actually about to launch a course on how to start reading ingredients. And I'm launching an app that's going to start teaching about these things, but you really want to start paying attention to what, the media. My thing is before I started stop eating meat in 2013, when I started to eat, like I was doing the Morningstar, I started to raise my eyebrow when I started seeing Burger King and McDonald's and these fast food chains that you see on TV marketing that. If they're pushing it in your face so much, you want to raise your eyebrow, turn over that label and research on Google and start reading these ingredients. There's something in them that's not always great. Okay. Moderation and limit versus depriving. Yes, Ebony, that is the perfect thing. Like I said, we got to be realistic here. Everybody's not going to make that shift overnight, even for myself as a holistic health coach. And I've been learning about the body for over, 20 years. I've been implementing a lot of these holistic approach. We want to start educating ourselves and doing the best we can where we are. And then just start making little shifts and changes and moderations, but don't deprive yourself. If you have something sweet to taste, we always give you, ways on how to still get that urge or whatever you have that tendency for in a healthier way. That makes sense when it becomes mainstream fast food. Yes. Raise your eyebrow when you start seeing, if they're literally pushing it in your face and they're forcing it and it's all over the labels, healthy, only natural ingredients and stuff. Start turning over that label and just start reading a little bit. Raise your eyebrows. Don't trust everyone. Unless you are growing and making your own food yourself, then you don't have to question. But you want to be mindful. A lot of times it's hard to be able to get access to good quality foods. This is why I love my online superfood store, because I don't have to question. I personally know the owners and the formulators themselves, and I chose to partner and have that in my practice and helping and work with my clients where you are getting that quality source and are not compromising for the sake of a dollar. Yes, they hide sugars and sweeteners in plain sight. Yep, they sure do. It's right in front of you, and it's sad, but it's all about just starting to educate yourself. All right. Any other questions? Where am I on time? Okay, I think I'm good on time.
This was, oh my gosh, so much great information. Absolutely amazing. Actually, the quote of the day is this one right here. The quote of the day: holistic but realistic. So, I mean, woo-hoo-hoo! That was good. That was really, really good. I loved it. I mean, and two, I should also mention, not only, Lauren is, a guru and expert on, reducing belly fat through nutrition, but she also does it through fitness as well. So, it's not just nutrition, but it's also fitness. So definitely check her out. She's also a BGH member. And so, she even does a fitness class for our BGH members as well. So she's just all around great. So Lauren, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate this. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Thank you all for participating. So many people. I shout out to Xavier, Ebony, Erica, Ava, Latifa, Imani. There were so many people. Deshaun. I mean, I'm just randomly, saying some names that I see you all commenting and enjoying yourself. And hopefully you're getting a lot of information, because I sure am. I have my little notepad. I was like, oh, let me jot that down. You never stop learning. In addition, you all, if you're liking what you're seeing, you feel like you want this more often, more Black Girl Health, consider becoming a BGH member. You can connect with our sisterhood. We do these things every Friday. We have different health experts come on and give free advice. We also, all our experts give, discounts on their services for BGH members. We have home workouts, healthy recipes that our members automatically get. Our professionals, if you're interested, oh man, I want to be a presenter. Maybe I'm a Black professional. Maybe I'm a therapist. Maybe I'm a financial coach or a health coach, whatever, nutritionist. Come to our sisterhood, because it's the professionals that we use to host our different workshops, and we promote them on a national scale. So join our sisterhood, join our circle. We would love to have you, and you can do that at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. So what's next? So next is our Black Lives Matter panel discussion on bridging the racial divide. So we're going to be right back with that after the commercial break.
Meet Ray. Ray lives on a farm. He loves playing kickball with his grandkids, but lately he's gotten a little slower and been visiting the doctor a lot more often. This is Kim. Kim lives in the city. She loves to exercise, cook healthy meals, and can't remember the last time she called in sick. They're both people, but not all people are the same. And yet, when we visit the doctor, our treatments don't look that different. Why is that? Because we just don't have enough information to do it better until now. Enter all of us, the research program based on precision medicine. Precision medicine is a revolutionary new approach to treating and preventing disease that's personalized instead of one size fits all. By gathering health data from 1 million people like Ray and Kim and Trevor and Samir, our country's best researchers will be able to develop treatments that are as unique and complex as we are. With this new information, doctors will have a better understanding of disease so they can innovate the next great breakthroughs in medicine. Once enough people join, suddenly everything changes. Information becomes clear, patterns emerge, and simple data transforms into life-saving knowledge. This means that Ray and Kim's children and their children's children can live longer, healthier lives. By becoming one of the first 1 million people to volunteer, you can help reshape the entire future of healthcare for generations to come. If we can figure out how to fly, put a man on the moon, and connect the entire world, surely we should be able to improve the future of healthcare. Not just for Ray and Kim or even you, but for all of us. Sign up at joinallofus.org. The future of health begins with you.
We see them every day. The hands, hearts, and minds of our front lines. The care they give and give, only to go home and care some more. How they run in when others run away. Today, the whole world is seeing them like we always have. Here's to the heroes.
The power of genetics is undeniable, but when it comes to our health and well-being, zip code is more important than genetic code. The very place we call home impacts the choices we make and the care we receive. From solving food insecurity to providing access to health screenings, Capital Blue Cross is investing in the health of our communities. Rooted in central Pennsylvania and the Lehigh Valley, backed by national strength. Capital Blue Cross.
This is Juju's fortress. This is Juju's cape. This is Juju's superpower. This is Juju's heroism. This is Penn State Children's Hospital.
Well, hello, everyone. So now it's time to have a very open, candid, and intense conversation, I would say, about bridging the racial divide. This is our Black Lives Matter panel that we do, and we're going to be hitting on 3 topics, and that is racial injustice, trauma, and health disparities. So with us to talk about this today, we have 3 amazing women and leaders in their own communities. I would first like to introduce Dr. Brenda Alton. Dr. Brenda Alton, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Dr. Alton is a respected preacher, prophetic voice, and prayer warrior, to say the least. She's best known as a woman of faith and a champion of perseverance. She motivates individuals and leaders of churches and businesses to excel and apprehend their very, very, very best. Thank you again, Dr. Alton.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Letitia Sampson, who's also going to be joining us. Hello, Dr. Sampson.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Sampson has a very profound voice in the human services, and I should probably say a community activist at best. She's been in the field for 2 decades. Dr. Sampson is a licensed psychotherapist, professor, and author, and grant writer, and corporate trainer, and I want to keep on. Dr. Letitia is the founder and executive director of Great Joy Counseling and Consulting Services. Dr. Sampson, thank you again for joining us with this panel discussion.
Thank you.
And our last panelist is Tyra Gardner. She is also a psychotherapist, a speaker, and CEO of At a Moment's Notice and the Wellness Center of Mindfulness. Tyra has over 20 years of clinical and counseling experience, specializing in individual and family therapy, relationships, phobias, anxiety, anger, and stress management. Also, just what we need. Thank you so much, Tyra, for joining us. Wow.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Absolutely. So can I bring these 3 lovely ladies to the forefront? Everyone. Yeah. Great. So again, as I was just mentioning, we're gonna hit on 3 very important topics: racial trauma, racial injustice, and health disparities. So I want to start off with one question, which I actually want to target this question to Dr. Sampson, and that is, where do you believe the negative connotation about mental health comes from? Where do you believe it comes from? And how has that affected the Black community as it relates to seeking treatment?
Okay. Awesome. So first of all, I think it's important to recognize that for so many people, reaching out to get any type of therapy or mental health counseling can be perceived as a sign of weakness, right? So if something is wrong with us, usually physically, it's societally acceptable to go to the doctor, to go to the dentist, etc., right? Everything happens to our bodies. And so it becomes something where people have to be able to recognize that, wait a minute, something's amiss with my thoughts, or something's amiss with my feelings, or I'm not feeling my best self. And so to admit that means you have to reach out to get help. And oftentimes, we just have a sense of pride, or even in communities of faith, sometimes believing that if things are not okay mentally and emotionally, that somehow you're not okay spiritually, right? And so all of these things can lead to us sometimes just sitting in our pain.
Dr. Alton, I want you to piggyback on that. Where do you believe, especially in a cultural and a community level, where do you believe the negative connotation about mental health comes from? What are you seeing in the community leads to this negative connotation?
Well, I truly believe that a part of it comes from our upbringing. How we are told, what goes on in our house stays in our house. And as the doctor just said, that there's this stigma. There's a lot of stigma with mental health. And so there's the stigma that if you share, then you're weak. Even in churches, it's you're sinning or you have a demon. And whereas when people have cancer, they're not so much, talk about having a demon or they're sinful. And instead, also, there's this culture of always looking our best, even for Black women, we have this persona of being strong and not allowing, any of the pressures of life to be able to take away that countenance of strength and this strong Black woman that can hold everything together, which ultimately leads to depression and anxiety and mental burnout.
That's a good point. Tyra, my next question is for you. Do you believe at all, we talk about the negative connotation. Let's talk about, the system that's out there supposedly to treat people. Do you feel like that's flawed at all when it comes to serving people of color?
I believe that we as psychology professionals, we are doing the best that we can with getting the information out to the communities. The flaws that I see happening is when we have situations occur and people don't utilize our systems first.
Sure.
So with that comes with, with situations in government, situations with police departments, and areas of that nature. A lot of us as psychotherapists and psychologists, we should be utilized in ways where we could go into various areas and train those who may not be knowledgeable of what we do with mental health, so that their counterparts will know how to handle various situations when they go out into the communities. And this is also, with us being able to spread the word of the wealth of wellness when it comes to mental wellness.
Dr. Sampson, so the vast majority we know of mental health specialists or therapists are white, right? You would probably safely say there's not enough African American therapists. Do you believe that this leads to providers maybe not understanding, the plight of African Americans, biases, stereotyping, because, we don't have enough provider or therapists that are African American that really understand what, the African American community is really going through?
Absolutely. So here's the thing, less than 15% of licensed clinical social workers like me in America are Black or African American, right? It's less than 5% of psychologists on the Association for Psychology Association board are Black or African American, right? So this is highly, highly problematic, right? So it's something that I actually teach and train on, and I call it Black bodies, Black minds, white doctors, white coats, right? And so we have to know in our communities that there is often a mistrust, right? We can't act as if, right, we are not disproportionately treated, or we are disproportionately diagnosed with more chronic and severe mental illnesses, right? There is also a lack of cultural buy-in, inclusion, and understanding. So many of the things that we may report, because they're not clearly understood by individuals who are providing services, there can be misdiagnoses there. Also, oftentimes with medication, we're given more severe medication when it comes to psychotropic meds as well, which cause serious damages to activities of daily living. So it is very, very important for all of us who are already providers to continue to raise our voices so that individuals know that there are people that look like us, that look like them, that are doing the work. But quite honestly, it's not enough of us to go around. That's just the reality, But I think that with platforms like this and other, various websites, etc., where individuals of color who are providing services can be highlighted, it only serves to help individuals know you can receive services, high quality services, from people who look like you. But we definitely need more people that look like us in the field. It is a huge need.
Good point. Tyra, as a psychotherapist as well, you want to piggyback off of that?
Yes, I mean, the doctor was right. There aren't a lot of psychotherapists or therapists out there in our profession, and it does make it hard for us, sometimes with getting the word out. I know a question that came up before with someone with me was a colleague had asked me, who's an attorney. Her question to me was, well, do you get offended when people say they want to see a white therapist? And I say, well, no, I don't get offended. I said, but what I do ask is, what is the reasoning? Because we do get those kinds of questions. Like I will refer to whoever needs the help, but at the end of the day, walk me through why what is your thoughts on requesting this particular professional over someone of your same race? So that's what sometimes makes it very difficult for a lot of us, as therapists.
Yeah, definitely. Dr. Alton, do you feel that COVID has exacerbated the impact of mental health in the Black community?
Absolutely. We understand that COVID, it not only affects, your respiratory system and, the physicality of a person, but when you have been in a place of isolation or physical distancing, not just social, because we can have social media contacts, but the actual the ability to have touch is so significant. The ability to be in close proximity with others definitely has had an impact on a person's ability to get up every day and find meaning. And then on the flip side, you have those unhealthy atmospheres where they have been contained in a place that may be very crowded, very underserved. They may not have the food, the rooms to be in. There could be domestic violence happening, and that person's way of escape was getting out every day and going to work or to school. And so there's definitely an impact because, when we look at a place like New York, where the living situation is a lot of, very small, multiple families in homes, that impacts your ability to have a sense of peace, a sense of calm, no matter how much you love your family. And then there's other entities that the lack of being able to get the access to COVID testing or being marginalized because you don't fit into this age group. And it's like a where can I win kind of situation. Where do I matter? And so that feeling is they always do this to the Black community. We are always the last. And then you have with the COVID vaccine, we've been so stigmatized and ostracized. And even the many tests previously in history have not prospered, the Black community. And so they're afraid. And then here we go. We'll miss out on vaccines because we have lack of information or misinformation. And even when they set up the testing in the cities, there's only 50 or 100. There's no community that just has 50 or 100. And so it does bring this oppressive feeling upon the Black community. However, the other part of my life is that I'm a certified chaplain for UPMC Pinnacle. And I do see efforts, but it takes us being at the table or having access to the table to make some of these suggestions and changes that are needed for our community.
That's deep. Absolutely. Do you, I guess the question is, how do we start to change the attitudes and the fear around seeking therapy? Dr. Sampson, won't you start us off with that?
I think we have to continue to have conversations like this where we recognize that there has to be a normalization of seeking help for any type of mental or emotional dis-ease, right? We have to normalize it. No one bats an eye if you're mentioning going to a physical health doctor for any reason. Nobody says anything, right? We go to the doctor, we take those meds that they give us, and we hope for the best. Well, we have to do the same thing. We have to start normalizing conversations around mental and emotional health and wellness. My therapy practice saw an uptick of about 60%. We were already super jammed. I have 9 therapists, all different backgrounds. We started getting so many calls a day when COVID happened because guess what? Dr. Alton mentioned, things like domestic violence and things like difficulties at home and people not being able to really cope with COVID. But here's the thing, even if you have the most optimal home life situation, now not being able to be in an environment and where things are normal or your children are home all day, or even if you love your partner and you guys are home together all day, it's taxing, right? It is taxing. So guess what? And now we all are feeling it, right? Because everybody's impacted. So we have to be able to talk about these things without stigma, normalize the conversations around mental and emotional wellness. It is so important. It's integral to us being okay.
Yeah, and I want to also talk about, as far as, the stigma and being okay, how does this affect marriages? How does this affect relationships? Even single people who are dating, how does mental health affect them? Tyra, do you want to start us off with that? Well, Tyra, we can't hear you.
Okay. How is affecting married couples that I've seen, throughout this whole process with COVID and being home? A lot of them are, pretty much, if you don't know who you're with, it's a great big problem, and I think, a lot of people, when we, enter into marriages and in relationships, we go in, oh, lovey-dovey, we think we know who we're with until we're in a situation where we're confined with them. And so with this time, hopefully folks got to really got to know each other during this time and being able to understand one another. Now, being single during this time, one of the issues that comes up is with dating. Now you see a lot of people going on to the virtual dating apps and trying to find dates. Dating now has went to Zoom. So now people are meeting people, believe it or not, on Instagram. Didn't think that would be a dating site, but sometimes people are meeting people through Instagram, and now they are actually connecting through Zooms and doing the face-to-face interaction to meet individuals. And this is the new nature of dating through COVID. I mean, and it does play on people's mental because, again, we're used to physical touch, we're used to socializing, we're used to going outdoors. And so now they have to have a whole new norm with trying to familiarize themselves with all of the platforms that they may not have been aware of. Now they're trying to find other avenues and new ways of dating. So single life doesn't have to be difficult. It's just being able to be comfortable with who you are, be comfortable with sharing what information you would like to get out there, and being able to, open yourself up enough to want to meet new people.
Yeah, absolutely. Opening yourself up to meet new people. That is a challenge online. I know for some people, the Zoom interactions and tending to, social platforms to meet people. I know it can be daunting, I think, for, a lot of people, the new normal. So we have Latifa has a question here. What suggestions do you have for women and men battling anxiety and depression? We are taught as people to be so strong and to internalize our feelings. How can we as people combat this with very minimal support from families and friends? Who would like to take this question?
I would like to take it. So I think the first thing is so super important to recognize that psychotherapy is not advice. Okay, it is not advice. Psychotherapy is something in counseling. You are working with individuals who are professionals who are able to give you the skills and strategies needed to free your hearts and mind. And it's important that I say that because the question Latifa mentioned ended with, how can we do this with minimal support from family and friends? And it's important to know that this journey is yours, and it is great if you have people to walk the journey with you, but oftentimes we have to walk the journey alone. And so the first thing I would say is to recognize that, sometimes we're not going to get what we want or need from families and friends because they're not professionals. And all our families and friends can do is give us advice. Your therapist or your counselor is not going to give you advice. They're going to give you specific professional skills and strategies so that you can live a more self-actualized life. So I think it's important to know that. I would say immediately reach out to a mental health professional, reach out to someone in your community of faith that you can speak to, that is, everything is completely confidential. And again, these are professionals who can give you skills and strategies to help your symptoms completely lessen. That is super, super important.
Speaking of the faith community, my next question, is for Dr. Olson. How do you believe that the churches and the ministries can really get involved to helping improve mental health disparities?
Well, one of the ways that I've seen is we have those pastors and ministers who are involved in what we call a faith community health connection that's connected to the hospitals. And a lot of time hospitals have community partnerships. And it is a way to connect with professionals, to have them come in, or the experts to come into your church and do talks, or now we do it Zoom. And also being a part of the spiritual care services department. I also work at the Pennsylvania Psychiatric Institute and provide care there. And so I often run into members of various churches, different, denominations, different beliefs. And many of them have a church home, but they're too embarrassed to share that. And so I would recommend to faith leaders that you have to become a compassionate church. You have to become compassionate, empathetic leaders, so that people will feel like they can trust, as Dr. Sampson said, a confidential place to come. And then also, just realizing that like 1 out of 5 children and adults in the United States is dealing with some kind of mental health condition at any given time. There's a definite need for the expression of tangible love, not just, like we'll say sometimes, how are you having a good day? Or hello, how are you? We really don't expect people to stop and say how we are, but we need to make sure that we do that now. And also, I believe that the church can be more informed as learning about trauma-informed care. Because when we look at trauma-informed care, we can be able to help people understand, not asking them the question, what's wrong with you, but what happened to you? And when they get to answer that open-ended question, it will allow that person to feel this welcoming community that will allow them to express themselves, to get the help they need. And the last thing I'll say is the faith community needs to be connected to our psychologists and, the health community, because I know many a times, and Portia, my style of ministering, I've had people come up for prayer. And this was during the time where there was this great turnover of children being diagnosed with, ADHD, and bipolarism was very diagnosed in the adults. And this one person came up to me for prayer. And before I prayed, I just felt led by the Spirit to say, did you take your medicine today? Oh, how do you know that? What do you mean? It's like, listen, there are some things that we can do as the faith community to help substantiate that your place of well-being begins with your taking care of yourself physically, taking care of yourself mentally, and taking care of yourself spiritually.
Right.
Dr. Alton, I don't know, have you noticed, any concerns with, during COVID, this pandemic, obviously people can't go, churches are, you can't go to churches, the churches through Zoom and everything. But a lot of people need that, when we talk about mental health and mental healing, it's nothing like, being there in a place of worship and hearing the song and hearing, being amongst people who are, everyone has their own journey and their challenges, and being able to go for prayer and, and talk to, the pastor and the preacher, just having that connection. People need that for mental healing. I mean, it's great Zoom and what we're doing, what we can, but have you heard, that, it's been challenging for people still because they can't get that interaction that you get in church, to really heal mentally. Have you experienced that, heard that from, any members of the congregation or anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Especially when we were first being confined at home and churches were totally empty. But there's a whole nother subject about that I believe that we are being taught how to have that experience with God in our homes, right? With our families. So I shouldn't have a different feeling when I go to church You know, really, we should be able to have that with us in our car, in our shower. You know, we really do. And so that's a strengthening part I see that is happening because of this. But there's also been those that have shared that, you know, I'm not able to go to church, but my goodness, I've been able to visit so many churches because of the access of, you know, opportunity to visit so many churches that I would never be able to visit. The other thing is for churches really become these telehealth centers. And so this is a new program that UPMC Pinnacle is doing. And so they're going to use several locations within the city where churches will be open, socially distancing and practicing, you know, safe health, that they can come in. There'll be a liaison there and they can talk to their PCP on, you know, the screen, but there will be others there. For instance, the food pantry continues to go on all throughout the cities, and it's an opportunity to interact. So it is very important, and there is a need, but there's also a need for us to teach people how to get what they need. So if it is, you know, that need to feel the songs, then look at the videos and watch the transference happen from that point of worship into your home.
We have a question. You know, Tyra, you know, Dr. Sampson, how do you find a good therapist?
Okay, so I'll go in. Finding a good therapist. Bottom line is finding a therapist is like finding a mate. You need to be very descriptive on what you're looking for when it comes to a therapist. You got to be able to identify exactly what your needs are. I know I created a questionnaire for people to take with them when they're seeking out therapists. You know, and so what I did was I created this form so that they can be able to pretty much ask different questions, you know, like what is your specialty? How long have you been in business? You know, what age groups do you cater to? Is there any type of people, you know, that you service more than others? You know, and basically just basically like a questionnaire, you know, so that this way they can go right down the checklist of what they're looking for in a therapist, just to see if they actually have a match with that person. I mean, because the first person that you meet might not be the right person for you, you know, and you do have to shop around until you find that one that is for you. You know, because some people are, you know, a little reality based, like I'm a little reality based. So when I, you know, talk to my clients, sometimes they be like, ooh, and I'm like, well, no, you know, I'm going to give it to you from a reality standpoint. I mean, I'm not going to string you along, whereas I might send them to Dr. Sample or Dr. Alton, and they, you know, may have another approach, you know, and they, oh, okay, I'm going to leave you and I'm going to go to one of them because they're a little bit better. But, you know, that is all in what you're looking for, but just being able to ask the right questions so that you can find a proper therapist for your current need.
Let's go to our next topic, ladies. This was very insightful as we talked about mental health disparities in the Black community. I want to go to our next topic, which is racial trauma. And starting that conversation, Dr. Sampson, if you could just talk to me, just what is race-based trauma? What is race-based trauma? Can you start us off?
Sure. So race-based trauma, I think more people have definitely been impacted during COVID, right? Because all of us have been home. So we've had the opportunity to see things that have been going on in communities for generations, right? For centuries, but it's just been live and living color on video and on our screens more. So I first want to say that race-based trauma is not a new phenomenon, right? It's important to recognize that this is not new at all. We're just talking about it more now just because we have the opportunity to do so. So it is related to the trauma around maltreatment based on race, right? So in America, quite honestly, white supremacy is alive and well, right? So for people that look like us, for people that look like all of you, we experience, right, what it looks like and what it feels like to be treated differently in different spaces because of how you show up in the world based on your race. And so it is something that is definitely painful. It is something that is enough to send you to therapy. Again, if everything else is going along well in your life, white supremacy and its impact on our daily lives is enough to send you into therapy. Okay, the levels of stress, the levels of trauma just around seeing people that look like you killed, right? And it being videos, seeing these things over and over and over again absolutely impact your mental health and well-being. It impacts your emotional health. It is not normal to see this imagery, right? And I think that for so many people, we're just desensitized because, as I started off by saying, it's not something that's new. It's just something that has changed as the times have changed. So if you go back 50 years, you were dealing with, individuals being afraid for the Ku Klux Klan to actually show up in their town, right? And so they responded to that. With us, it's, not being stopped by the police or seeing these images on our cell phones or on our computers all the time related to individuals being treated poorly, treated less than, treated differently based on their race. And it is serious.
Tyra, can you piggyback off that, answering the question of how does this trauma manifest itself within us? How do we know that we are experiencing some sort of racial trauma? How do we know that's what it is?
It manifests itself within us, basically because of the exposure that we may have experienced with racism. Sometimes people, they'll say, "Oh, that's hidden racism," or something to that nature, when they really, when they experience something, but they're not sure. But as time progresses, they start talking to individuals. They find out that, the racism is there. Watching situations occur like we've witnessed, these past 9 months, watching these situations occur in society also is how it's manifested in us. And what's been happening is people have started building up a fear of other races, because of what they've seen on television, on social media. And so it's for us as psychotherapists to be able to help them with, coping with the fear that they have seen from everything that they've witnessed, and helping them to understand and put them in a better place with everything that's happening within society.
My next question, I kind of want, each of you to kind of give your insight or your take on this question. And I'll start with Dr. Alton. So in the current day, do you believe societal influences have a strong impact on skin tone trauma among African American women? Because that is also a type of racial trauma that I don't want us to neglect. And I want to get everybody's feedback on that. So Dr. Alton, I'll start with you.
Yes. So when we talk about this skin tone trauma, we know that goes way back in history with the brown bag test, right? Yeah. So that's, when we have to deal with that within our own culture, combined with what is put upon us from cultures outside of us, it begins to cause us, like for in the workplace, we'll see and say, I don't see anybody that looks like me. There's nobody like me in my leadership. I feel invisible here. I'm always on guard. I always have to defend myself. I got to, I have to explain my hair, or, why I am built the way I'm built, the way my clothes fit me. Because our even though we are more than the color of our skin, we are very proud of our skin, and no one should have to feel like they need to diminish who they are to fit in. And so that trauma causes you to always adjusting. And right now, what I see is a lot of Black fatigue. And we're tired of explaining ourselves. We're angry, and we don't need to explain why we're angry. But there's Black fatigue, because now I feel like I have to educate everybody about my skin tone, about the shape of my lips, the way my hair flows, and so people become very weary, very fatigued from dealing with people of other cultures, and also even not being able to just be sensitive themselves. Like, we've had to learn how to navigate in all kinds of situations and environments. And now you want me to explain me to you when I walk into a room. And how about I just be and walk in my I amness, and you just accept me for who I am.
Dr. Sampson.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard to follow that. That was so good. I was just taking that all in. I was just taking that all in. I would say, it's important for us to consistently do, just getting back to your original question, just about what's going on within, right, the Black community as it relates to colorism and all of these things. We have to recognize, right, that these things, I think they start even before the brown paper bag test. This goes back to slavery, right? So you had the light complexion slaves that were in the house, right, and given the privileges, and then the darker complected ones outside, right? And so we cannot continue to facilitate this separateness, right? Because when you're talking about the racial divide and you're talking about white supremacy, guess what? Individuals of all different hues within being, a member of the Black community have been killed by the police. So we have to understand that, right? So people have been my complexion, Dr. Alton's complexion, your complexion, Tyra's complexion, people of all different hues have been shot and killed in the street by the police. So every time you want to say, oh, she doesn't understand because she's not Black enough because she's too light, or she doesn't understand because she's too dark, we have to remember that white supremacy does not have any discrimination about what our hues are like. So if you want a reminder, remember that. We have to stop with the self-hate and the internalized feelings of self-hate, okay? Because what happens is those are the feelings that are then projected on other members of our background, and it should not be. It should not be. So I would say remember that, and that'll definitely keep you honest.
Absolutely. Tyra?
Okay, so I'm going to, I totally agree with both doctors on this. I'm going to come from a whole nother standpoint. I'm also a nationally certified anger management specialist. And so I'm going to take it on that level of when it comes to the skin tone trauma, is that, when we are put in situations, we as women, we are looked upon as the angry Black woman. Okay. Now, the darker complected we are, the more angrier society tries to say that we are, but we are not. When it comes to that, all four of our hues pretty much is what people will try to say. If we're put in a situation and we're the only African Americans there, they'll say that, oh, if anything goes wrong, don't set that one off. You know what I mean? Because they'll look at us like we're the angriest. Now, if we're in other situations and we have lighter complected African Americans, they won't put them in that category as the angry Black woman or the angry Black individual if it's a male. You know what I mean? It's like they have a whole different stigma when it comes to us as in our behaviors, our mannerisms. They want us to check everything at the door, and that they're allowed to feel those ways. But we as African Americans, we're not supposed to feel those same feelings. And so with that being said, we definitely, have to be mindful of all of this, not compromising who we are as individuals, being able to be comfortable with the skin we in, regardless of what shade or tone we are.
This is all good, good information and good advice. And I think, and for you all to, maybe, give some feedback on, is how this has an impact on our children, and and our children's children, and like how do we feel about ourselves seeing how this is how society views our different skin colors or shades, and how do mentally, do our children, how did they grow up? Do they grow up loving themselves, want to change themselves? Because they see how society responds or reacts or treats black people, black women of different shades. So I guess the question I would ask, go to next is, how do black parents protect their children from racial trauma, or is it out of their hands? Anyone could start off with that. Hello, can you? Oh,
Dr. Alton, we can't hear you.
Oh, Dr. Alton, there you. I can.
Muted.
There you go.
Okay, great.
We can hear you now.
Being raised in a predominantly white community, and watching my mother clean dentist office, as I would play with the dentist's daughter, which is really weird that right now we work together. She became a nurse, and it was just amazing. We had a wonderful relationship, but I noticed the difference. Her beautiful room with the beautiful canopy bed and pink and white matching everything, and my mom cleaning the dentist's office and house. That was her second job. Then I noticed that my father, he had a job with the borough, but he did a lot of maintenance work for very rich, influential white people. And I'm watching them do this to make a better living for us. And my grandmother and my grandfather, my mother and father, all invested in me in telling me the stories that they came through so that I would have a desire to do even better. And so I shared that to say that this is a very important time for parents to invest in their children, invest in the books, invest in take them to shows, make sure they're listening to, there's so many young entrepreneurs out there that it's brought this new creativity, innovation. Get them involved in the politics. They don't have to be grossly involved, but just like the remarkable thing that happened this past inauguration with Kamala Harris, right? And so we need to talk to our children about it. Don't shy them away from, the things that are happening, the riots or, the justice walks, Black Lives Matter. Talk to them about it. Don't let them be ingrained in it constantly 24 hours a day, but talk about the subjects, introduce them to the culture, and remind them about being the kings and the queens that we are. Before we were brought through the slave trade and planted on plantations, we were kings and queens, and we have invented most of the products that people are using today. We were the ones who built that White House. And so we need to educate our children that they can be very proud of who they are and that they have strength in their bones. Their heritage is strength, and there is a future for them. And if we tell some of our stories, they can just say, I'm proud to know these two women who are in a field that I know is very much needed. So I know I have some more resources. And that is, we have to be the griots of our family and the griots of our communities.
That perfectly said. I want to take a question from Don. Don says, I don't know if it's racial trauma, but every time my son leaves the house, I feel uneasy and my anxiety remains high until he walks back through the door and I can set my eyes on him. I had to find me a Black female therapist just so I could deal with those emotions. I was tired of crying. My Black single mom tears in front of a white woman who could not relate. So kind of talking about what we hit on in our first topic about not enough Black therapists and, you know, and how a lot of people may feel uncomfortable or feel like, a white therapist can't relate to the plight of the Black community. And, obviously children, having children is a lot. And especially Black boys and what moms go through, the anxiety that they're going through, maybe a Black therapist can understand more. Does anybody want to piggyback off of that comment?
I do. I
Yeah.
do, Portia. So firstly, I would say to Dawn, thank you for sharing that. And that is absolutely an example of racial trauma, right? Because we as Black women, as Black mothers, Black daughters, Black sisters, etc., we don't know if our husbands, our sons, our brothers, etc., are going to walk back in the house safely when they leave, right? That is one of the things that is happening in our society. And it's just more prevalent because we're seeing it captured on video, right? So it is definitely racial trauma. But I think I want to go back to something you mentioned, Portia, when you asked the other question about how early is too early to talk about these issues. And I will say that for many of us, right, our goal has been to do better than what was done with us, right? When I listened to Dr. Elton talk about, her parents really working hard, right? All of us work hard to be able to give our children more than what we had. But we have to remember that we still have to offer them the truth, and we have to educate them, right? So it's not just about being able to live in a better neighborhood or have a better bedroom set for them or give them the opportunity to have clubs and all these things that we may not have had. It's also helping them recognize that white supremacy is real, that it is one of the founding components of the United States of America, and we cannot lie about that, right? Having money does not exempt us. Being in a nicer community, a gated community, does not exempt us. When you walk out of safety, which is in your home, you are faced with being Black in America. And so there is no age that's too early to talk about that, right? And the reason, if you go back, that the white doll test was done, right, as an example of integrating schools for Brown versus Board of Education in the 1950s. So you had kids who did not have social media. You had kids who did not have televisions the way we do now, still looking at the white doll and looking at the Black doll and saying that one is ugly, but this one is beautiful. So think about that, right? You had that before there was all of this imagery, before there was all of this access. So if kids 60 years ago did not feel good enough based on white supremacy, we can't think that has changed and not educate our children about how they feel when they put on Facebook or when they put on TikTok or when they put on Instagram or etc. We have to know how they feel when they turn on a Disney Channel and they see only children of color who are racially ambiguous, right? We can't act like these issues don't exist, because quite honestly, if you look on television, the Black folks don't really look like all of us, right? They are racially ambiguous. You can't really tell. You just know they're a person of color, right? So we have to be able to educate our children. Okay. Now I'm off my soapbox. That's all I got to say on that.
Ambiguous.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
She said it. She said it. Dr. Sampson said it. All right. Let's go. Let's jump into our last topic. I know we don't have that much time left. So I do want to hit on a couple of questions under the topic and discussion about racial injustice. So the first question I want to get out there is, do any of you guys feel that the Black Lives Matter movement has reopened a psychological wound for Black people that has increased the awareness and need for mental health services? Tyra, can you start us off?
Oops. Cool. Okay. So I think in regards to the Black Lives Matter movement, how can you open a wound that was already open? I think the wound was there. It was already opened. It was just that we had, an organization developed that decided to, pretty much, how can I put it? They brought awareness. Okay. And so what happened was, with the awareness that brought on, is like the psychological wound was already there. It's just that now it's put to a national platform, and now more people are becoming more aware of what what we as African Americans have been going through for hundreds and hundreds of years. Is there an increased need for mental health services? I would not say it's because of Black Lives Matter. I would say this need for mental health services has always been there. It's just now is getting the word out and helping people to get the mental health services that they need, if that makes sense. But I wouldn't say that Black Lives Matter, like reopened. I think the wound was already open. It's just that we need to be able to, as professionals out there, be able to get the mental health information out there to all of the communities, to find a way where we can help, with Black Lives Matter as far as the organization, and help with them with getting the help that all of our communities need.
And good point, Tyra. And I want someone also to piggyback on this. I do see, now I haven't seen this before, but since Black Lives Matter, these these protests, these demonstrations have been taking place in different cities. I'm also seeing more people, like in communities, homes, they have, signs, Black Lives Matter. I've never seen that before. I've never seen, this, I don't know. It's just a type of, different people of all walks of life, really making it known that there is a need for, just awareness about the mistreatment of the Black community, and how we're disproportionately affected by all sorts of things, whether it's justice, health, whatever, legal system, yada, yada, yada. I guess my question is, are you surprised to see, just this? I mean, in the yards of people. I don't know if you see it where you live.
Oh my goodness!
Everywhere. I gotta see it everywhere, of all different walks of life. Black Lives Matter. Is it surprising to see? Is it, I guess in a sense, I feel, the treatment, the maltreatment of the Black community has been here, right? We all know that. But it seems like that, this past year, it has made it more aware for people. I don't know that I maybe wasn't aware. I hesitate to say that, but it just, it's been here for the longest, but this is really, for some people, has really brought it to the forefront, it seems like. So Dr. Sampson, I know you made some sort of auditory sound.
Yes, I didn't know. I didn't realize I was not muted. I didn't realize I was not muted, but I guess, you know what? Hey,
I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Listen, here's the thing. All right, so let me try to do this quickly. I think it's firstly important to mention that there is a difference between the Black Lives Matter organization and the Black Lives Matter movement. Because I'm going to tell you, as a social justice activist that has led 6 different protests for the Black Lives Matter movement, I will say, and this is no shade to the Black Lives Matter organization following people. However, if you understand and you do your research, you will recognize that Black Lives Matter organization is heavily funded by individuals that have an agenda. The reason why I say that there's an agenda is because when you look on their website, there's no mention of Black men. So the Black women and families are mentioned. So we can't talk about Black Lives Matter and if we're not talking about our men, because those are the ones, our brothers, our husbands, our sons, our cousins, our godbrothers, etc. These are the ones that are being killed at disproportionate levels by the police. So we have to be really clear about the difference between the organization and the movement. Additionally, what I want to say is I see the signs, right? I see them all in communities. Businesses have them, community members have them. But my concern is that people think that doing that is enough. Some of these people who will put a sign out in front of their house are also people who work in environments where they see Black people being treated poorly and they won't raise their voice. These are some of the same people who may be in HR and know that, Portia, you're getting paid one amount, right? And someone else is getting paid a very different amount and not say anything. So what I want to say to that is, it is not enough to put a sign on your lawn. Okay? It is not enough. We have to be clear, right, about being able to raise our voices in spaces and places where there can be a difference made. So what I want to say is that recently with the insurgents on the Capitol, guess what? Some of the family members of those individuals are the ones that turned them in. That's who we need to be applauding, not people just putting signs up outside their house because it's easy and they want everybody to think they're all about inclusion. I want to know that you're willing to call on your auntie who went up and did something. I want to know that you're willing to call out your boss for treating this person differently because you know they have a different background. That's what it's about. It's about using your voice, especially for individuals who are white, utilizing that white privilege and raising their voices. Signs are just like not enough. Not in 2021. Not enough.
All right. Police brutality on Black men. We're talking about Black men here. Does police brutality on Black men have an impact on the emotional health of Black women and Black families? If so, explain, Dr. Alton. Can you start us off there?
Well, I think one of the comments that, or questions or statements that was made earlier by one of the listeners gives us the insight that yes, it does have an impact on us when we're afraid when our children are leaving out the house, if they're going to return back again safely. When we're concerned about what's going to jump off because people have rumors that, you know, there's going to be another insurrection, or that of all the 50 states that they're going to attack the Capitol. You know, we don't just think about it. The Black people don't just think about the fact that it's going to be at the Capitol. We're thinking about how's that going to impact us and impact our businesses. You know, it causes us to think whether there is, you know, like is it just as Dr. Sampson was talking about, is there an allyship, or is it just a public allyship where we just have the signs, or are we really having someone that's really going to walk with us like they did with Dr. Martin Luther King? You know, that the people that really came out, the Jewish people, the white people, the Asian people, the all different denominations of people came. When we are faced with this trauma that continues to prohibit us from this natural freedom that we should have, then I believe we're beginning to feel the stigmatism that comes from this racial injustice that really walks up on, it comes to our doorsteps into our minds. So just like we talk about how Black fatigue erodes our mind, body, and spirit, so does this racial injustice that comes into our televisions, but it's really starting to take effect as why we need our therapists into our psyche now. And so then we start to become paranoid and everything. We don't want to go outside. We don't want our children to go outside. We don't want to go to work. And we cannot live in that fear, but we have to get help to be able to do so.
We have a question here. What would you say to the Black man who allows their masculinity or the idea of appearing weak deter them from seeking help or therapy? Our men take on a lot and don't like to speak on things nor share their emotions. Tyra, can you start us off there? Or do you want me to put it back up?
I got it. What I would say to a Black man who is, you know, experiencing this type of issue, I would definitely talk to them about it a little bit more in depth of what is making them feel weak and what is actually happening. And I would definitely, you know, explain to them the importance of seeking therapy. You know, I volunteer with an organization called Black Men Heal, where we offer 8 free sessions to Black men who are, who are like seeking therapy, or might have issues where they may feel like, I think I need therapy, I don't need. They might be in that in between stage, So basically, being able to make them feel comfortable to engage in a conversation about their feelings, so that they don't think that they're appearing to be weak.
I'm going to last question, and then we're going to wrap it up, because this was very good discussion. And this anyone can address this. Do you believe that unaddressed psychological issues among police officers is to blame for the injustice, discrimination, and brutality towards the Black community? If so, what do you believe should happen to improve that issue? Anyone could, take that.
I don't know if it's just their unresolved psychological issues, or if it is the fact that white supremacy is ingrained in the training. It's ingrained in the expectations that they have for what they're going to deal with when they interact with people of color. So I think that that's more of the issue than it is their own psychological background. I think that we have to be able to have our communities policed by people that live in the community. That is huge. And I think that that would serve a huge blow to some of these issues, because the people who need to be keeping the peace should also be of the community. There was a town, I'm in New Jersey, and there was a time where you could not work for that particular city if you did not live in that city. And we've done away with that, and because of that, you've had an uptick in brutality, you've had an uptick in some of these arrests, and some of the situations that have occurred. So I think that in defunding the police and understanding that model, it goes back to having people trained by people that look like them and police communities that they are a part of. I think that would really make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Alton, do you want to piggyback off of that last question as well?
I do. I want to say that I do believe that it's time to restructure the police department, and it's not just because of them, but it's also because of the mental health illnesses and how many people get mistreated because they are, having an elevation of an experience of anxiety or depression. And I believe if we could have within the police department, have your chaplain, have your social worker, have your therapist, there should be somebody assigned in those departments. Not one and not two, but you need enough depending on the population that is being served, so that the whole person has the opportunity to be cared for and served. Doesn't make sense that we see in the news that someone is having a mother calls because their son is, having an emotional breakdown, and the police come, and the first point of return is shooting them and killing them. It's ridiculous. And it doesn't help that our state, our government has not opened up state hospitals. Instead, they shut them down, that there's not funding there. And so if we're going to work as a unified community, and I totally agree with Dr. Sampson that restructuring needs to happen where the police officers come from the communities, because most of the people, my husband and I talk about this, that are getting the jobs as police officers, they're coming from the military. They're told to train to kill. They're not told to train to wound or pull out the taser first. So they have a mindset, and we're not going to be able to untrain that mindset just by, having an educational program on diversity and inclusion. No, it is systemic, and it goes way back, as Dr. Sampson said, way before we even got to 2021, and we've got to deal with the real foundational issues, the root issues, to be able to make a substantial change.
Tyra, any last words before we close out?
I think, I do agree with Dr. Sampson and Dr. Alton in regards to this also. I also do think that, the officers do need to get a more extensive psychological examination done on themselves when they enter the force, because they have a lot of personal issues that may have not been addressed. And I think that that is definitely something that should be taken into consideration. Some of the issues with race come from some of the things that they were learned behavior that they got from their family. I know one of the questions that was on the thing was, does it follow generations? Yes, it can follow generations. And we see that where it transpires from all of the behaviors that we've been seeing, that has been publicized, on television. So I do think that they do need to get an extensive evaluation done. And, I think they need to have a therapist or a psychiatrist, a psychologist readily available for those officers as well. It's basically to help them with all of the things that they're seeing outside, because they're seeing things outside. And some, we do have some good cops who don't, who basically will try to help a situation more so than hinder, but we do see those that harm the situation. But when you look at some of the officers who are put in positions where they have to make a choice, do I go with my group or do I go with my race? You know what I mean? To protect my race. When you look at a situation like that, that's when we as therapists, we need to be ready for these folks, because they have a whole nother issue within themselves. Do I eat or do I go with my race? You know what I mean? And that's the question that's on the table that's never answered, but I do need, counseling is something that they all need.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. Well, ladies, this has been an insightful conversation. I thank you all. Tyra Gardner, Dr. Letitia Sampson, and Dr. Brenda Alton, thank you so much for giving all your wisdom on this very important topic as we address racial injustice, racial trauma, and mental health disparities in the Black community. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. All right. So please continue to give us your comments and your questions. I hope that you guys are learning a lot. I hope the information is very insightful. That was a very deep conversation about different aspects of what I would call Black Lives Matter, right? So our next workshop is Beating Depression Naturally with Dr. Jaleesa Hernandez. So stay with us right after the break. We'll be back.
Highmark has been recognized as being at the forefront of innovative programs for members and communities who struggle with substance use disorders. I've been involved in the Shatterproof initiative. That's really a great educational program that is designed to reduce stigma. Then there's Bright Heart Health, which offers addiction medicine services in a tele format. What can we do as a community and really have that cultural impact for change?
We see them every day. The hands, hearts, and minds of our front lines. The care they give and give, only to go home and care some more. How they run in when others run away. Today, the whole world is seeing them like we always have. Here's to the heroes.
of genetics is undeniable. But when it comes to our health and well-being, zip code is more important than genetic code. The very place we call home impacts the choices we make and the care we receive. From solving food insecurity to providing access to health screenings, Capital Blue Cross is investing in the health of our communities. Rooted in central Pennsylvania and the Lehigh Valley, backed by national strength. Capital Blue Cross.
Sometimes we need that extra encouragement. We need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement. And, I love getting all the emails with the recipes, and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email, so that means that it holds me accountable, and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Harrisburg yoga studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
This is Juju's fortress. This is Juju's cape. This is Juju's superpower. This is Juju's heroism. This is Penn State Children's Hospital.
Meet Ray. Ray lives on a farm. He loves playing kickball with his grandkids, but lately he's gotten a little slower and been visiting the doctor a lot more often. This is Kim. Kim lives in the city. She loves to exercise, cook healthy meals, and can't remember the last time she called in sick. They're both people, but not all people are the same. And yet, when we visit the doctor, our treatments don't look that different. Why is that? Because we just don't have enough information to do it better until now. Enter all of us. The research program based on precision medicine. Precision medicine is a revolutionary new approach to treating and preventing disease that's personalized instead of one size fits all. By gathering health data from 1 million people like Ray and Kim and Trevor and Samir, our country's best researchers will be able to develop treatments that are as unique and complex as we are. With this new information, doctors will have a better understanding of disease so they can innovate the next great breakthroughs in medicine. Once enough people join, suddenly everything changes. Information becomes clear, patterns emerge, and simple data transforms into life-saving knowledge. This means that Ray and Kim's children and their children's children can live longer, healthier lives. By becoming one of the first 1 million people to volunteer, you can help reshape the entire future of healthcare for generations to come. If we can figure out how to fly, put a man on the moon, and connect the entire world, surely we should be able to improve the future of healthcare. Not just for Ray and Kim or even you, but for all of us. Sign up at joinallofus.org. The future of health begins with you.
How's that? I believe I have a thumbs up that now everyone can hear me. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Julissa, and I'm honored to be here today on this panel of wonderful, magnificent, wisdomful souls to discuss with you how overcoming depression naturally is a possibility. For those of you that don't know me, I have been in practice 25 years. I'm a board certified naturopathic doctor. My home office is on Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan, New York City. I'm 2 blocks from the Empire State Building, and also consult patients in 30 plus states and offices in 30 plus states and abroad. And am most well known also as a television and radio personality, as the also resident naturopathic doctor of what once was the Michael Baisden show, a nationally syndicated show heard in 40 plus states. An author of the book, The Naturopathic Approach to Fertility. Honored to be here on this magnificent platform. Absolutely love Portia Johnson and being a part of supporting all of you in achieving the epic health that you deserve. So let's begin to discuss how you can actually help yourselves to overcome a mental health challenge as depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, mainly focusing on depression at this time. But I'll be talking about how I've actually gone about helping my patients in a quarter of a century, helping them to overcome these types of challenges with natural medicine and holistic focus and many other aspects that I use within my practice. And I'll share also a lot of that approach that I use with patients in that realm as well. So let's begin. First slide. Depression is known as the most common adult psychiatric disorder today, and we know that it is increasing greatly worldwide. Today, the WHO recognizes that, for example, depression is one of the top 4 disabling diseases in the world, and that is something sad and very depressing in itself to hear. Mood disorders today, they affect over 21 million Americans. That's astounding. And know that about $30 billion is spent on treatment. And I'm talking more about pharmaceutical drug, chemical drug treatments. Over 20 million prescriptions for Prozac alone, for example, were given between 1987, since the debut of 1987, and in 2011, that's the number that they came up with. Today, we already know that there's about 37 million prescriptions that have been given just for that one drug alone. And it's something that we need to definitely correct because obviously it's not helping. We know too much about the side effects of what these types of drugs tend to do to the body. Now, clever marketers are now even pushing mood elevating drugs and such for things as shyness or ordinary sadness. And we need to be able to differentiate what those different aspects of changes in personality and changes in mood actually are. Don't go right ahead and start diagnosing yourselves as depressed because you have momentary sadness. Don't go right ahead and start focusing on thinking that that's it. I'm clinically depressed just because you're having some issues with maybe connecting with people and just maybe normal shyness. I'll talk to you about how you can focus on knowing exactly if that is a true challenge that you're having issues with. Now, if we look again at drugs like Prozac, it's been linked to 23,067 adverse drug reactions. And the other drugs given out there that I continuously help patients who wish to wean themselves off chemical drug dependency. I help them to slowly wean off of these types of medications because of these continued adverse drug effects that we know that they cause. Clinical depression is much more than a case of the blues. So let's get that very straight here and have you guys truly understand that. Depression is both a mental and emotional state. And it's really a feeling where you're enclosed in a box. You feel like you can't get out of this sinking sea that you're in. You feel like you can't escape this sort of gloom that you've fallen into. It's very closely tied to disease. And what we've also noticed is that over 80% of also terminal cancer patients, and again, in a quarter of a century of practice, predominantly my patients that come to see me in my New York City office, in terminal cancer patients, 80% of them, we found that there's a history of chronic depression there. So we have to tackle what could possibly be the cause of that link, and know that it is something that you most definitely can overcome. Next slide, please. So is this really just a mental health problem? We know for a fact in the studies involving naturopathic medicine, holistic medicine, and also in the traditional, conventional allopathic medicine route, that really it is truly categorized in two parts. First, there most likely is an underlying origin and circumstance that is causing that person to have challenges with depression. And I'll go greatly into that. First of all, within that realm, and I hope that all of you have pen and paper to take notes, I'm going to share some significant information here with you. Let's talk about this first point here: underlying origins and circumstances. For one, what does that entail? Well, for one, the great loss of a spouse or a child, and the inability to really truly express grief. That's one within this category of one of these two parts, all right? So the great loss of a spouse or a child, and the inability to express grief. We know that from the very first beginning, this is an aspect here. What I tend to definitely discuss with my patients, and when a patient is in the office with me, I dedicate about an hour and a half to 2 hours to a patient, because I don't believe in the very quick consult. I have to have that patient share their story with me, share with me their history of the challenges that they've undergone in their life. And one thing that I can tell you is from the day that I can pretty much have them pinpoint that they first started feeling that they were in a pit of depression, I have to go back in time with them. I have to go back at least 7 to 10 years to find out what was that trigger. What was that maybe emotional trauma that triggered them to fall into this sea of gloom and this pit of despair that they're living in? So that's something to take into account. I very much focus on a universal method approach, looking back in time, almost a time machine method, to find the true root cause of disease and illness. And that has helped me be extremely successful in helping patients to overcome their challenges in this way. So that's one, just from the first part that I'm mentioning here. Two, another underlying origin and circumstance that the person could be having challenges with is bottled up rage, bottled up fury, bottled up anger and aggression turned inward. It's that anger with oneself, severe rage and fury and anger with oneself for maybe having made a specific choice, having made a specific step in their lives that they feel they should have known better than to do. Let me step back for a moment and say that when we look at true healing, we are holistic beings. Everything that encompasses the emotional, physical, mental, and spiritual will affect us and our health. And so, stepping back for a moment, let's just take into account that we are spirits here having a human experience, and we're here to learn lessons. We're here to learn from mistakes that we also make in our lives. And so to condemn ourselves for making a mistake is a very wrong thing to do. These are types of the types of conversations that I have with my patients in my office. If you can sit back and look at the situation that is in front of you, and you can say, I learned that. I am never doing that mistake again. Then please, my friends, love yourself for having learned the lesson instead of condemning yourself for having made the mistake in the first place. We're having a human experience and we are here to learn lessons. So that's just one way to go about if maybe your reason for having severe depression is because of self-condemnation, bottled up anger, rage and anger, fury that is turned inward. Aspect number 3 of the underlying origins and circumstances that could be a reason for depression within you is, for example, negative emotional behavior that is often learned as a child. Sadly, our personalities are already developed by the age of 8, so it is crucial to sometimes have to look back to what was happening in the home, what was happening in your realm, what was happening in your world, what was happening in your circle, in your childhood, that brought upon you learning certain negative behaviors as a child that brought you into an adult state of now suffering from depression. I mean, we have to also consider that there are children that become very depressed as well because of whatever they're living, whatever they're going through in their lives. And so take that into account as number 3 of the underlying origins and circumstances that could be a cause of why you're suffering from depression. Number 4, there could be a biochemical imbalance. For example, if you have excess copper or a deficiency even of copper within the body, that's involved literally with neurotransmitter, amino acid, and other nutrient deficiencies. If you are deficient in certain ways, then most definitely you are going to feel like you're not right, like things are just not the way they should be, like you can't get out of this pit that you're in. So do take that into account. If you're having a sort of biochemical imbalance, that is where feeding the body what it needs so that it can heal itself becomes crucial. And that's another aspect of why I've been so successful in helping patients to overcome these sorts of mental health challenges, whether it's bipolar disorder, paranoia, mood affective disorders, anxiety, and such. Next, let's consider that there could be a challenge with your thyroid, hypothyroidism, a low thyroid, which much of the time, and I'll say this again and again, is often misdiagnosed as depression. Write that down. Hypothyroidism much of the time is misdiagnosed as depression, wherein again, a chemical drug is not going to correct that challenge. We need to feed the body, feed the glandular system what it is missing so that the body can heal itself. And once we do that, the changes in mood in a person that's having these sorts of challenges is astounding. And lastly, it could be that part of the underlying origin and circumstance of why you're suffering from depression is because it's drug-induced depression. Yes, there are actually drugs that can cause you to feel that you are in a pit that you can't come out of, that you are feeling depressed. So that is the end of those 6 points that could be part of the underlying origin and circumstance. Now let's go to part 2. Incidental markers and traits. What does that mean? So let's touch upon that for a moment. Number 1, hypoglycemia, low blood sugar or alcohol dependency. These types of things, partaking in these types of things can cause you to feel like you are having challenges of depression. Yes, a blood sugar low can do that. And a blood sugar high can also do that. So sugar dependency, where a person feels that they must constantly, let's say, have that sugar every single day at every single hour. They have to join every meal with something, for example, sweet. Take that into account. That's considered an incidental marker or trait that could be a marker for depression in you. Number 2, in that part, prescription drug addiction or intolerance. If you're intolerant to certain prescription drugs, and if you're addicted to certain things. I've had patients come to me that, for example, have been addicted to painkillers and such, that were maybe on morphine for a long period of time before coming to me for certain injuries that they'd suffered and such, that had them feeling that they were in a pit of, for example, depression. So, of course, helping to bring their body back to balance, helping to wean them off these drugs, help to bring their mood back, help to bring them to a healthy state of living. And that's what we're looking for when we bring the body back to balance. Number 3, chemical or food allergies. Yes, that can also be an incidental marker for depression. Number 4, hormone imbalances related to childbirth or premenstrual syndrome, what you know as PMS, or menopause. Yes, it is also one of the areas. Reproductive system health is one of those fortes of what I focus on also in my practice, and I talk about in my book, The Naturopathic Approach to Fertility, sexual health and balancing hormones in men and women. And most definitely, yes, if a man is having very low testosterone levels and very heightened estrogen levels, he will feel in a more saddened state to where that could be diagnosed as depression, most definitely caused by the hormonal imbalance. Now, with women, it could be that low estrogen that she's having challenges with, and yet she could be dealing with estrogen dominance as far as xenoestrogens, toxic estrogens. And in those cases, if I'm seeing that a woman has challenges with depression and I'm also treating her or she's coming to me to help her with shrinking her uterine fibroids, or she has challenges with endometriosis, PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, fibrocystic breasts, and the list goes on, then I know there are hormone imbalances there. And then she tells me that she's depressed. Well, I know how I'm going to correct her depression by helping to correct the imbalances and then helping with that, shrinking the abnormal cell accumulations that she's dealing with and such and so forth. It's just a chain reaction of healing of what happens within the body when we focus on these deep root causes instead of just going right away to medicate the person with a chemical drug. Understand? So let's look at the body in that way. As I continue to talk to you about natural health approaches as such, I really would need you to just unlearn a bit about what you already know about your bodies so that you could open your mind to really looking at the body through the eyes of even ancient medicine, which we know is over 5,000 years old, right? So who are we to argue it? But the evidence and the success stories speak for themselves. May 1st of 1995, I started my practice. So this May 1st will be 26 years actually in practice. And in just seeing the results, they speak for themselves of how patients are able to overcome these issues by feeding the body what it needs, helping with balancing. And that I will talk to you further about in this presentation. Number 5, with regards to incidental markers and traits. Negative emotions that are a result of the inability to cope with prolonged stressful situations and intense stress in your life. Those will most definitely bring you to a state of feeling or having literally diagnosed depression. All right. So I've come across that much of the time with patients, I can tell you, that have become, for example, let's say the caretaker of their elderly parent. I've had patients come to me that it's just one of many cases that I can tell you how prolonged stress brought them into a deep depression. That I've seen numerous times in the years I've been in practice and such. I've seen that in a parent who is dealing with a disabled child and caring for that child, no longer able to work and deciding to be the primary caretaker of that disabled child. And that brought that mother into a huge state of depression that I had to help her to overcome. And so those are just some of those examples of stories of patients that I've helped in certain issues where they've fallen into depression because of prolonged stress. And then number 6, they shock you with regards to incidental markers and traits. Research has shown from the Journal of Orthomolecular Medicine that there is a link between mercury fillings and manic depression. Yes. And this not only goes for if you have, for example, mercury fillings, this goes for 3 generations back in time. So we're looking at your great-grandmother, your grandmother, or grandparent, but it's mainly linked, we found in studies, to the maternal side. So great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, and you may not have the mercury fillings, but it would be an ideal thing, and it's something that I ask my patients to find out for me. Find out for me if any of these family members of yours had mercury fillings. All that was passed on in the womb with each pregnancy and passed on to you. So that is something that a lot of people do not take into account. And how are you going to correct that? By drugging a person with a drug that you think is going to help them to deal with depression. No, it's never going to help with that. So I particularly focus on heavy metal cleansing when it comes to that. All right. And I'll bring my camera up a bit. I know that I just got the message. Okay, I hope that's better. All right, guys. So yes, most definitely, that is something to take into account. All right, we have questions. Imani says, what are symptoms of having too much copper in the system? Could a copper IUD affect your copper levels? Absolutely, my dear. Absolutely. It is a foreign element within your body. How is it not going to cause some sort of side effect? I'm so happy that you mentioned that, my dear, because it is absolutely something that will affect your chemical balance, and it is going to cause some sorts of challenges later on. So symptoms of, I would say, low copper as well are things like varicose veins and spider veins and such. But having too much copper will have you feeling these types of imbalances where you just don't feel right. You feel like also maybe your memory is slacking a bit. You're going into one room, you're forgetting what you're going to get. You have to go back to remember what it was. Where did I put my keys? Where did I put the dog? Where did I put the kids? Those slight things that may be an issue where you're too young. Let's say you're feeling, I'm too young to be having this. What's going on? Well, yes. Putting a foreign object like that in your body, first of all, you're risking perforating your uterus. That's another conversation for another discussion where I may talk to you about sexual health. But yes, copper is most definitely going to be a factor that's going to cause these sorts of imbalances. And a wonderful question, Erica. Absolutely. Oh, I've written articles, published articles on hypothyroidism, and you can find those. Just type in hypothyroidism, Dr. Julissa, and I just really go by that title, kind of like Dr. Ruth, Dr. Julissa. That's all you need to do to find me on all social media engines and on my website. And I have published articles on hypothyroidism. And I'll mention certain foods at the end that you can start incorporating in your diets so that you can help yourselves feeding the body what it needs. But of course, I also very much believe in doing a combination of foods, diet modifications, including herbal therapies and such natural therapies, and of course, body work and lifestyle changes that are going to help with balancing that gland back to health. One aspect I do want to touch upon, and I'm glad that you asked that question regarding hypothyroidism, Erica. In holistic medicine, I have an actual chart in my office that I refer to when I have a patient in the office. And think of a scale that touches upon emotions and thoughts, and the emotion and thought and organ and system that it affects. Please know that thyroid and parathyroid imbalances are very much connected to the emotion of anger. And I mentioned a moment ago how bottled up anger is number 2 on that list of the top one, the first part, underlying origins and circumstances. Bottled up anger and aggression turned inward. Now let me explain how that can relate to hypothyroidism. The thyroid and the parathyroid are connected to verbal anger, either choking yourself and not verbalizing when you wish to, not speaking when you should, or the other extreme, yelling, screaming, raising your voice, using foul language, and that's the other extreme. Or many times what I've found with patients is that they're both, men and women, okay? And so that, knowing that that is an aspect of underlying origins and circumstances, we know from what holistic medicine teaches us, and even Chinese medicine, if we go back in time to what ancient medicine, again, over 5,000 years old, so who are we to argue it, right? All of that does have to do with underlying anger whenever I come across a patient that's dealing with hypothyroidism, so take that into account, all right? And so next slide, that's where I wanted to touch upon those 2 parts. Now, let's talk about the 6 main underlying origins and circumstances for depression. I've just mentioned those a bit, but I've mentioned them, and I forgot that I had this slide there, but here you can take a screenshot of all those aspects that I've mentioned. You had the death or severely great loss of that spouse or child, unexpressed accumulated anger that's really turned inward to yourself, improper negative actions and behaviors that you learned in childhood. And I lovingly have to say, we cannot blame our family, your family. You cannot blame your loved ones for bringing you into certain situations, let's say. Obviously, they should know better. But let us also sit back and understand that there is out there what is innocent ignorance, right? I'm a spiritual woman as well. And so apart from being very much into the medicine aspect of my practice and over a quarter of a century, I sometimes do have to bring in that touch of the spiritual in. I'm a Taoist, and so I practice Taoism and follow even that and Buddhist teachings. And that just encompasses how we have to have love for all. So there is innocent ignorance out there. Let's not go ahead and start, considering ourselves a victim. Let's consider the fact that maybe they didn't know any better, but now we have the power to be able to change what we suffered and not condemn ourselves to feeling that this is the way it has to be because I need to inherit this because this is how the rest of my family was and it was bound to happen to me. No, we are never doomed to suffer the challenges of our family members, even if there are generational cases of depression or a mental health disorder. And again, in treating challenges with patients such as bipolar, paranoia, mood affected disorders and such. You're never doomed to have those challenges. We just need to feed the body, correct the imbalance so that the body can heal itself. Okay? Next slide, please. And again, these are the 6 main markers that I mentioned a moment ago, ending with that aspect that I just mentioned, mercury in the body. You can take a screenshot of that so that you can have that for your notes, so that you can determine, well, if I've been diagnosed, think to yourselves, if you've been diagnosed with depression, what do you think was that cause? Then you'll be able to focus on that root cause to correct the challenge. You're never going to correct it by medicating yourself with something that's just going to mask symptoms. It's just not. And in my realm of medicine, sadly, I am the second resort. Much of the time, what people will do is they'll go through what my colleagues out there in conventional and allopathic medicine have their focus on, and they don't find results there. They maybe have been on medication for 5, 7, 10 years and are tired and sick and tired of being sick and tired and dependent on the milligrams getting higher and higher, and they're looking for an alternative. And that's where I tend to come in, and that's when they look for those alternative measures. So and that's what I'm here for, to support you in knowing that you can overcome this in a different way. Next slide, please. So how do you know if you're depressed? At some point in their lives, at least 1 in 5, and sadly, it's growing even more to where 1 in 4 Americans will experience a depression episode. The elderly, the lonely, and now with what we're living in, a lot of people became extremely lonely during this sad time that we lived in the past year and still kind of undergoing at the moment. So the elderly, the lonely, drug users, they're used to being the prime depression candidates, but it's not like that any longer, sadly. Baby boomers, you know, men and women alike, city residents, teens, and we know even children now have identifiable depression. Over 28 million Americans, we know, take antidepressant drugs. Why? There's so many different ways to realize what could be that underlying root cause. That is my main focus when it comes to helping a patient with treating any sort of ailment, challenge, sickness, disease that they're coming to me with. I have to go back to find out what was the root cause that triggered it. The perfect storm has to be happening within the body for disease to come about. Where did that perfect storm, where did that click? Where did that light go on like a light switch? Where was that perfect storm sent on, all right, turned on? At what point in time, when, what happened, what emotional trauma, what thing were you exposed to? What did you deal with that had that turn on and had you start suffering? Right? So, in knowing that over 28 million Americans taking antidepressant drugs or anxiety medication to control depression symptoms, that's astounding. That shouldn't be. While many of these drugs, okay, they definitely seem to relieve symptoms, they are never going to heal. And the challenge lies in, again, the side effects. If I just shared with you that one drug alone, Prozac, for example, has been found to have 23,067 adverse effects, why would we want to take a chemical pharmaceutical drug to where you're on it for so long that now you can't function without it because they're highly addictive? And of course, one of those main organs that suffers is also the liver. And every organ in our body is very vital, but the liver is extremely vital, which is an organ that can help when it's very healthy to prevent even cancer. So why subject yourselves to that sort of dependency when there are other ways? So we know that they can have disturbing side effects, and I'll go about sharing some of those side effects with you here. Low sex drive, oh my, and that's for men and women. Most definitely if you're taking Zoloft, if you're taking Prozac, if you're taking a prescription depression medication, your sex drive will be nil. Now, I'm also known in my quarter of a century in practice for being very blunt and very to the point. I believe that your health is much too important for me to beat around the bush. And so I am very blunt. So I hope that you're all right with that, and that, yes, most of you here are definitely over 18, I hope, because I do try to go into depth in certain topics and really share with you what is very prevalent for you to heal. And so low libido, low sex drive, you will not have the desire to initiate, really, if you are on these sorts of medications. So take that into account. Next, dry mouth, dry eyes. Those are issues that you're going to have challenges with. You have there the liver overload I mentioned a moment ago, nausea, lightheadedness, dizziness. Now, mainly, That nausea, lightheaded, and dizziness is because those are already symptoms that your liver has started to become overloaded from taking the medications. So what then? All right. Then you have the insomnia, the headaches that are also coming about. In many cases, migraines as well. I've written articles on root causes of headaches and severe migraine sufferers, and you can find the articles that I've published on that. And we know that one of the main causes of migraines is an overloaded toxic liver. You're taking a pharmaceutical, you're going to overload and toxify your liver, period. That's it. And so these are only some of side effects. And that's just, again, from just the majority of the drugs that they prescribe out there. So further, antidepressants, we know that they're also linked to increased suicide risk. So one moment. So you're prescribing someone pharmaceutical drug to supposedly help them deal with depression, but then you're risking them to take their life, to commit suicide. What then? That's not something that we want to do. We want to correct the problem, go to the root cause, correct the imbalance so the person can heal. And that's the way that I've been able to help patients and be so successful in helping them come off of these drugs that have them feel like they don't want to be on the earth, that they want to leave the world behind and take their own lives. We need to prevent that. Numerous other studies have also linked the popular antidepressants like imipramine and also amitriptyline to increased anger and aggression and suicidal thoughts and ideas that were not there before being prescribed the medication. What are we doing? What are we doing? People that never fathomed taking their lives, now, after taking medication for depression, are actually thinking of taking their own lives. That's something that we cannot let be. We have to correct this. And there are ways to do that. And that's what I'm going to share with you here. So next slide, please. So here are the questions. There are specifically 12 questions that would help you determine if you have depression. If you're answering yes to 2 or more of these, and I'll go over them slowly because there may be some aspects I want to add to each one, but it's good that we go through them one by one so that you can really sit within yourselves, look within and determine, could this be me? And if that is so, let's get you the help that you need as soon as possible. So first, have you experience significant weight loss that is associated with a loss of appetite, or are you eating in excess with new weight gain? That could be it, that you're just not feeling great about yourself. Now that may be a yes for a lot of the majority of you, but wait, this is only if you answer yes to 2 or more of the following signs. Next, are you sleeping excessively? That is one very significant marker to know if someone is having challenges with depression. Are you feeling sad? Are you feeling down, like you're dragging your body? You're feeling lethargic. You're very negative. And I know that many of you have come across people in your realm, in your circle, loved ones maybe, that you can see these sorts of traits in. They're very pessimistic. They never see the good in anything. They're very negative, and they feel maybe worthless. They feel this way when they're awake, and they feel that they escape that feeling when they're constantly sleeping. This is a clear indication that there could be an issue with depression. Next, are you constantly feeling as though you're going nonstop? Something that I see a lot, for example, in the women today, let's say, that are out there making their mark, entrepreneurs, but are not balanced in the sense that they can't find that life-work balance, and they're constantly going and driven, or even those that are starting, let's say, something and are just feeling like they're going a mile a minute and they're exhausted the next, but they're keeping on going. That can take a toll on you after a while. We have to consider listening to our bodies, pulling back, and maybe even taking a day to do nothing. Okay, there has to be a break there. Self-preservation and self-love is so crucial, and it's necessary for us to give ourselves a break at times. Don't worry, the business will still be there. Don't worry, the money will still be there. Don't keep on going nonstop to the point where you burn yourself out and then fall into a pit of despair. Okay. Next, are you feeling unenthusiastic? Oh, I have 10 minutes. Oh, thank you, Portia, for that. 10 minutes. Oh, actually 9. All right, I'll finish up. Are you feeling unenthusiastic? Do you have a loss of pressure or interest in tasks or activities that you used to enjoy? Are you not feeling like doing all those fun things that you used to? If you're saying yes to 2 or more of all of these questions, you could be having issues with depression. Has your libido decreased? Let's consider that. Sex drive is a very big indicator of how our state of being is, how our state of health is, all right? You may underestimate it, but it really truly is. Have you been feeling extremely low energy, even to the point where you don't want to do anything an entire day? Now, I said a moment ago, taking a day to do nothing and rest if you're constantly on the go. But if you're constantly wanting to not do anything and don't feel a drive to achieve certain goals at all in life, that's a challenge. That's an issue. Are you consuming more alcohol than you used to drown your sorrows? Do you feel continued guilt or self-condemnation, self-reproach? Are you condemning yourself for mistakes you've made in life? I said a moment ago, we're here to learn lessons. So remember that. Are you having trouble concentrating or thinking? Are you more forgetful lately? I mentioned that a moment ago. Have you been experiencing anxiety, panic, paranoia attacks? I had a lot of calls back in March of 2020 regarding this. People bolting up right out of bed, thinking that they were dying, actually having a panic attack. So take that into account. That could be that you're just having issues with underlying depression. Are you having issues with hallucinations that are accompanied by heart palpitations, headaches, and sweating? Next, are you feeling most times angry, irritable? One moment you love them, one moment you hate them, one moment you're happy, one moment you're sad. You're sad, right? Are you having recurring problems with your friends and family members? Are you constantly clashing with your loved ones? Take that into account. Write this down. If you're answering yes to 2 or more, you may be having issues with major depression. Have you started to self-medicate yourself, to drown yourself? And yes, I am going to say that it's those that smoke as well. And I'm going to say it, smoke anything. Because if you're feeling that you need that to escape the real world, there's an issue there. I've seen it time and time again. We're talking about me seeing this in 25 years of practice. If you're needing something to drown yourself out from what's happening in the world around you, that's a challenge. That's an issue. That can be that you are having issues with depression. Do you feel alone, isolated from others, with constant recurrent thoughts of death and dying or suicide? These are where the questions end. Ask yourselves, could you be having issues with major depression? If you've answered yes to 2 or more, that's most likely the case. Next slide, please. Don't take this lightly. Depression is a serious, serious disorder, and it definitely needs serious attention, especially if you're having thoughts of suicide and of taking your own life. Numerous people have been able to find that they've been able to overcome this, to feel empowered again, to feel that they can live a full life again. Know that that is possible, to feel love, happiness, calmness within, to be able to let go of fears and embrace positivity with new certain lifestyle practices. Next slide. So my focus with, and you can go to the next slide, that's fine. My focus when it comes to helping with healing is a combination of things. Of course, nutritional therapy, we need to have good nutrition for key brain behavior. And I do focus on a person's, once I do an analysis and I use the latest in technology, a $6,000 camera to analyze my patients and to be able to find the deficiencies and imbalances in their bodies. And so that way I'm also able to see things that they don't even think are actually happening so that we can correct the issues that they're suffering with. So in knowing their metabolism, blood type and such and so forth, giving them and adding to their diet the right foods that are right for them. Not everyone can eat the same things. There should never be a cookie cutter type of diet for everyone. I myself do have to advocate more vegetarianism. Why? Because I've treated cancer for a quarter of a century, and in seeing these types of diseases, I just know that animal meats are going to cause more detriment than health. So just with that aspect, I help my patients to modify their diets a bit so that they can have the right healthy healing that they deserve. So eating the right foods is crucial to help free radicals from the body, correct lifestyle changes, start making changes and combating depression in daily life habits. I put that in the program when I'm treating a patient. Certain body work and exercises that actually help. And of course, spiritual support. In other words, whatever resonates with you as far as spirituality is in your life. I believe that that is crucial to make us whole. Why? Because we are part of something bigger than us. We are part of this universe. And so since we all come from the same source, it's important to incorporate everything that encompasses physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual to have true healing. Next slide. And then, of course, I need to incorporate certain foods, and herbs and roots are food as well. I incorporate certain therapies, and not the same for everyone. Everyone is uniquely different because, again, I've told you some of the reasons why a person could be suffering from depression, so it can't be a cookie cutter approach either. And so for the specific for that specific unique patient, I have to recommend certain herbal therapies that are going to relieve depression and improve the mood. You're going to want to incorporate, most definitely, all of you, essential fatty acids in the diet that are going to help as well. So we're talking about extra virgin olive oil, things of that sort, flaxseed oil. Those are great things to bring in. I have to bring in also in that program certain nerve tonics and relaxers, certain supplementation to boost brain energy, others that are going to help to normalize body chemistry, and other superfoods that help the person to overcome these challenges. I tell every patient, dedicate to our work together, to this journey of epic health for you, minimum 90 days to have the cells of your body regenerate and do a turnaround. That's all I ask. Your dedication for the work we're going to do for minimum 90 days. Although you already start seeing the effects in about 2 weeks or so, I always tell my patients in 2 weeks, you'll love me, you'll be fine. Because the body is going to show it. I need say nothing. Your body is going to start showing you the changes that it's going through. Why? Because you're feeding it what it's missing so that it can heal itself. Next slide. And so, yes, it is possible for you to overcome depression, to feel empowered, and to achieve epic mental health, epic emotional health, and epic health overall. Next slide. For every person that is partaking in this event and watching this event and that is a member of BGH, I surprised Portia with offering a special intro consults with me. Apart from, yes, my patients normally come to see me in my office, whether it be in a state, in a city near you, or my home office in New York City, Midtown Manhattan on Park Avenue. The intro consult, so that I can get to know you, so I can understand your story, is something that I'm offering all of you. That's for those that aren't able to, let's say, come in to see me at first and want to have an intro consult, and it can be a telehealth, Zoom, or phone consult. That is the gift rate that I am giving to everyone here that is participating in the event. Please know that my agents are always available, always, at every moment, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for you to schedule appointments with me and consultations. And I'm at your service. Now, this special offer, my agents and I are making sure that you're able to take part in that and it does end at 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, January 27th. You also have my social media information there, website, and you can just find me on any social media platform, just simply as Dr. Julissa. And next slide, please. Lao Tzu, being the founder of Taoism, I believe said it the best. And if we take this quote into account, we can help to have our minds and our spirit feel also a bit more calm, and understanding maybe also why there could be issues with depression there. If you're depressed, you're living in the past. Constantly looking backwards is going to make you feel that you can't look at the beauty of what's to come in the future, or looking forward, but being here in the present moment is even more important. So if you're anxious, then you're living in the future. But if you are at peace, you are living in the present. And so with that, I hope that everyone is able to take into account that do everything in your power to be in the present moment. Know that you are able to achieve epic health, epic mental health as well. And I'm at your service. And I thank you for having me here this afternoon. Oh, I can't hear you, Portia.
Sorry about that. Unmute myself. Awesome. Such, I don't think we really realize just how much nutrition plays a big part of, our mental state. People were eating all this processed foods, and they don't think, oh, it's not just your waistline you got to worry about, but it's your mental being. And you just definitely hit it on the nose. So I thank you for who you are and all your information. Please, everyone, take advantage of Dr. Julissa's offer. A huge discount. And we're going to actually put that also on this thread. So my staff that's watching this, I know Dr. Julissa put that up of the $49 discount. I believe it was $49 discount. Please definitely put it up, because it was I think there's an expiration date. There it goes. Thank you. There is an expiration date on that, January 27th. So I want to make sure the people who are watching this broadcast, that may be interested and maybe even thinking about seeing a naturopathic doctor for their mental health issues or what have you, I would take advantage of this offer that lasts until Wednesday. So take advantage of that now. Definitely my staff that's on social media, please post this in the thread for the people who are watching this broadcast, please. I think this is a great reward that I don't want people to miss out on. So anyway, thank you again, Dr. Julissa.
Welcome. Bye now.
All righty. So people, we are wrapping it up. We have one last workshop. So I hope everyone is still with us. And that's Young Minds Matter is next with Maya Penn. And this is a workshop I want, if anyone has kids, children, nieces, nephews, right now, call your kids up wherever they are, teenagers or, adolescents, what have you. Watch this, this next workshop with your children. So call people who have children. They need to see this. It's a very inspiring story from a young girl named Maya Penn, who's a young entrepreneur. And I think everyone can get something from this next workshop as we wrap up Minds Matter Harrisburg. So Maya Penn after the break.
Meet Ray. Ray lives on a farm. He loves playing kickball with his grandkids, but lately he's gotten a little slower and been visiting the doctor a lot more often. This is Kim. Kim lives in the city. She loves to exercise, cook healthy meals, and can't remember the last time she called in sick. They're both people, but not all people are the same. And yet, when we visit the doctor, our treatments don't look that different. Why is that? Because we just don't have enough information to do it better. Until now. Enter all of us. The research program based on precision medicine, Precision medicine is a revolutionary new approach to treating and preventing disease that's personalized instead of one size fits all. By gathering health data from 1 million people like Ray and Kim and Trevor and Samir, our country's best researchers will be able to develop treatments that are as unique and complex as we are. With this new information, doctors will have a better understanding of disease so they can innovate the next great breakthroughs in medicine. Once enough people join, suddenly everything changes. Information becomes clear, patterns emerge, and simple data transforms into life-saving knowledge. This means that Ray and Kim's children and their children's children can live longer, healthier lives. By becoming one of the first 1 million people to volunteer, you can help reshape the entire future of healthcare for generations to come. If we can figure out how to fly, put a man on the moon, and connect the entire world, surely we should be able to improve the future of healthcare. Not just for Ray and Kim or even you, but for all of us. Sign up at joinallofus.org. The future of health begins with you.
I feel I'm part of the new wave of entrepreneurs that not only seeks to have a successful business, but also a sustainable future.
Maya is CEO of her own clothing company, which she started when she was just 8 years old. She's moved on to environmental activism, computer programming, and motivational speaking. She's given 3 of the prestigious TED Talks. Now, Maya is an author. She can do everything.
That's why it's so good to have people like you to talk to us, to write a book, because you can inspire others, and that's really what you're hoping to do.
And really, it's, from what I could see, it's about kind of helping people find out what's going to be their passion and how they can strike out and be a trailblazer as you've done.
This book will help you on your creative journey as I talk about my creative journey and everything I've learned along the way, and how you can really start doing what you love.
Super Soul introduces the Super Soul 100, a collection of 100 awakened leaders who are using their voices and talent to elevate humanity. Together, they create a cultural shift towards living life more intentionally. Introducing the Super Soul 100.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Portia and the entire Black Girl Health Foundation team for inviting me to be a speaker. This has been an incredible, and powerful conference. I know we can all agree on that. So my name is Maya Penn. I am a 20-year-old CEO and founder of my own sustainable fashion brand called My Ideas. Along with being an entrepreneur, I am also an environmental activist, a Simon & Schuster author, an animator and filmmaker, and I am also a sustainability consultant. So today, I'm going to be speaking to my journey as a young entrepreneur and activist and how I got started and what I've learned along the way about how important it is to take care of your mental health as a young person, as a young Black woman. What have been my experiences, what I've personally learned, some of my tips, and what I feel would be helpful to both you and any other young people that you have in your life as well. At any point during this talk, please feel free to, if something resonates with you, shout that out, share your experiences, ask any questions. I want this to be super interactive, like we're all having like a kind of group workshop or conversation. So I started my company, Mine's Ideas, in 2008 when I was just 8 years old. It came from a passion for the environment, for the natural world. I always really grew up as a kind of nerdy, almost like really like kind of outdoorsy sort of kid. I also utilize my passion for art and design, and including fashion design, which is also something I was really passionate about. And those were the two passions that kind of were naturally a part of my personality and also sort of a part of my household. I always was really in tune with the impact that we all have on our environment. I grew up, with me and my mom planted a garden in our backyard because her and her mom, my grandmother, did that growing up. So that's something she wanted to pass down to me. Always conscious of conserving electricity and water. And, also some of my earliest memories include me and my parents donating canned goods and clothing to food banks and homeless shelters here in Atlanta. So the kind of giving back and the environmental and social aspect was something that was always really strong with me. And so I had the idea to start my own business because I started doing a lot of research about the impacts that the fashion industry has on our environment. The fashion industry actually produces more carbon emissions than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. That is actually 1.2 billion tons of CO2 annually, which is contributing to climate change and a lot of the other environmental issues that we're facing today. And then on top of that, I've always been a huge advocate for speaking about environmental racism, which is a really unique topic some of you may or may not know about, but how Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities specifically are more harder impacted by environmental issues. A good example that we have probably the most popular or well-known example is Michigan. And so there are tons and tons of examples like this across the US and around the world. And so that is what really drove my mission to start my business, raise awareness through art, through creativity, through all of these things that I was incredibly passionate about. So by the time that I had started, I had a lot to learn about running a business. I really just started it from a passion. I didn't have a business plan or anything like that at 8 years old. So I learned everything hands on, from branding and marketing, keeping in touch with my audience and my customers, and using social media to promote my business, so on and so forth. Even when I was 10 years old, I actually taught myself how to code and build my own website in HTML because I didn't want to pay for subscription fees for a website builder. So all in all, that's basically sort of a snapshot of what I was like as a kid, what I was working on. All of this started leading into really unique opportunities, everything from being featured in Forbes magazine at 10 years old to giving 3 TED Talks by the time I was 13. And I was all coming from a place of doing something that I was super passionate about and wanting to share this with the world. So, as you can imagine, on this journey, of course, I was doing something I love, but there are also a lot of instances and circumstances that really all young people encounter, no matter what kind of path that they're on, tend to be challenges that they have to face, and they really have to start reflecting on how they can take care of themselves and their mental health in a lot of ways. So, first example was being when I first started out. Of course, my voice was really unique for a number of different reasons. Being a young Black girl and also having a focus on environmental activism really kind of set me apart in a way that was great in some ways and not so great in other ways. I was often faced with a lot of discrimination, either within my industry or even online. I had literally like online bullies that would come to my page and might randomly tell me that I need to get a perm, that I need to straighten my hair. I've even had instances, at like 12 years old, seeing pictures of the Ku Klux Klan cross burnings, like randomly being sent to my Facebook page, because just simply because I was just out there and speaking about something that I was passionate about. And every Black kid has this instance where they're hit with the harsh reality of the world, especially when you're trying to do something that's positive and something that makes a difference. It can be really jarring. And this is when it's really important to have a great support system of some kind. Now, I know for both kids and adults, a support system is super crucial. As Black women specifically, we are taught to really focus in on how we can kind of internalize all of our pain and how we can, I think that actually the panel spoke to this earlier of how we need to carry all of our burdens on our own. And so, that being said, oh, thank you so much, Selena. I really appreciate that. Um, so I think that something that's super crucial is to build a support system, and sometimes that's not always readily available in your immediate circle. That might not be readily available in your family circle. That might not be readily available in your friend circle. There has been a lot of focus today on really building a circle and reaching out, whether that is with spiritual leaders, with therapists, or just finding like-minded people. Black Girl Health Foundation is a really, really great example. Black Girl Health Foundation has brought so many people together that are like-minded, that are trying to continue to lift themselves up, improve themselves, help each other. And so just right here, this one community that we're all a part of right now, watching this conference, this is a good way to get started right here. Something else that I really learned that's incredibly, incredibly crucial is to have a good relationship with fear. This is something that I personally learned as I started doing more public speaking, as I started speaking publicly about my passion, about my work, about my journey. So, oh, thank you so much, Pernie. I really appreciate that. So I think what's something that a lot of people tend to struggle with when it comes to fear is that they kind of take fear as something that they need to push down, something that they need to get rid of, get out of the way. When we think of the definition of confidence, we think about somebody who is unapologetic and unafraid and is ready to take on the world. And let's be real, everyone gets scared, everyone gets nervous, everyone feels anxious and afraid. This is just simply being a human being. And when I started, really putting myself out there more, speaking about my business, speaking about the activism work that I was doing, I really had to teach myself to have a good relationship with fear. A good example is when I gave my 2013 TED Talk. First of all, I was only 13 years old. I actually get a lot of messages. I get a lot of comments. I also believe that there's a picture of me giving my TED Talk too. I get a lot of messages and comments from people who are saying that, you were just so calm and collected. You were just so like how did you do that? What are your tips to not be nervous when you're getting up on stage speaking to all of these people in this way? And I don't have an answer for that because I was nervous. There was literally nothing that I could do about that. I was totally like shaking in my shoes like on that stage. And the thing is that really helped me though was because I did it afraid instead of trying to push that fear down and push that fear away. That year was actually, difficult for me because my grandmother, Marguerite, had just passed away earlier that year. And she was really like the centerpiece of our family. And she, was always my biggest cheerleader. And so that was definitely something that I was struggling with, being 13 years old. And so, all of these different layers of having to prepare for this talk and then, also, just losing her, I had a lot of anxiety that was starting to bubble up. And so, I was kind of talking to my mom about this, and, something she said really stuck with me. I was telling her about how afraid I was and that I wasn't going to be able to pull it off. And I really wanted to. This was something I was so excited to do, but I was just so worried that it wasn't going to go right because this was like a global talk, like no take backs. And she told me, Maya, do it afraid. And that really changed my entire relationship with fear. It's also important to remember that fear is almost like a different flavor of excitement. That sounds a little bit strange at first, but they're really similar. They use a lot of the same kind of hormones in your body to create similar responses, but they are just coded in different lights, in a sense. Latifa asked, how did you overcome the fear of being an entrepreneur at such a young age? What hurdles did you face? How did you overcome them? That is a really great question. So I want to kind of speak to some of the lessons that my younger self has sort of accidentally taught my older self. I learn a lot from my child self very often. When I started at this young age, a lot of kids kind of have no filter almost. When you are, at like an age like 8 years old, you're just trying something just because. And so I think that is one thing that something I personally learned from looking back in hindsight. I used to do things just to see what would happen, just for fun, because I wanted to take something I was passionate about and share it with other people in a unique way. And so a lot of people do have the doubts and the fears of, the what if, and what if it's not good enough, and what will people think of me, or what if it doesn't go this way? And something that I do want to share, because, obviously not everyone has an example of something they did at a young age that was, risk, but it was successful, and that they can kind of look back on that as, something to remind them to feel confident in taking risks further down the line. But something I do want to say is, first of all, it's really important to make mistakes. It's important for things not to go how you expected. And it's important to learn how to adapt to the different flows of life and how to optimize on the different flows of life. I think that's something that's really crucial. Our society tells us basically that mistakes are the worst thing ever, that things not going your way is also the worst thing ever, and that what the mistakes that you make are can feel like irreparable, or like you can't come back from them to figure out, the curveballs and like the kind of turns and twists that you don't expect. Like, how can you recover? And that's what's important to learn how to adapt to the changes or adapt to the kind of twisting path to success. There is no straight path to success at all. And it's important to learn from your mistakes. You fall down 7 times, you get up 8. Getting that hands-on knowledge firsthand is super valuable. And also, if you do something, even if you make the wrong decision, but with the right intention, you can still succeed. That's the thing. People worry about making the wrong decision, but as long as you make the wrong decision with the right intention, you can actually still succeed on a whole new path you may have never thought of. Amani has a question from her little sister. She said, did you like school? How did you have a business and do homework? So school was actually really interesting for me personally. From my personal experience, I actually was homeschooled for a lot of my life. And that actually allowed for my parents to incorporate a lot of the things I was kind of working on with my business into my schoolwork. Like the math could be related to something around environmental science, for example, or something around, or the science work could be related more to environmental science as well, or the math could be related obviously to finances and to a lot of things that I learned on my business journey that have been super helpful for me in my adult life as well. But I know a lot of other young people who kind of manage to kind of juggle both. Is that when you're doing something that you're really passionate about, when you have time outside of school, really prioritize that thing and work on it little by little every day. If you're trying to start a business, work on that every day. Just even if you do a little bit of something, you might not be able to dedicate too much time every day, but if you take little steps every day, it will build into a final product. And so that's the best piece of advice I can give for time management when you're still in school. So something else that I want to speak to is perseverance. Perseverance is something that I really learned a lot about during my entire journey. Of course, I've had a lot of successes, but I also had a lot of struggles in getting to that success. You may feel like you're alone on your journey, and especially as an entrepreneur, a lot of people might not know how to support you on your journey. They might not be there for you in the way that you need them to be, and that's perfectly fine. You need to really have the toolkit to know, how to kind of go with yourself, to take that time to nurture yourself, to encourage yourself to keep moving forward. Of course, know when to step back when things get too stressful and when you just feel too burnt out and exhausted. But know that your ideas, your voice, your passion, your mission, it matters. And there's someone out there who is waiting for your voice to speak to what it is that you are passionate about. There are people out there in the world who are excited for what you have to say, even if they do not know it yet. Everyone's voice and experience matters, including you, including every single person that is watching right now. I had a lot of people who I spoke about environmental racism, or when I spoke about sustainable fashion, I was often gatekept out of a lot of industries because even though those are topics that are now coming more into the mainstream, at that time, a lot of people did not want to speak to the importance of diversity in sustainability. A lot of people did not want to speak to the importance of eco-friendly fashion. And, that was something that I had to deal with regularly. People who just didn't want to speak to that because it blew a lot of holes in a lot of industries too. It showed a lot of the flaws and a lot of the systems that were, actively either oppressing people or were making a harmful impact on the environment. And that's kind of just what comes along with being an activist in a sense. But that's something I had to deal with a lot. But I kept going, I kept persevering. I knew that my message was important. I knew that it would be helpful and inspiring to other people. And it would also, speak to a lot of causes that are really vital to talk about as we're moving forward, especially as more racial and environmental issues start to take a spotlight more and are starting to even overlap in a lot of ways. Something else I want to mention is how important it is to strategically prioritize your joy. Strategically prioritizing your joy essentially means really looking to what it is that makes you happy, what it is that, kind of makes you feel the most like you, and prioritizing that in a way that is still realistic. A lot of people will say, do what you love, just go for it and do what you love, but that's still not realistic for a lot of people. For a lot of people, there are so many monetary or not monetary or time constraints or a number of different situations or your living situation, whatever it is, there are so many situations that exist that prevent people from really actively pursuing what it is they're passionate about in the way that they fully expect. And so this is when it's time to really get creative of how you can start maybe pursuing adjacent careers to what it is that you're most passionate about, just for at least for the time being until you can get there. Or seeing, do I have to pull more weight in one area and so I can have more breathing room to pursue this other thing that makes me happy? All of these things are really important to consider, and that's something that I've had to personally do as a young entrepreneur and activist. Something that's really interesting is I've had a lot of internal conflict over the years because of the fact that sometimes my goals as an activist kind of are conflicting with basically the style standard of entrepreneurship. And so all of that being said, I got a lot of pressure from the business world to kind of scale my business in certain ways that kind of detracted from my original plan for sustainability, for using art and design to help educate and inspire other people. And so I really had to focus on, I always kept in the back of my mind why I started at 8 years old. I always kept that in the back of my mind. And I went with that feeling. I went with prioritizing that feeling that gave me joy, that made me know that I was doing something to make a difference in the world. And so I've had to maybe pivot a little bit. Maybe I've had to focus more on doing other brand collaborations or doing other workshops or pivoting more on certain nonprofit projects, in order to really kind of utilize the space that I built around my entrepreneurship in a way that made me really happy, just like it did as a kid. And speaking to giving back, that's something else huge, giving back. Giving back is one way to not only obviously help make a difference either in your community or in the lives of someone else, but it also is a way to connect with other people. It's a way to connect with other parts of yourself that you might have, never really connected with before. All of these things are incredibly crucial to experience. And, not everyone has money to donate to a nonprofit. That's not always the case. But maybe you can volunteer at a local soup kitchen, or maybe maybe it's as simple as just, leaving a nice comment on a stranger's Facebook post. You never know how one little thing you do can totally change someone's day, someone's week. This has been something that's been at the core of the work that I've done. I've always been 10% or more of my profits to local and global charities and environmental organizations. And I also have my own nonprofit organization called Maya's Ideas for the Planet as well. So all of those things are something that's continued to drive me. Even when I had tough challenges, even when I was, not sure what move to make next, I always knew the right move was to help others. The right move was to give back to people in the planet in some way. And that's always, being mission driven in your work and in your career is something that will always give you that fulfillment, no matter what else it is that you do. And that's what really matters at the end of the day. That's how you build legacy. That's how you make an impact on your community. Um, Something else that is something that I really found super crucial to learn as I was, kind of getting older. So all of this started because I took a leap at 8 years old. I took a kind of a risk and a jump just to see what would happen. I didn't know at 8 years old that that was really a leap and a risk. But, now that I do have that kind of filter developed as a 20-year-old, I've had to kind of look back at that past experience to remember to take the leap. A lot of people will wait for the right time to get started on something, or the right moment, or the right opportunity, and you will never find it. I'm going to say that right now. A lot of things do align in the perfect way, and there is a right season for everything. But if you are waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and you know that you have prepared as much as you can, sometimes you just have to go for it. And your one shot doesn't have to be your last shot. A lot of people will start a project and it doesn't really go anywhere. And then, maybe a few years later, you have that, interesting opportunity that aligns just at the right time. And then there's a second chance at life with the project. I think that it's important to get rid of the idea of perfectionism. Do not strive for perfectionism, because perfectionism is the enemy of good, and perfectionism doesn't exist. It's like looking for a mythical creature. And I think that, especially, as Black women, we kind of hold ourselves back. We always have to put our best foot forward. We always have to put 1,000%. We always have to put better than our best foot forward, really. We have to overperform every time, and that can put a lot of stress and strain on us. Yes, it is incredibly true that due to the misogynoir that exists in our society, we do have to overperform in a lot of situations. But you also have to make sure to recognize when that is appropriate so you aren't burning yourself out. You have to approach things once in a while from a kind of casual perspective, like we used to as kids. Let me just, try this out and see what happens. Let me do it this way. This might be kind of interesting. This might be cool or creative. Really kind of looking at, every situation, analyzing it and saying, okay, is this time for 110%? Is this time for a boss lady moment? Or is this time for just, let me just try it and just see what happens. Let me just kind of go with the flow. because due to that trauma that has been put on us to always have to overperform, sometimes we don't realize when we can just breathe and when we can just organically pursue things. I mean, as we've gotten older, in adulthood, through teenage years, yes, there are more stakes that are put on you as you kind of grow up, start pursuing certain career paths. But it's important for your mental health, for your sanity, for your joy and your well-being to really pursue things in a way once in a while that is fun, or that is just really how you used to pursue things as a kid. Thank you so much, Pernie, for saying that I was having amazing points. If anyone has any other questions or any other questions from, any of the young people in their lives, or any questions that you might have as a parent or as a guardian, or if you have any questions about how to help support any of the young people in your life, please feel free to drop those as I'm going along. Something else too is to assess your toolkit and know when you need to use certain tools. Don't look at everything in black and white. So what I mean by that is really figure out, back to almost what I was saying before, really figure out what tools you might need to approach a certain situation. So I was kind of speaking to this the other day about how it's easy to really feel like we have to, and I think that a lot of speakers have spoken to this, how we have to feel like we have to be strong, like we have to hold all of our emotions in. And while that is, definitely detrimental, there are also a lot of advice around, kind of letting criticism and letting, negative or comments or naysayers, kind of letting that deflect off you, just kind of letting that, you know, like how water rolls off of a duck's back, basically. And there are a lot of ways to utilize that. One piece of advice that I think is, really powerful is, not using the words of others as a weapon against yourself. And that's something I really never thought about as I was growing up. You kind of feel like if someone is going to, belittle you, or, say something that's hurtful to you, that it should just immediately be something that hurts. But you have to consider sometimes that you do truly have the power to not weaponize those words against yourself. And so that's something that I really learned that helped me through a lot of, various kind of encounters I had with racism or sexism within my journey. But also on top of that, you need to know when it is important and okay to break down. We are very much conditioned to, like I said, bottle up our emotions, and we don't get spaces to hurt. We don't get safe spaces to cry and to fall apart and to, feel our pain that we might be kind of suppressing. And so that's when I speak to strategizing and planning and assessing your toolkit. You might be trying to use with essentially a wrench on an emotional or mental situation that needs a screwdriver. You can't use a wrench for everything. Sometimes you need a safe space to break down, to hurt, to get that cathartic, feeling, to get all those emotions out. And then sometimes you need to know, oh, actually, this is something that, I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm just going to deflect this and I'm going to keep on moving. You can do both. This goes for really any sort of stress or mental issues or emotional issues that you're going through in life. Not everything has to be in black and white. You don't have to use the same solution for every single problem. Something else that I want to speak to is for kids, the advice that I want to give to kids, and I always give this advice to young people, is to firstly really listen and trust in the power that you have as a young person, the fact that your voice is important. This is something that I personally see when I speak to other young people, other teenagers, or even other young adults. They feel like they're too young, they don't have enough money, enough power, enough exposure or influence to show that their voice is important, to show that they can make a difference, especially, since we're all trying to make the world a better place during these really, really, this roller coaster of the times that we're living in. And I think that it's important for young people to trust in the power that they have. Dawn asked, "You are a great speaker and you sound very grounded and humble." Thank you so much. How do you remain grounded and humble through all of your successes? What's interesting is that I've kind of never really had the sort of inclination to, I don't know, like, I guess like get the big head is the term, because I'm really reflecting on, I'm often reflecting on how many people have, worked hard and have sacrificed to, even, create a path for me to be able to use my voice and my passion in a way that makes a difference. This is something that's just, not about, being famous or being, trying to be better than other people or anything like that. The reason why I've gotten to the point where I'm at a young age is because I've always been doing something that's been rooted in making a difference, that's been rooted in activism and making a difference in my community, in communities around the world, and been making a difference in the environment. I'm constantly humbled by other people all the time. The young people that will email me and DM me and will say how much they've been inspired by me and what they're now starting and the doors that they're entering in their life because of my journey. And the fact that that fact alone is really mind blowing to me because I spent so much time of my life looking up to other people being my role models, and even having, opportunities to meet some of those role models and learn from them. And we have to remember, we're constantly learning. We are constantly learning. We will never stop learning. We're going to be learning as long as we're on planet Earth. And so that's something that I think is, been super integral to how I approach all of this. I've always been mission driven. I always know that everyone is learning, including me. And I always know that this is part of something bigger. This isn't just my story. This is the stories of all of those who have come before me, of all of the activists, the entrepreneurs, the, incredible, Black women who have made strides long before I have. And so that's something that always keeps everything in perspective. And I think that, kind of making your situations bigger than yourself sometimes is almost a comfort in a sense. But we also have to remember that as Black people, we also feel a need to use our time on this earth to always be a puzzle to the overall liberation puzzle. And so I think that's something to remember is that at the same time, Black joy is also liberation. It also contributes to that because that's something that's been actively taken from us, intentionally taken from generations of our people, is our joy. And so I think it's important to remember that as well, how important it is to prioritize your joy. Like I said, strategically prioritizing your joy. But I mean, even outside of career, know how powerful your joy is and how deserving you are of joy and of peace. It's something that's really important. And going to also any advice I have for parents or guardians of other incredibly young people who want to do something to make a difference, always be receptive to their ideas, to what it is that they're passionate about, and see how you can kind of help them get on that path. There are a lot of things you literally cannot pursue as a child. Like maybe you want to become an astronaut one day. So, get your kid tons of documentaries around space travel and around astronauts. Like look that up online, for example. See how you can feed that passion and really let them know that their passion and their ideas really matter. Imani has a question. Oh, that's another question from her little sister, I believe. She said, "Do you deal with bullying online because your business is doing well?" Yes, I essentially do. And that's kind of what I was speaking to earlier was that the bullying always comes in the form of either racism or sexism or both, which is misogynoir. And, that's something that you really have to, again, that's when it's time to have your support system, the people that you can lean on, when you're either hurting or know when to kind of just deflect. Know that a lot of people speak from a place that's not personal to you. A lot of people who speak from very, hateful places are not speaking because they hate you or because they dislike you or they personally want to attack you. There is a whole layers and layers and layers of context of why they feel this way, why they feel the need to, attack you, why they feel the need to bully you. There are a lot of context to that we don't often see, and so we take it completely personally when in fact it's just a manifestation of either it could be racism that's passed down through the generations of their family that they've learned through their peers, or it could just be them acting out of some kind of a hurt or an anger that you would have no idea about because you don't personally know them. And so that's when it's important to try to make your space online as safe as possible. The block button exists. Utilize all of the tools that social media gives you in order to distance yourself from this negative, from the negative and the bullying as much as possible. And again, persevere because you don't want anyone to dim your shine. A lot of people feel like, a lot of people are uncomfortable with people who are proud of themselves and what they've done and what they've accomplished, no matter how hard they've worked for it. And you have to remember there's enough room in the sky for everyone to soar. There's enough room in the sky for everyone to be able to soar and be successful. And if you continue to approach it from that place of, hey, let's just all be positive and lift each other up and keep putting out that energy, then eventually you can drown out a lot of the negative as well. And again, have that support system when all else fails, the people you can turn to when you need to talk about your feelings and talk about how you want to continue to move forward with creating a safe space for yourself because you do deserve a safe space. You do deserve a space to be able to fully be yourself and be happy of what you with what you've accomplished and what you want to accomplish in the future. I want to see if there's any other questions, any other like kind of final thoughts that anybody else has, or any specific points that might have resonated. Because first of all, this has been a really incredible conference, and this has been definitely an honor for me to be able to speak to my journey. If there are any parting thoughts, then leave them now. But if not, I am going to basically wrap on this. Everyone's voice is important, no matter how young or old you are, no matter how much experience you have in a certain area or that you have in life. Please know that you are deserving of joy, you're deserving of happiness, you're deserving of success, and there is no straight path to success. Know that your emotions, how you handle situations, don't always define who you are as a person, and you are always changing as a person. Really find the things too that make you feel joyful and make you feel most like you. If you are an adult or even a teenager, look to your child self. Look to yourself before you experience the societal pressures of the world, before you experience trauma, to see what made me happy as a kid, what made me light up, what made me tick at that age. What is something I always wanted to do as a kid? And really nurture that inner child that everybody has and learn from that inner child because I'm doing that every day. There are so many valuable lessons that I've learned from my 8-year-old self that have really gotten me through my journey and have, really defined how I want to continue to pursue my journey as I'm going, into young adulthood. And so I want to thank all of you so much for attending this incredible conference. Be sure to share anything that you learned today with the people that you love and the people that you care about. And I also have a book called You Got This, Unleash Your Awesomeness, Find Your Path, and Change Your World. It is published by Simon & Schuster. I wrote it when I was 15 years old, and it is about my journey as a young entrepreneur, activist, and artist. And it's also being used in schools now as curriculum to teach youth creative entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, how to give back for doing what they love. And you can learn more about everything that I do on mayasideas.com. That is MAYAS ideas.com. Or you can also find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere at just Maya's Ideas. Thank you again so much. And I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day.
Maya, that was so inspirational. Your talk is, even if you're not, if you're not a teen, you can still learn learn something from your motivation, your talk, your aspiring story of starting young, just for someone who's older. The comment that you made. The comment that you made prior to prioritize your joy. Man, I love that. Your joy, and you talked about Black joy is, that is inspiring and that's liberation. And I thought that was so beautifully, that was so well said. And definitely something that resonated with me. So thank you so much, Maya. Hey, y'all, hey, she started at like, what was it, 8?
8, yes.
8, started at 8. Hey, there's no excuse. It's start now, yes, someone just said applies to all ages. Yes, this does.
It does, Ebony. Yes. It doesn't matter how young or old you are. Just go for it. You can pursue your dreams and pursue what you're passionate about if you just take that leap. There's never a perfect season. Just go for it.
I love it. I love it. Well, Maya, thank you so much. Young entrepreneur doing it. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. Well, that wraps. That's a wrap. That is a wrap for Minds Matter Harrisburg, our second annual event. I hope you got a lot out of it. I sure did. A lot of people did. All the comments, all the the questions. Thank you so much. There is a couple of things I want to make sure everyone knows. Thank you. A comment from let's put that comment up from Deshaun. Deshaun, thank you. Absolutely inspiring and beautiful young entrepreneur. Thank you for speaking to us today, Maya. Maya, that was a beautiful way to end our show. So I just wanted to put that up. She did a great job. Okay, so just so a couple of things before we wrap up. So you guys you should have seen like a poll on Facebook if you're watching this on our Facebook page, Black Girl Health Foundation, a poll after each workshop. We just want to know, what did you think? Did you like it? So vote on that poll. The other thing is we will have an evaluation that will be coming out today and some reminders to complete the evaluation just to get some feedback. Awesome. Thank you, Black Girl Health. Thank you. We're going to have a short little survey evaluation. We just want you to tell us any feedback. Did you like the whole show? What was your favorite workshop? It has those little questions. It's really important that you complete it. Don't ignore it because that allows us to, continue to do it and get better and bring a variety of different workshops every year because we hope to have this continuously every year. In Harrisburg. So that will be coming your way in your email. Also a reminder, if you like what you were seeing, if you want to be a part of our sisterhood, all the presenters that you have seen, they are all Black Girl Health members. If you're a Black professional and you think that this is something that you want to use, a platform where you want to partner with Black Girl Health Foundation to promote your business, and that would be hosting workshops, hosting events, promoting your services through our platform, then join our sisterhood at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you are just a person who wants to get all the resources and information that we have to offer, like our home workouts and our healthy recipes. And we do this type of we do Q&As with health professionals every week, every Friday, that our members have access to. Join our sisterhood. So there is something for everyone. You go to membership.blackgirlhealth.com, and we have an app. We have an app. Black Girl Health also has an app. So you can actually, you can go to our app, Black Girl Health. You just type in Black Girl Health in the App Store. And you can, you can register through our app as a member. If you're already a member, then you just put in your username and password, and then you can access all our workouts, our recipes, all our discounts, and all the free events that it's a whole bunch of stuff you get. So hopefully, ladies, please check out our become a member and check out our app by just going to the App Store and typing in Black Girl Health. Lastly, I would like to thank our partners and our sponsors. We could not have done this without you. Dauphin County Library System, National Network of Library of Medicine, Mid-Atlantic Region, Black Girl Health, LLC, and all our sponsors. There's so many. Thank you so much for being a part of this movement and this mission to encourage all people, especially the African American community, to take charge of their mental health, because nobody cares about you more than you. And I thank you so much for all the organizations and partnerships that help us bring this message to the community. So that wraps up Minds Matter Harrisburg second annual mental health campaign. Goodbye, everyone.
Black Girl Health Foundation presents Minds Matter Harrisburg in partnership with National Network of Library of Medicine Mid-Atlantic Region, Dauphin County Library System, and Black Girl Health, LLC. Sponsors include Platinum Sponsors, Penn State Health, Highmark, and Duff and Phelps Foundation. Gold Sponsors, UPMC Health Plan and UPMC Pinnacle Hospital. Silver Sponsors, Capital Blue Cross and The Hershey Company. Bronze Sponsors, Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency, Giant Foods, Aetna, and Hamilton Health Center. Now you're...
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement. We need support. And Black Girl Health is a movement. And, I love getting all the emails with the recipes, and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Harrisburg yoga studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BJH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson-Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.